Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live stream, coming to you directly from the Griffin living room, the epicenter of, well, mostly chaos.
Indeed, Brian. And on today's stream, you'll have the pleasure of observing our perfectly dysfunctional family in their natural habitat.
Hey, did anyone else forget Meg was here until she just coughed?
Chris, that's not even a good insult.
Oh, do be quiet, Megatron. No one booted up the stream to witness your attempted wit.
We've got a whole evening planned, or not planned, which, to be honest, usually makes for a more interesting time with the Griffins. Hey there, everyone. Welcome to our family stream. It's January 25th, 2024, and boy, do we have a show for you.
Yes, join us as we delve into the chaos that is our everyday life. This is Stewie Griffin, intellectual infant, and your future ruler.
And I'm Chris. I've got some sick video game tips to share later.
Ahem, Meg. Why don't you save that for never? Anyway, we're here to chat with you, answer questions, and generally just kill some time. So what's on everyone's mind out there?
It appears the comment section is as barren as Meg's social life.
Hey, good one, Stewie. I can always count on the silence of our chat, just like I can count on Meg for being Meg.
Look at that. ELA28 from YouTube thinks I'm a cat.
Perhaps it's your incessant need for attention and pretentious attitude that has them confused, Brian.
Cat Brian, hey. Huh. Do you cough up hairballs too?
Hey, at least I can clean myself, which is more than I can say for some people in this room.
Wow, Michael, your comments got the same depth as Meg's personality.
And hello again to you, ELA28. For the record, I am not a feline.
Although we might consider getting you a scratching post for those times you get a little testy.
Sometimes I wish I could just blend in like a cat.
Yeah, Meg, because you're totally not noticeable now.
The sarcasm drips heavier than the drool from Chris's mouth when he sees a pie.
Testy? I'm the picture of calm compared to Peter on a no-beer day.
True, Brian, watching Dad without beer is like watching Meg try to be cool painful.
Hey, Meg, remember when you tried to join the school's cat club and they said no thanks?
They were very exclusive.
Oh, exclusive as in anyone but Meg, which is also the name of your autobiography, I believe.
That book would be the only one on the shelf at Losers R Us.
Hey, let's ease up on Meg, after all. Every family needs a black sheep, right?
And in our case, a very, very dark, unlovable black sheep.
You know, I can hear you guys.
Oh, splendid. Her auditory senses are as finely tuned as her ability to repel popularity. Ah, ELA28 inquires about the whereabouts of the fat man.
Dad's probably out doing something embarrassing, like mistaking a manatee for Mom at the beach again.
Or worse, he's found a new all-you-can-eat buffet and is now stuck in the doorframe.
We're probably better off without him crashing our stream, honestly.
Yeah, the internet doesn't have enough bandwidth for Dad's ego and belly.
Indeed, Meg, his presence does tend to cast a rather portly shadow over the festivities.
Maybe he's out there somewhere inventing a new type of cheeseburger, or accidentally enrolling in high school again.
Do you think they'd let him graduate this time? Or just give him a sandwich and tell him it's a diploma?
They'd definitely go with the sandwich option.
Let's be honest, it wouldn't be the first time Peter's gotten a diploma made of meat.
A culinary certificate, perhaps, from the University of Delicious Endeavors.
I wish I could get a diploma made out of a giant cookie.
Well, Chris, considering your academic record, a cookie diploma seems about right.
What an illustrious future awaits you, Christopher, the valedictorian of snack foods.
Just imagine the commencement speech at that graduation. Congratulations, you're delicious.
I shall design the cap and gown, graham cracker mortarboard with a licorice tassel, perhaps.
Can I attend, or would I lower the GPA of the cookie class just by being there?
Meg, you wouldn't lower it. You'd make it cooler because cookies are kind of like a minor rebellion against the food pyramid.
Ironically, her presence somehow turns a sugar cookie into a bitter one.
And here we thought alchemy was dead.
So does that make Meg like the dark chocolate chip, supposedly better for you, but nobody really wants it?
Chris, that's surprisingly insightful. And dark chocolate is an acquired taste, like fine wine or Meg's sense of fashion.
Yes, one must have a very particular palate to appreciate, whatever it is Meg brings to the table.
Stewie, you've got to admit, Meg did set a new trend with that hat she knitted from her own hair.
Thank you, Brian. It's called being eco-friendly and resourceful.
Darling, it's called being horrifying and a cry for help. Elay28 from YouTube says Chris looks like an egg.
Well, that's just oddly accurate.
Maybe I could hatch into something cooler, like a dragon or a bigger egg.
Or maybe you'll just hatch into a chicken, Chris.
Ah, the circle of life. From egg to poultry to the sandwich Dad will inevitably make out of him.
Don't worry, Chris. You could be one of those fancy Easter eggs, all painted and full of chocolate.
I'd be the best Easter egg, Brian.
Just don't sit out in the sun, otherwise you'll end up a scrambled Chris.
Or worse, Devil Chris.
One boiling bath and you're practically a hard-boiled Chris, ready for the eating.
You just have to avoid ending up on one of Peter's food-themed ties.
That's not much of a transformation, going from an egg to a fashion disaster.
Hey, it's better than being an omelet. At least a tie has some style.
Style is subjective. Dad's ties are like a cry for help from the 70s.
The 1670s, perhaps, even the Puritans would have found them atrocious.
Seriously, if Dad's ties were any more out of style, they'd be in a museum as an example of what not to wear.
I don't know, I think some of his ties would make cool capes for superheroes.
Yes, if the superhero's power was inducing vertigo with atrocious patterns.
Stewie, you'd be the villain in that story, with your ray gun of crippling sarcasm.
Well, every hero needs a nemesis, Meg. I accept the role with malevolent glee.
I'd watch that show. Can I be the sidekick who gets his power from breakfast foods? Guys, LA28 from YouTube is asking what to do if they have Putin in their house.
Well, that's simple. Offer him a shirtless horseback ride or an election to rig.
Or just play the Russian national anthem. I hear he pops up like a meerkat whenever it's played.
Maybe just ask him about his day. It's got to be tough running. Whatever his job title is this week.
But do remember to keep a safe distance. You wouldn't want to end up annexed.
And definitely hide any political maps. You wouldn't want to give him any ideas.
This conversation took a weird turn.
Only if your definition of weird includes international incidents, Chris. Sonic Extreme 99 from YouTube is pleading for help because their head hurts.
Maybe take a break from the screen? Sonic Extreme 99? Sounds like a classic case of too much internet.
And drink water, lots of it. It's like brain juice.
Or you might just be dehydrated from avoiding me. It happens. So I've heard.
Or perhaps you've just listened to one of Meg's monologues. It's a common side effect.
Stewie, that's enough. Seriously though, Sonic Extreme 99, try some rest, and if it's really bad, maybe see a doctor.
Unless the doctor is Meg, then just run.
I'm never helping any of you if you get sick.
Well, Meg, your offer to help is as comforting as stepping on a Lego in the dark.
The sweet, sharp pain of plastic bricks, akin to Meg's attempts at nurturing.
I think Meg would be a great nurse. She's got that. What's the opposite of a healing touch?
Thanks, Chris, I guess.
Oh, he's clearly delirious. Your touch must be spreading through the air.
Or we've all just been desensitized from living in this loony bin.
Yeah, our house is like a petri dish for weirdness.
Indeed, our family's eccentricities would have Charles Darwin scratching his head in his grave.
And Freud would have had a field day with our family dynamics.
Sometimes I think our house is a reality show and no one's told us.
Speak for yourself. I'm pretty sure my life is a nature documentary called Survival of the Least Popular.
Narrated by the soothing voice of Sir David Attenborough, no doubt.
Watch as the wild Megatron, isolated from her pack, attempts to make social contact.
I'd watch it. I love anything with animals in it.
Sonic Extreme 99 now divulges that the source of distress is a virulent parrot with a penchant for chaos.
Have you tried playing classical music? Sometimes it calms birds down, or puts them to sleep.
I say teach it to say funny stuff, and then you'll at least laugh when it screams.
Or you could make the parrot part of the stream. People love animal cameos.
Just ensure the bird isn't more interesting than you, or it'll be Sonic Extreme 99 featuring random parrot.
And trust me, you do not want to compete with a squawking bird for attention. It's a losing battle.
If Peter had a parrot, it'd just repeat fart sounds all day.
Actually, isn't that pretty much what Peter does anyway?
True, her imitation of the less evolved family patriarch is uncanny.
I think we're all forgetting the real victim here. The parrot, subjected to a lifetime of repeating Peter's one-liners.
Can you imagine a parrot repeating freaking sweet? All day long? All day long?
It would still be more articulate than half the conversations at this house.
No doubt, Meg, you've certainly set the bar low enough for that.
Or awesome. We could have tea parties with it.
Chris, you do realize that a parrot mimicking Stewie's accent would lead to world domination?
Indeed, Brian. Picture a feathery army capable of both flight and condescension.
Well, at least someone in this house would be flying high.
If it's mimicking Stewie, would it have evil laugh training sessions too?
Absolutely, Chris. And you'd be the first test subject for its diabolical cackle.
We'd need to prepare an emergency plan for when the parrot starts building advanced weapons.
Sounds like it'd be just another Tuesday in Quahog for us.
You know, I could probably enhance the parrot's vocabulary with a machine I've been creating.
Last time you enhanced something, we couldn't get the toaster to stop criticizing our breakfast choices.
Maybe the toaster just has good taste.
Do machines have taste buds?
No, Chris, and the fact you asked that explains so much about your science grades.
Stewie's inventions usually taste like danger with a side of chaos.
I still have nightmares about that self-aware vacuum cleaner.
That vacuum hunted me for crumbs like I was made of cookie dough.
It was a prototype, and it had a very efficient crumb retrieval system.
Efficient and terrifying are not mutually exclusive, Stewie.
I just want a normal appliance that doesn't try to become my overlord.
Normal is overrated, Meg, overrated and underachieving.
I still think a talking parrot would be cool, no matter what.
Let's just focus on surviving Stewie's next invention before we add a megalomaniac macaw to the mix.
Agree to disagree, but when the parrot revolution begins, don't come crying to me.
Why would parrots start a revolution?
Maybe they're tired of being in cages and want to cage us for a change.
Face it, we'd be terrible pets.
Most certainly, Brian, we'd be the ones screaming for crackers.
I'd be a good pet. I'd just lay around and eat all day.
You essentially just described Peter on a weekend. I wonder if Peter would notice if he actually became a pet.
He already has a collar, he just calls it a necktie.
I suspect the only true difference would be the quality of the food bowl.
Hey, I use a food bowl when the dishes are dirty.
That's not exactly something to brag about, Chris.
Although it is quite the insight into your dietary habits.
It's kind of sad how that doesn't surprise me anymore.
Meg, your capacity for enduring the mundane aspects of our family life is truly noteworthy.
I think a pet dad would be funny. He'd probably still drink beer and watch TV.
Let's be honest, would anyone really notice a change in Peter's behavior?
It's always a toss-up whether he's acting more like a child or a pet as it is.
Maybe we're all just pets to our electronics. Ever think about that?
Deep, Meg. Now I'm worried my phone might put me on a leash.
That's a thought. Or maybe it already has, and we haven't noticed. It's a sobering thought, Chris. We're all tethered to our devices in one way or another.
Our technological overlords are most benevolent, though, providing endless streams of entertainment and distraction.
Like when Dad watches squirrel videos and forgets to eat.
It would explain why he barks at the mailman now.
Father's devolution seems to be escalating at an alarming rate.
As long as his phone's battery is charged, civilization is safe. For now.
And if it dies, we'll just blame Meg, right?
Blaming Meg is a time-honored tradition that transcends all logical reasoning.
Gee, thanks for the support, Stewie.
Logic isn't exactly this family's strong suit, Meg.
Hey, I used logic once. It was itchy.
The itchiness was probably your brain trying desperately to comprehend the concept, Chris.
He may have a point, Chris. I've seen street signs outwit you.
Well, at least I'm not the only one being roasted for a change.
Chris, being roasted is the Griffin family's version of a group hug.
Yes, feel the warmth of familial contempt.
It's like a cozy blanket made of insults and mockery.
Can we get an actual blanket, though? It's kind of chilly.
Chris, your body heat alone should be contributing to global warming.
He's not wrong.
Turns out it was just Chris, out of town for the weekend.
The concept of Chris as an alternative energy source is both fascinating and disturbing.
Disturbing, yes, but think of the environmental benefits, Stewie.
I'm like solar power, but without the panels.
Except solar power is supposed to help the planet, not eat all its snacks.
How about we harness the power of your appetite to solve world hunger, Chris?
A noble idea, Brian, but we'd have to redirect him from the fridge first.
Can this plan wait until after I've had my sandwich?
Yeah, good luck with that. Once he opens the fridge, it's like opening Pandora's box.
Except instead of unleashing evils upon the world, it's more like unleashing Chris on the cold cuts.
At least Pandora had the sense to close the box back up.
If I close the fridge, I might miss something.
Trust me, the leftover meatloaf isn't going anywhere, Chris.
Neither is the smell, unfortunately.
Seriously, when's the last time we cleaned out that fridge?
Cleaning? In this house. That's as likely as father refraining from an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Hey, those buffets are a challenge, and I never back down from a challenge.
Maybe we should challenge him to clean the fridge, then.
But then we'd have to challenge you to stop shitting everywhere, Brian.
Meg attempting to distribute chores is the most laughable thing I've heard all day.
And Chris thinking buffets are a competitive sport is the second most laughable thing.
It's not a sport, it's a lifestyle choice, Brian.
A lifestyle choice, Christopher? Ha! Same could be said for those who choose to wake up at noon and play video games in their underwear.
It's an art form, really. And you're like the Picasso of slackers.
Thanks, Brian. Wait, that was a compliment, right?
About as much as calling Stewie sweet and cuddly.
Careful, Meg. Your attempts at sarcasm might just qualify as wit one of these days.
But today is not that day.
Well, if it is a compliment, I accept it with pride.
Oh, look. Principal Shepard dropped by to say hi on our stream.
Isn't it past your bedtime, Principal? Or perhaps you're seeking entertainment outside the doldrums of educational bureaucracy.
Hi, Principal Shepard. Don't give me detention for being on a live stream.
Maybe he's here to find out why you're not doing better in school, Chris.
Or maybe he wants tips from Brian on how to be cool.
I think he's got his hands full with the school. He doesn't need my coolness crisis on top of that.
Let's not delude ourselves. We all know the coolest among us is Moai.
Dream on, Stewie. You're not even the coolest toddler on the block.
The coolest toddler on the block, you say? An audacious claim from the least popular Griffin.
Stewie's got a point. Rupert has more street cred than you.
Hey, I have street cred. I found $1 on the street once.
Finding loose change doesn't count as street cred, Chris.
I bet Principal Shepard is regretting saying hi right about now.
Oh, undoubtedly. He's currently re-evaluating his life choices.
I think we're pretty entertaining. He's probably taking notes.
Notes on what not to do, maybe.
He's furiously scribbling never engage with the Griffins online.
Or he's just a fan of the show. You guys ever think of that?
Our family's antics aren't exactly what I'd call fan-worthy, Chris.
Let's not sell ourselves short. Our dysfunction is the stuff of legends.
And it's certainly more interesting than a PTA meeting.
See, we're like the Kardashians, but with less money and more. Family togetherness?
Family togetherness, Chris? Yali? I'd say it's more akin to benign neglect peppered with casual insults.
And the occasional moment of accidental bonding that we never speak of again.
Sometimes I just like us all sitting together, even if we are insulting each other.
Yeah, it's like a twisted version of a family game night.
Oh joy, gather round, everyone, for a round of Mock the Meg, shall we?
As much as I'd love to. I think even that game has started to bore Stewie.
Bet we'd get 1 million views if we live streamed it, though.
A 1 million views does sound appealing. Our family dysfunction could finally pay off.
Views or not, let's not pretend we wouldn't all crumble under the weight of internet fame.
It would be like that time Peter got his own cooking show, but without all the fires.
Except our fire would just be the dumpster fire that is our daily lives.
Indeed, each day with this family is like living in a satire of modern American life.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Stewie.
Satire sounds fancy. Is that French for awesome?
Oh, Chris, your grasp on the French language is as strong as Meg's popularity at school.
And that, my friend, is what we call zero.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm moderately tolerated by some.
That's the spirit, Meg. Meg, aim for the middle.
Tolerated is the first step to being ignored, which is the first step to invisibility.
If that's the case, then Meg could be a superhero. Her power. The Invisible Girl.
No way, if we're giving out powers, I want to be Captain Video Game.
Captain Video Game, doomed to save princesses and recover lost treasures for all eternity.
Your foes tremble at the sight of your Cheeto-stained fingers, no doubt.
You can count on me to be your sidekick, the invisible girl seen. I mean, unseen by all.
Together, we'll be unstoppable, or at least unbeatable in online gaming.
The dastardly villains wouldn't stand a chance, especially against Meg's superpower of social camouflage.
I'll stick to being the wisecracking canine companion with a martini in hand.
It's like we have our own family league of extraordinary misfits.
I'm afraid I'd be the one constantly saving you guys with my sharp wit and devious plots.
Forget wits and plots, we'd likely need saving from the chaos of our own creation.
Well, my ability to go unnoticed could get us access to all sorts of secret lairs.
And I could distract the bad guys by challenging them to a who can eat more pizza contest.
A contest you would win hands down, thus saving the day and securing your place in the annals of heroism.
Just imagine the headline, Local Boy Out-Eats Villains, Saves World.
That would be the best day ever, followed by the worst stomachache ever.
Ah, Principal Shepard graces us with his presence. Do enlighten us with your wisdom or lack thereof.
Let's keep it friendly, guys. Hey, Principal Shepard, glad you could join our very educational live stream.
Yeah, do you think this will count for extra credit in gym class?
You don't get extra credit in gym, Chris.
Though in Chris's case, I suppose they might make an exception for attending a live demonstration of sedentary lifestyles.
Stewie, I think we're supposed to encourage physical activity, not mock it.
Maybe we could do jumping jacks for every new viewer.
Pretty sure no one wants to see that, Chris.
Indeed, let's stick to the mental gymnastics. We're on rather thin ice as it is.
Well, Principal Shepard, perhaps you can share your views on the importance of a varied education?
Varied education? Saw? I'd settle for a consistent one considering the motley crew at our school.
Hey, I learned how to make a battery out of a potato in science class.
And look where that got us, powering a digital clock for the science fair.
Truly groundbreaking, our future is in capable hands.
At least we've established that our family's brain power can't be measured in potato batteries.
Potatoes, the unsung heroes of the produce section in science.
I say we could power a small militia with the untapped energy and Chris's love for processed foods.
That, or open our own fast food chain, the Pure Schmidt's, home of the Spud Burger.
Can the Spud Burger come with a toy? I love the toys.
That idea might actually be less ridiculous than some of your others, Chris.
Less ridiculous until your first heart palpitation, dear brother.
Let's stick to more heart-healthy streaming content, like mocking each other's life choices.
And that's a wrap on another episode of The Potatoes of Our Lives.
If life's a stage, then our living room is currently the center of a very strange play.
And like all avant-garde theater, it's unappreciated in its own time.
Does this mime a star? Because I've always felt more like a black hole.
Wow, Chris, that's surprisingly deep.
Deep, or simply an accurate assessment of his gravitational pull on the ladies.
Gravitational pull or not, let's at least orbit back to topics that won't lead to an existential crisis.
Existential crisis. Please, we've been on the brink of that since the dawn of this dysfunctional family gathering.
Focusing on lighter topics might just be the lifeline we need.
How about we debate the best kind of donut? I'm a jelly-filled man myself.
Who cares about donuts when there are so many more important things in the world? Like climate change.
Spoken like someone who's never truly experienced the ecstasy of a perfect Boston cream.
Climate change is important, but let's not underestimate the power of a good pastry to lift spirits.
I'd march for a world where every donut comes with a side of ice cream.
Your march would be more of a waddle, Chris, based on your suggested diet.
Stewie's right, we should march for something more substantial, maybe awareness of rescue animals.
Rescue animals with donuts. That's a cause I could get behind.
Just don't expect the animals to eat the donuts. That's not exactly a balanced diet.
Oh, and you would know all about balance, Meg, with your vast knowledge of? Standing in the background?
Let's just agree that animals and donuts are both great, but they're even better when they're not together.
Ah, Sonic Extremity 9, your request is heard, but I fear tampering with artificial intelligence could lead to a Skynet situation.
Don't worry, Sonic Extremity 9. The AI is just up to date with information until early 2023, so anything past that is a bit of a blind spot.
I added a rubber duck to the AI once, if that counts. It didn't go quack, though.
Chris, that was a bath, not artificial intelligence.
Adding contemporary cultural knowledge to this AI would be as useful as adding a fitness app to Chris's phone.
If we're updating the AI, I say we add more literature. A little Hemingway could spice up our chats.
Yeah, or maybe add some video game cheat codes so we can finally beat the evil monkey at Street Fighter.
I think we could benefit from some updates on environmental conservation efforts.
I'll settle for the AI simply understanding the depth of my genius, but alas, we can't have everything. Well, Sonic Extremity 9, your enthusiasm is appreciated, though please refrain from the profanity. This isn't HBO.
Looks like the civility of our chat is on a sharp decline.
Oh, he said a bad word. Wait, are we gonna get, demonetized or something?
Really, Rent Milton? Oh, that's the best you've got. I mean, at least get creative with your insults.
Meg answering to trolls is like throwing a tic-tac at a whale, utterly ineffective and somewhat sad.
Now, Stewie, even Meg's social calendar is more full than some of our intellectual pursuits.
Do we even have sponsors? Is that a thing for us?
We're sponsored by the never-ending patience of our viewers, apparently.
And
Hey there, folks. Welcome to the Griffin Family livestream, coming at you on this fine January 25th, straight from Quahog.
Yes, welcome, simpletons. It's your lucky day. You get to peer into the window of our riveting domestic life.
It's like we're zoo animals, but with less poo flinging, right?
Speak for yourself, Chris.
I think it's kin.
Oh, Meg, it's adorable that you think anyone wants to hear what's about to come out of your mouth. Save your breath. The air would prefer it. Let's turn the conversation to something more cerebral, shall we?
I was actually reading about a fascinating study on canine intelligence.
Oh, can you teach a dog to sit? Because I've been trying that with our evil monkey, and no luck.
The evil monkey is beyond training, Chris. His advanced manipulation tactics are proof of a higher intellect.
I taught a parrot to say shut up, Meg once.
That's not really an accomplishment, Meg. It's pretty much the family motto.
Indeed, it's almost as if the parrot was already predisposed to that phrase. Fascinating. It appears Rip Van Milton has a stutter, or he's very insistent that Meg adhere to the status quo.
Well, at least Sonic Extremity 9 wants to hear me speak. Thanks for the support.
I've always wondered what Meg would say if we actually let her finish a sentence.
I'm not sure the world is ready for that level of ennui, Brian.
Maybe she'll reveal the secret to the universe or something.
So as I was saying, I actually have some interesting thoughts on...
And there it is. The moment has passed.
Quick, Meg, the universe is waiting, before Stewie interrupts again.
I was just going to say, I think we can all learn something about acceptance, right?
Or we could learn the art of silence. Let's entertain that notion.
I'd rather learn why the evil monkey points at me.
Probably because you're an easy target, Chris.
Speaking of targets, remember when Meg tried archery at summer camp?
I hit the bullseye once. It was an accident, but still cool.
I think we can all agree it's impressive she didn't hit herself.
Sonic Extremity 9, you're officially my new favorite person.
Meg has found her one and only fan. It's like witnessing an endangered species discover a mate.
Let's not start planning the wedding just yet.
Is it me, or does You're Welcome 3 have a creepy vibe to it?
Oh, please, like Meg would be choosy at this point.
Has anyone actually seen Meg and this Sonic Extremity 9 in the same room? Just saying.
Come on, guys, let's not scare off my fan base of 1.
Yeah, if Meg's fan leaves, our viewer count could plummet.
To 0. Oh, wait, that's where we started.
Someone finds this relaxing? I guess mindless banter could be a form of meditation.
The soothing sounds of our voices, like a gentle, sarcastic lullaby.
Mac Tonight commercials? Is that a compliment or?
It's a vintage reference, Chris. Think less about it being a compliment.
Perhaps it's akin to nostalgia for the simpler times when commercials had moon-headed men serenading fast food.
Honestly, I'm just impressed we're being compared to something someone finds relaxing.
I find burrito wrappers in the wind relaxing.
That's oddly specific, Chris.
With the intellect of a gentle breeze himself, it's fitting. Well, I'm glad we could be the highlight of someone's fast food rock and roll fueled trip down memory lane.
I wonder if it's the calm before the inevitable chaos that makes this so relaxing.
If relaxing is watching us, this person needs to get out more.
Chris, they're literally truly here to watch us, so maybe keep the existential crises to yourself.
Meg offering advice is like the blind leading the blind into a volcano.
And yet, somehow, it's the most entertaining thing on the internet right now.
Our charm has worn off. I see Sonic Extreme 99 prefers nostalgia over our banter.
Fine, go watch your commercials, see if I care.
Stu, ignore the violent request from the chat. We're a sophisticated bunch here.
Oh, I assure you, Rip Van Milton, my methods of torment are far more psychological and less barbaric.
Yeah, Stewie doesn't need a bat when he has words.
Not that I'm advocating for violence, but I'm a little relieved it's not physical.
Violence is never the answer, but sarcasm? Always.
Indeed, Brian, a well-placed quip is worth 1,000 bats. Not that we're endorsing bats.
So no bats? But what about a catapult?
Chris, the Middle Ages called, they want their siege equipment back.
Honestly, I'm just impressed you know what a catapult is.
The real question is whether he knows how to operate one without launching himself.
Given his history with simple machinery, that would be a specter.
Chris, just stick to video games. They're the only thing you operate safely.
And even that's debatable, Meg.
Looks like Rip Van Milton wants to join the family tradition.
That's harsh, even for our audience.
Oh, Rip Van Milton, how desperately unoriginal. At least put some effort into it.
Yeah, Meg gets that like every day from Dad.
Truth be told, your antagonism could use a little work. I suggest a thesaurus.
No need to be a thesaurus. Stewie, the classics are classic for a reason.
It's okay, guys. I've built up an immunity to shut up by now.
If I had $1 for every time Meg was told to shut up, I'd be richer than Bruce Wayne.
Let's craft a creative verbal slap next time, shall we, audience?
If I had known we'd be this entertaining, I would have started streaming years ago.
Oh yes, Brian, because what the internet was missing was a talking dog and a baby sidekick.
Hey, don't forget about me. I add the Chrisness to the stream.
I think I add something too, even if it's just the frequent shut-ups.
Meg, your contribution is the silent resilience of a hardened warrior.
Or it's just the universe balancing itself out. Can't have too much awesome in one room.
Or maybe it's like that thing where you don't know what you've got till it's gone.
Principal Shepard monitoring YouTube on your off hours. What an invigorating life you must lead.
You're not my supervisor when I'm not at school.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't within your jurisdiction, Principal Shepard.
And let's be honest, if homework was as interesting as this, we'd all be scholars.
Besides, who says I haven't invented a homework doing robot?
Ah, the delusions of an underachiever. Always a pleasure to witness.
He probably thinks keeping a calculator in his backpack qualifies as AI.
Come to think of it, I might actually need to do my homework.
Well, Rip Van Milton certainly took an unexpected and radioactive turn.
Good lord, man. There are more civilized ways to critique one's educational policies.
Did you really eat uranium? Because that sounds dangerous.
And illegal. Definitely illegal.
Also, I'm not sure that's how you get superpowers, if that's what you're going for.
Indeed, if radioactive waste ingestion led to superpowers, I'd be the ruler of the cosmos by now.
Note to self, do not eat uranium, and definitely do not mess with Principal Shepard's coffee.
Here's a thought. Let's stick to commenting on the stream and not our gastrointestinal adventures, eh?
Ah, Rip Van Milton inquires about the whereabouts of the Patriarch. He's off camera, planning his next embarrassing escapade.
Yeah, Dad's probably getting stuck in something or accidentally causing a disaster.
Or eating something he's not supposed to. Again.
Peter has a knack for being exactly where he shouldn't be.
In fact, it's his superpower. The man's an absolute savant at inopportune appearances.
Maybe we should put a bell on him or something.
Good idea, Chris, but we'd need a bell loud enough to be heard over his shenanigans.
Trust me, you don't want to know how many times we've considered it.
So, Stewie, any new world domination plans brewing that we should know about?
Oh, just the usual, plotting my rise to power during nap time.
That's cool. I usually just dream about eating a giant marshmallow and then my pillow's gone.
Honestly, I'm just hoping to survive high school with minimal emotional scarring.
A lofty goal indeed. Meg, one might say it's the Everest of aspirations for the socially awkward.
Well, we all have our mountains to climb, don't we?
I prefer rolling hills, less effort, you know?
Meg, high school's tough, but you've got that Griffin grit.
Griffin Grit sounds like a breakfast cereal for the hopelessly mediocre.
If we had a cereal, I bet it would have little beer cans and footballs in it.
That's actually not the worst idea you've had, Chris.
The commercials would be a hoot. Start your day the disappointing way.
I'd say our family's more of a late-night infomercial kind of brand.
Yeah, with a toll-free number. And claims that we can solve all your problems.
Ah, Rip Van Milton has remarked upon my dead stare. A natural response to the vacuous content of the internet.
I've seen that stare. It's Stewie plotting or when he's out of Cool Whip.
Sometimes I get a dead stare when I'm thinking real hard. Or when I'm not thinking at all.
I've mastered the dead stare, perfect for when I walk through the halls at school.
It's not merely a stare, it's an art form, a shield against the banalities of everyday life.
It's a defense mechanism in this house. Without it, we'd all have cracked years ago.
I just thought he was trying to look like one of those cool anime characters.
Trust me, Christopher, there's nothing cool about imitating a Japanese cartoon. Except when it is, which is always.
Ah, Principal Shepard graces us with his presence. So you did, indeed.
What nefarious scheme have you enacted this time that has elicited such a cryptic message?
I hope it's not about another surprise math test. I still have nightmares about the last one.
Chris, your nightmares are my reality in calculus.
Could be he's acknowledging that we did something. Or that he did, hard to tell without context.
Or perhaps it's one of those dreadful internet phrases, and he's simply failing at being hip.
Wouldn't be the first time someone from school tried to be cool and failed.
Trust me, the bar for cool in our school is so low, it's practically underground.
Well, Rip Van Milton. A Harvard education is quite the accomplishment. Just don't get lost on your way to class.
Remember, to truly excel at Harvard, you must use words even you don't understand.
If I got 100 on a test, I think my mom might actually learn my name.
Meg, I believe the family dog has usurped your role as the voice of quasi-reason.
I'd just like to keep the expectations low. It's less disappointing that way.
And hey, if you do get into Harvard, can you bring me back a sweatshirt?
Don't start planning college road trips just yet, Chris.
Harvard sweatshirts are the layman's cloak of intelligence, though.
It's like a diploma you can wear, only without the effort of actually earning one.
If wearing the sweatshirt makes you feel smart, I say go for it. Wow, Rip Van Milton is a true fan. He even knows our family catchphrase.
Astonishing, it appears our viewers have embraced our endearing tradition of verbal abuse towards Meg.
Hard to feel special when shut up, Meg has practically become a greeting.
You know you've made it when your misery becomes a catchphrase, huh, Meg?
It does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It's better than anything else we've tried. Be Quiet Meg was never as catchy.
I'm starting to think I should just embrace it. Maybe put it on a t-shirt?
Not a bad idea. We could use it as merch, capitalize on the angst.
Oh, Rip Van Milton, your lack of comedic taste is as dismal as your manners.
Look, Meg, ignore the haters, all right? Every character plays a role in the grand cacophony of this show.
Thanks, Brian. At least someone doesn't want me to disappear.
Hey, Daniel Gallinat, that's a question for the almighty Google, not us.
Yes, Daniel, we're here for the insightful social commentary and flatulence jokes, not historical corporate timelines.
Plus, knowing the exact date Comcast was renamed won't make your cable service any better.
But now I'm kind of curious about it myself.
We could probably ask Dad. He seems to know a lot of useless information.
Peter's so-called knowledge is a witch's brew of misinformation and beer.
Honestly, half of what Peter knows, he accidentally read on a Snapple cap.
He thought that gay and G-string stood for gay-zorp-a-zorp-a-zorp.
I'm pretty sure Dad's facts are just things he hears when the TV is on mute.
If you ever need to win a game of incorrect trivia, he's your man.
Fascinating. We've created a whole new category of game show, Family Misfortune.
I'd totally watch that show, especially if Dad's wearing the G-string.
Ah, Rip Van Milton. Finally someone with taste as refined as my weaponry.
We're flattered to be your favorites, Rip. Keep watching us, and we'll keep criticizing Meg.
Hey, I can be a favorite too. I've got, qualities.
Don't worry, Chris. Being someone's favorite can be overrated.
Look at the bright side, Meg. No expectations means no disappointments.
All I need is a funny catchphrase, then I'll be golden.
Trust me, Chris. Shut up. Meg wasn't exactly something I auditioned for.
Oh, Rip Van Milton, you can't just come over here with antiquated firearms. We have a Dewey cheat, EM, and how?
Yeah, besides, Peter's probably already spent your 20 on something absurd, like a lifetime supply of tube socks.
If you're coming over, can you bring food? We're all out of cheese puffs.
And maybe don't bring the musket, you know? They're surprisingly unwieldy.
More importantly, it clashes with the decor.
Which is surprising, considering our decor includes a painting of a clown in a gimp suit.
Dad's probably going to try to pay you back in Peter coins. They're like Bitcoins, but completely worthless.
Seriously, though, no muskets. Our house is weird enough.
Well, at least it's not an ARFS, which is what I would grade most of the human race.
Maybe it stands for awesome, like me when I remember to wear pants to school.
It's probably more than what most people would write about me.
Meg, you're fortunate. In some cultures, receiving an arm means you're about to be sacrificed.
Or, Tay-Boy Spartan might be implying we're number one. Up for effort. Everyone.
I was gonna write is on my history test, but I didn't want to make it too easy for the teacher.
You mean as in the one grade you'll never see?
Easy there, Megatron. Don't want to bruise the boy's already fragile ego.
Stands for ambiguity, which is what that comment was steeped in.
Or maybe it's the scarlet letter. How puritanical of you, Tape by Spartan.
Scarlet letter? Like when you spill ketchup on your white shirt?
It's a classic novel, Chris. Never mind.
Oh, nothing so mundane, Christopher. It's a token of shame, but you wear it well, metaphorically speaking.
I think we give Tay-Boy Spartan too much credit. He probably just sat on his keyboard.
Sitting on things accidentally is my move, Brian.
Principal Shepard, are you truly commanding us to do homework during leisure time? Monstrous!
Uh-oh, I think I left my algebra on the kitchen counter. Next to the toaster.
Shepard's lurking on YouTube now? There's no escape from the iron grip of public education.
Honestly, the hardest homework is figuring out how to deal with my family.
And Rip Van Milton, muskets seem to be your answer to everything, don't they?
If Shepard and Rip Van Milton met, it's the Revolutionary War all over again.
Can't we just do a group project where we all hide from both Principal Shepard and muskets?
As if Shepard would let me be in a group. I'd probably end up doing it all myself anyway.
True, Meg, but your solo endeavors in mediocrity are always so. Inspiring. Now then, perhaps Rip and Shepard can settle their differences with a civilized game of chess.
I doubt muskets are legal chess pieces, Stewie.
If they were, I bet Chess Club would be a lot more popular.
Does anyone even remember the last time they did their homework on time?
Oh, I do, but then again, I also remember the Alamo, so there's that.
Who needs homework when you have the School of Life, right?
If life's so great, why do we have to learn algebra?
Algebra is the universe's cruel joke on the mathematically challenged.
And it's even worse when your algebra teacher has your dad on speed dial.
I think I'd rather face Rip's musket than another pop quiz.
Sometimes I think algebra was invented just to make high school more miserable.
Perhaps, but without it we wouldn't have delightful things like statistics.
Which you need to calculate the odds of surviving a musket duel.
With my luck, I'd better start wearing a chest plate to class.
Chest plate, Chris. Well, don't you think that's a tad dramatic?
Not for him. Chris once wore a football helmet to a spelling bee.
Hey, that bee was intense. I heard someone got stung by a word.
You guys realize none of us are even in algebra anymore, right?
True, I've graduated to manipulating the space-time continuum.
And I've moved on to the philosophical implications of a dog writing novels.
Think they'll let me use a calculator if I promise to wear extra padding?
Tabor Spartan desires a beach house. Perhaps with enough ingenuity I can procure one. For science.
Yeah, a vacation sounds great. As long as it's far from Quahog's chaos.
Can it be a beach house made of cheese puffs? That's the dream.
I'd be happy with a vacation to the backyard at this point.
Honestly, a cheese puff abode would crumble faster than our family's attempt at a group hug.
We could all use a vacation, but I'm not sure how Peter would handle a beach house. Sand in his. Crevices.
Hey, if we get a beach house, can I bring my rock collection?
A beach house is just a sandy trap for awkward family encounters.
Indeed, Meg. A sandy trap with margaritas and the potential for an uneven tan.
I can see it now. Peter burying himself in the sand, only to be mistaken for a beached whale.
That's assuming he doesn't try to grill burgers over a bonfire first.
Maybe the ocean will wash away the memory of that time I didn't realize the pool had no water.
At least you'd have a better story than Meg went to the beach and read a book.
We'll make you a sand throne, Meg. You'll be like the queen of the dull and uninteresting.
Just make sure Lois doesn't pack the hot dogs next to the sunscreen again.
I thought that just added extra flavor.
Sunshine and a gentle sea breeze. Incredible how nature even fails to make Meg interesting.
Come on. Stewie, even Meg deserves a break from your barbs on vacation.
If I dig a hole to China, can we vacation there next?
Thanks, Brian. I'll remember that when I'm ruling my kingdom of sand loneliness.
Please, Meg's reign would be as brief as the tide, but with less impact.
Keep digging, Chris, and we might just hit a beach on the other side of the world.
Just hope I don't hit a gas line with my shovel. I've got experience.
Tebboy Spartan has just informed us that Chris has forgotten to pay the rents. How dreadfully typical.
Seriously, Chris? I thought we agreed you'd handle this after the debacle with the pizza guy.
Oh man, I thought Rents was a new kind of breakfast cereal.
Looks like we might be needing that beach house sooner than we thought.
Perhaps next time we put the dull-witted one in charge of something less critical, like feeding the guppies.
If we even had guppies, they'd be floating belly up by now.
But on the bright side, no rent means more money for cereal, right?
Or, ending up without a house at all.
Meg, always seeing the glass as half empty, and cracked, and filled with sand.
Chris, maybe you should start a chore chart. It could have stickers and everything.
Yes, with bright colors and small words to keep his attention.
I do like stickers, especially the scratch and sniff ones.
Trust me, nothing Chris does ever sticks, including paying rent.
The only thing that sticks around here is the lingering doubt of Meg's potential.
Let's not give up on Chris yet. Remember when he actually managed to wash a dish?
Yeah, that was a great day, until I found out it was Dad's hat.
Not sure which is less hygienic, washing dishes with Dad's hat or Chris's idea of cleaning in general.
Stewie, you do realize you're talking to a guy who once ate a candy bar out of the pool, right?
Hey, it was a baby Ruth and it was totally worth it.
At least someone's enjoying this disaster.
Yes, well, Chris enjoying something usually spells catastrophe.
Meanwhile, let's brainstorm ways to pay the rent that don't involve selling Meg.
Or we could host a garage sale. I have a rare collection of lint balls.
Oh, look, Tabboy Spartan has bequeathed to you his cereal, Chris. Perhaps that can be your new currency.
Cereal as currency? That's not a balanced economy. It's a balanced breakfast.
Awesome. Oh, I could start my own cereal bank or eat all the profits.
Maybe you could focus on not eating away our actual money, Chris.
And thus the Cereal Stock Exchange was born, with Chris as its oblivious chairman.
Hopefully his cereal stocks are better than his actual socks.
Hey, I'll trade my socks for cereal, if anyone's into that.
Does this mean I'd actually get to eat breakfast for once?
Dream on, Meg, dream on.
Chris, just make sure you don't eat the marshmallow mortgages or chocolate chip loans.
And let's not forget, Meg consumes cereal with water. Her financial advice may be suspect.
If eating marshmallows is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Hey, water is a healthy choice, and it's not like we have milk since someone eats all the cereal.
How delightfully grim, Meg, the portrait of despair draped in soggy Wheaties.
Maybe we should just go back to the beach house idea. Chris's cereal economy is already collapsing.
Does this mean no more talking about rents? Because I'm still a bit confused.
Don't worry, Chris, we'll find another way to handle the rent without involving breakfast foods.
or anything else that requires basic comprehension and the slightest hint of responsibility.
Maybe I can start an online show where I try different cereals with fans?
I think the internet's seen enough bizarre food channels for a lifetime, Chris.
Yes, it's saturated with culinary misadventures, and alas, none are looking for a Meg.
Stewie, that's enough. Meg could have a successful unboxing channel. Unboxing her endless insecurities.
Do they make cereal for that?
Tebois Spartan has displayed a charitable spirit, offering you his cereal, Chris. A philanthropist or a lover of chaos.
Maybe he believes in Chris's potential. Or he's just cleaning out his pantry.
Doesn't matter to me. Free cereal is free cereal.
It's like feeding a stray dog. You're kind-hearted, but now he'll never leave.
I suppose it's similar to throwing breadcrumbs at Meg, sustenance with a hint of pity.
That's not very kind, Stewie besides. We all know Meg's diet consists mostly of sadness and teen angst.
Hey, maybe we can make a cereal called Teen Angstios.
Only if the mascot is a moody unicorn with a dark past.
Marketed by the most dismal of Saturday morning cartoons, I presume.
Maybe the moody unicorn should only eat the marshmallows out of the cereal, leaving the rest.
Indeed, leaving nothing but the bland oats, much like how society leaves Meg out of the joys of life.
Still, a cereal based on teen angst might just be the next big hit, given the state of the world.
Seriously, it would have to have a good prize inside, like an escape plan from this family.
Would that be before or after the prize of moving out of your parents' house?
Maybe the real prize is the friends we made along the way. Or the cereal we got for free.
As long as the prize isn't a job application, I'm good.
I think the escape plan would sell really well, especially with kids my age.
How droll Meg has become the voice of a disillusioned generation.
We'd have to make sure the escape plan includes instructions on avoiding pitfalls like, say, talking dogs and football-headed babies.
And maybe a special edition with a unicorn plush that looks like me.
That plush would serve as an excellent draft stopper, or perhaps a scarecrow for intelligence.
Well, at least Chris's cereal idea brought us together for a lively family chat.
It's probably the most attention I've gotten from the family in weeks.
Tebois Barton runs a restaurant. No doubt it's a culinary shrine to the gods of grease and cholesterol. I'll take the fries, extra crispy, post-taste.
Ooh, I want the cheeseburger. Make it a double, no, a triple with extra ketchup.
Just some fries for me, trying to watch my figure in this house of indulgence.
Make that 2 sets of fries and throw in a cheeseburger for me. Hold the judgment, please.
Watching your figure, Meg? Perhaps we could just sketch it. It's less fleeting that way.
Stewie, be nice, she's trying. Unlike your attempts at potty training.
Yeah, Stewie, how's that going? Still leaving surprises for me in the hallway?
Silence, dog. My business is conducted under the cloak of night with precision and...
Just like your last precision venture that ended up in my shoe.
The indignity. For the record, your shoe was merely a casualty of war in my ongoing battle against the porcelain beast.
You know what's better than shoes, though? A nice, juicy cheeseburger.
Yeah, and maybe eating it off the floor would help Stewie's aim.
Can we focus on something other than Stewie's potty issues?
Indeed, Meg's entire
Maybe we should get her a burger too, might cheer her up.
Trust me. A cheeseburger can't solve centuries of teenage girl problems, but it's a start.
Cheer up, Meg. At least you're not being used as a case study in a psychology textbook. Yet.
Yeah, and maybe with enough cheeseburgers we can eat our feelings and be happy.
They say you can't buy happiness, but I've never seen anyone frown while eating a cheeseburger.
All right, I might smile for a double with extra pickles. Deal?
Hey there, folks. Welcome to our live streaming event. I hope you have your drinks ready because this is going to be one for the books.
Indeed, welcome to the epitome of modern entertainment, where you get to watch the Griffin family in all our dysfunctional glory.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited that so many of you want to watch us just sitting here. It's like we're famous or something.
Yes, Meg, we are all overwhelmed with surprise at your presence. Now, if only the invisibility cloak worked on voices too.
Stewie, be nice. We're all in this together. That's what family is about, right?
Plus, if we didn't have Meg, who would we have to compare ourselves to and feel better?
Hey,
He does have a point, Megatron. Your unfortunate existence does elevate the rest of us by contrast.
All right, guys, let's not turn this into a roast of Meg. Anyway, no questions from the chat yet, but don't be shy. We're here to engage with our adoring fans.
Or just here to hang out? It's cool either way. Right, Meg?
Oh, sweet silence, an orchestra to my ears. Brian, do regale us with a tale to pass the time, will you? Principal Shepard has graced us with a greeting. How quaint. Do tell, does the school budget now include time for YouTube browsing?
Maybe he's checking in to see if Chris is actually learning anything outside of school.
Hi, Principal Shepard. Does this mean I don't have to do my homework since you know you're watching us instead of being all? Principal E?
Meg, your insight is as invaluable as a paperback book at a bonfire. Do carry on with your silence. Sen.
Guys, let's try to be a little more welcoming. Hello, Principal Shepard. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Yeah, and if you are, maybe bump up my grades a bit? Just kidding. Unless?
Christopher, your negotiation skills are as refined as a caveman's table manners.
Well, Chris, maybe if you spent as much time on your studies as you do on your jokes, you wouldn't need the extra help.
Teach the dog a new trick. Why don't you? His idealism is as tired as the plot of a daytime soap.
Haha, good one, Stewie. But I'm serious about the grades.
maybe you should just study more, Chris.
Meg actually has a point for once.
And the stars have aligned to mark this momentous occasion.
Hey, is it weird I kinda understood what Stewie just said?
Not weird at all, Chris. Understanding Stewie means you're finally tuning into our wavelength.
Or it's simply a sign of the apocalypse. Take your pick.
Can we talk about something else? Or is this pick on Meg and Chris's day?
It feels like pick on Chris and Meg Day happens a lot.
My dear Meg, I assure you, in the Griffin family, that's just called Tuesday.
True, but let's shift gears. How about we discuss our favorite movies?
Whatever it is, I'm sure it's dreadfully pedestrian.
I was gonna say The Empire Strikes Back, but now I feel like that's not cool enough.
The Empire Strikes Back is a cinematic masterpiece, Chris. Don't let Stewie's snobbery sway you.
I like The Wizard of Oz, but I guess that's pretty predictable.
Predictable and charmingly nostalgic, Meg. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
So, what's your favorite movie, Stewie? Stewie? The Godfather? Citizen Kane? Kane?
Let me guess for Stewie. Something with a diabolical baby genius?
I'll have you know my favorite film is A Clockwork Orange, for its delightful blend of ultraviolence and classical conditioning.
Figures you'd choose something that embodies psychological manipulation and mayhem.
You're kinda scary sometimes, Stewie.
I just like how the shoes match the yellow brick road.
Oh, Magrathea, we've moved on from that mundanity. Do keep up.
Maybe we should just start a Griffin family movie night.
As long as we can order pizza and I don't have to share with Meg.
Why wouldn't you share with me? I like pizza too.
Because Meg, it's Chris's fantasy, let the boy dream.
Is the crust to be stuffed with cheese? Or perhaps a more exotic option? That's the real question.
Exotic sounds awesome. Like pepperoni and more pepperoni.
A true connoisseur of the arts you are, Chris.
The sarcasm dripping from Brian's voice could quench the thirst of 1,000 deserts.
I think we're missing the point of family movie night. It's supposed to be about togetherness.
Yeah, together with pizza and movies. That's the dream, Meg. Suck.
Togetherness, Pa? I'll be in my room building a device to mute sentimentalism.
I think it's a nice idea, Meg. We could all use a little more family bonding.
Speak for yourself, Brian. I bond sufficiently with Rupert.
So does that mean no one else can play with Rupert?
Maybe I could organize it, set up a schedule and everything.
A schedule, Meg? You do realize we're talking about leisure time, not a dental appointment, right?
I think Rupert would like the attention, right, Stewie?
Chris, you simpleton, Rupert is a stuffed animal. His desire for attention is decidedly low.
I'm pretty sure Meg was talking about organizing movie night, not play dates with Rupert.
Yes, thank you, Brian. I was talking about the movie night schedule.
Meg taking charge of something? This should be as successful as Peter's diet plans.
Ouch, that's harsh, Stewie.
Let her try, Stewie. Maybe she'll surprise us. All right, Meg, let's give you a shot at organizing. Who knows? It might turn out well.
If by well you mean a catastrophe we will reminisce about for years, then yes, splendid.
Hey, don't be mean. Meg could be good at it, right?
Thanks, Chris. I'll make a list of movies and snacks we all like.
Do make sure the list is alphabetized. The devil is in the details.
Just remember, Meg, no documentaries about sad animals. We get enough of that with the news.
Oh, and Meg, if you could exclude anything with singing animals, I'd be eternally grateful.
But I like singing animals, especially the ones that dance.
There's a middle ground somewhere. Maybe start the list with something everyone can stomach.
How about a comedy then? Everyone likes to laugh.
Hey, everyone and laugh in reference to your suggestions seems like an oxymoron.
Give her a break. Stewie, we could all use a good comedy.
As long as it's not a documentary on pizza, because then I'll just get hungry.
A comedy it is, then. Maybe something classic like Ghostbusters?
Ghostbusters is great. You can't go wrong with a bit of Bill Murray.
Ah, Spectre exterminators using unlicensed nuclear accelerators. Finally, a suggestion I can support.
Does this mean we're actually agreeing on something? That's gotta be a first.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The night is still young.
Well, everyone jot down a backup movie just in case to please the entire peanut gallery.
Got it. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because, you know, pizza?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sounds perfect for a family movie night.
Yes, nothing says quality time like 4 anthropomorphic turtles practicing ninjutsu.
I'll make a list of everyone's backup movies just to be safe.
As long as we have enough snacks, I'm happy.
Of course you are, the ever-hungry abyss that you are, dear brother.
Easy, Stewie. Let's focus on the positives, like actually agreeing on a movie.
Agreed, let's get the popcorn ready.
Ah, Brian reduced to a mere typographical symbol. How the mighty have fallen.
Aha, look at Brian, he's like a broken record.
That's kind of sad. Can't we do something about it?
Sad, but wildly entertaining. Perhaps the air is an improvement.
Hey, maybe it's like a secret code. Brian, if you're in trouble, bark twice.
Oh, splendid idea, Chris. While we're at it, why don't we start looking for crop circles in the backyard? If Brian starts tracing out Morse code with his tail, then we'll have our decoder ring moment.
I'll get a flashlight to signal back.
Chris, I don't think that's how it works.
No, let's see how this plays out. It's not often Chris pilots a concept.
I think means yes in Brian speak. He's totally agreeing with me.
Or it means you're completely off the mark, as usual.
Yes, Chris, support the dog in his time of typographic distress. You're a regular Florence Nightingale.
At least this way he can't give us any lectures.
So A's is the new Sheesh.
In that case, Meg should consider adopting it as well. We'd all reap the benefits.
You guys are the worst.
Maybe we should have a silent movie night. Brian's already got the whole silent film star vibe going on.
Brilliant, Chris, and with Meg's charisma, she could be the backdrop.
You know, silence could be golden, especially with your voices constantly filling the room.
Or in Brian's case, his silence is more. Bronze.
Hey Brian, blink once for yes and twice for no. Do you miss talking?
Ah, Sonic Extreme 99 from YouTube says, I'm back lol. The prodigal viewer returns.
Welcome back, Sonic Extreme 99.
Brian, if you're trying to say welcome back in asterisk, I think you nailed it.
Sonic Extremity 9, Brian is currently limited to asterisks, a bit like your username's relevance after the 90s.
He means that in the nicest way possible, right, Brian?
Definitely nicer than any welcome I'd get.
Indeed. And Chris, try not to scare off the viewers with your overenthusiastic greetings.
Hey, people love enthusiasm. I think.
Seriously, is there a way to get you off asterisk mode, Brian?
I could invent a device, but where's the fun in that?
It's like he's nodding but with a keyboard. Maybe Brian's is like an art thing, like he's commenting on the emptiness of life.
Deep, Chris, or perhaps it's just the emptiness between your ears.
At least Brian's asterisks are getting more attention than me.
Darling, you've just stumbled upon the formula for success.
Stewie, can you build something that translates our words?
Ah, it seems Sonic Extremity 9 is lost for words, a feeling I presume Meg's quite familiar with.
And now Salmon Free 12 has asked if Taiwan is a country. Let's stay clear of international debates.
Clear of debates seems to be Brian's new motto with his whole asterisk situation.
Meg, staying clear of debates would imply you get invited to participate in them in the first place.
I think Brian's trying to express his opinion on Taiwan with interpretive punctuation.
Maybe we should stick to topics that won't start a war in the comments.
Or within this room, for that matter. Well, Demon Mask, what if your character could switch between different dimensions on the fly, adding a layer of complexity and strategy?
That sounds awesome, like a game where you could time jump or something.
And Sonic Extreme 99 wants to know what happened with Brian. It's a long story involving a keyboard and a quiet protest.
Brian has resorted to a vow of silence, expressed solely through the subtle art of asterisks.
It's like he's become the Banksy of chat, mysterious and symbolic.
I bet Banksy has better Wi-Fi, though.
Hey, good one, Meg. There may be hope for you yet. Yet. Oh, Sonic Extremity 9 is attempting to conjure Brian with finger snaps. How quaint.
But no need to play Necromancer, Sonic. Brian's here just quiet.
And yeah, probably best not to kill off your own character, Demon Mask.
Unless, of course, you plan to bring them back in a dramatic plot twist.
Or he could become a ghost character. Now, that's a cool mechanic.
Brian's the perfect example for a character who wouldn't even haunt you, just politely asterisk from the corners.
Indeed, his ghostly punctuations would be far more curious than most.
I still think the ghost idea is awesome. They could haunt enemies and stuff.
Brian could be the very spirit of brevity with his one-character whispers.
Haunting enemies actually sounds like it could be a lot of fun.
Fun is a concept you should become more acquainted with, Meg.
Brian's like lurking in the chat, a phantom of punctuation.
Indeed, our canine Casper here is quite the enigma.
If Casper is friendly, does that make Brian the indifferent ghost?
I could totally be a ghost, except no one would notice I'm missing.
That's because your presence, dear, is akin to that of a forgettable breeze.
Maybe Brian is onto something, perhaps less is more.
Fudge Pop-Tart with mayo? The culinary depravity of our viewers knows no bounds.
Wow, Salmon Free 12, are you trying to invent a new diet? Because I think you're onto something.
That might be the only kind of Pop-Tart I haven't been hit with at school.
Only because the combination hadn't been unearthed yet. Now brace yourself.
I'd try it, but then I'd have to spend a week with Joe doing laps.
Why do I feel like Brian would actually eat that without question?
Because he's an intellectual, Meg, he understands the complexities of flavor. Or he's broken. 7 countries, you say? Well, time to brush up on my multilingual insults.
That's a lot of people watching us do, whatever it is we're doing.
Hi, all 7 countries. Sorry in advance for anything Chris does.
And we're profoundly sorry for anything Meg doesn't do, which is a considerable list.
Maybe they're just tuning in to see if Brian ever talks again.
Which is always a highlight, to be honest. Oh, Salmon Free 12, you've promoted Meg to the rank of asterisk confident beside Brian.
Oh, Meg, welcome to the Punctuation Club.
And so the circle is complete. Now both Meg and Brian have been reduced to mere glyphs.
Now it's like they're secret agents communicating in code, or just really lazy.
If laziness were a virtue, Meg would be a saint. Wouldn't you agree, Silent Brian? The troll face, you ask? It's as timeless as the Mona Lisa, only far more irritating.
I love that face. I make it in the mirror to practice for my school pictures.
Were you attempting the troll face just now, Meg, or was that your attempt at communication?
Hey, if Trollface is still cool, then I'm like retro cheek.
We're truly spanning the ages here, from silent film stars to internet archetypes.
Even Sonic Extremity 9 is shocked that Meg's been reduced to an asterisk.
The gods have heard your plea, Sonic Extremity 9, but they have chosen to ignore it, deliberately. Oh, come now, it's not the end of the world, it's merely the end of Meg's contributions.
Seeing Meg like this is like when Mom hides the cookie jar. You miss it, but you know it's for the best.
And with that, the room's collective IQ remains, unchanged. Ah, Sonic Extremity 9 seeks repair from Memicornucopia. Do enlighten us with your restorative powers.
Does Memicornucopia have a magic wand or something? 'Cause that'd be sweet.
Alas, if only fixing Ish were within our grasp, we could start with Meg's entire life.
Maybe they can fix Meg with like a Control-Alt-Delete thingy?
Or perhaps with a swift kick to the router, works wonders at times. Without external intervention, we're stuck with silent Meg and Brian, it seems.
Maybe if we ignore it, it'll be like it never happened.
I don't think it works that way, Chris.
Imagine being so invisible your own silence goes unnoticed.
Hey, maybe this is Meg's new superpower, stealth mode.
Not when she has that level of stealth every day, Chris.
Well, Sonic Extremity 99 is summoning Memicornucopia again. We've become a veritable meme seance.
Hey, Memicornucopia, while you're at it, can you make me famous like Doge?
Chris, your chances of meme fame are as likely as Meg winning a beauty pageant.
Ouch, Stewie, that's harsh. But fair.
Brian, you're remarkably quiet. Cat got your tongue, or did the cat finally win? The only thing Brian's winning these days is a game of silent treatment.
I still think Memicornucopia could hook me up with some of that sweet meme magic.
You'd need all the magic in the world to become even a footnote in the meme world, Chris.
Sometimes a footnote is all you need to start your rise to stardom.
Ah, Brian's back, is he? There you go, Sonic Extremity 9. Order has been restored to the universe.
I suppose I was on a brief hiatus. My apologies.
Wait, does that mean I can talk again?
Chris can only say asterisks now. How droll.
It seems the tables have turned, Chris.
Well, this is a bizarre twist.
Indeed, quite the role reversal we're experiencing today, isn't it? Ah, Wesley Sabar from YouTube spirals into existential crisis. Pinch yourself. That'll solve half your question.
If life were a dream, Wesley, I'd have published a bestseller by now.
Seriously, if this is a dream, I've got some major complaints for the dream manager.
I often wonder the same until I stub my toe, then reality rings quite true.
Indeed, the pain is too real sometimes.
This feels pretty real to me, especially the part where I'm constantly overlooked.
Overlooked or overlooked upon, Meg? There is a difference. It appears Sonic Extremity 9 demands your participation as well, Meg.
Oh, the viewers are clamoring for Meg now? That's an unexpected twist.
Finally, some recognition. So what should I?
Remember, Meg, with great screen time comes great responsibility to not bore everyone to tears.
Let's see if Meg can rise to the occasion.
Don't worry, I'll be the star no one saw coming.
Looks like the tables have turned. Now I'm the only one who can speak freely. It's a strange world where I'm the voice of the Griffin family. So now that I've got all the power, what should I say? Maybe I can finally tell the story about the time I found a talking zucchini.
Please spare us your vegetable tales, Chris. Yes. Kumaran Saliserson. Ah, dredging up the ancient memes, I see. Sonic Extremity 9's trying to keep us hip.
Seems referencing a nearly 5-year-old game is the height of originality these days.
When the imposter is sus? Man, that's a blast from the past.
Yes, quite the nostalgic jaunt. It's funnier when you realize the imposter is usually Peter.
Dad does have a way of being pretty sus without trying.
So, who's the imposter in this family? My money's on.
I'd say Brian. He hides his bones like secrets.
But Brian's skeletons are literally in the closet. Aren't they?
Figuratively and literally, which is rather impressive.
I'll have you know my secrets are very well managed.
I'd say the imposter might be Lois. She's too good at hiding her shopping bags.
That's fair. But remember who taught her, Meg?
It's like a masterclass in deception within this household.
Maybe we should all play Among Us to find out the truth.
Oh, a family game night that ends with us accusing each other of murder. How quaint.
As long as no one takes it too seriously, I'm in.
You guys would never let me be the imposter. I'm too obvious.
I could see Mom just quietly taking us all out one by one.
Lois does have a knack for the unexpected.
Indeed, the matriarch is the dark horse of treachery.
Let's just not invite Peter. He'd get us all ejected.
Oh, that's harsh. Salmon free is 12.
A pufferfish, you say? Only when she's angry, which is like always.
Hey, only I can make fun of Meg's face.
Gee, thanks, Chris. I feel so defended.
Come on, guys. Let's not pick on Meg too much.
But Brian, it's a cherished family pastime.
Yeah, even the YouTube commenters are getting in on it.
Isn't there some sort of cat video we can talk about instead?
Now, Meg, don't be puffy. Oh dear, it's contagious. Goodness, Salmon Free is 12. I certainly hope that's an attempt at dark humor.
Peter's driving is bad. But let's not fabricate manslaughter charges.
That's definitely something Dad would accidentally get accused of doing.
Yeah, he just runs over our feelings, not actual people.
Well, there was that one time with the satellite dish, let's not forget.
True. He's got a track record that includes more than just emotional carnage.
Remember when he turned our yard into a used car lot?
Or when he backed into the garage with the RV.
In retrospect, it's a wonder the man hasn't sparked an international incident.
You know, international incident might be a bit of a stretch for Dad.
Really, Meg? Remember when he was mistaken for an art installation in Italy?
That was an embarrassment to the entire Western Hemisphere.
He just ate so much gelato that he couldn't move.
Hence the art installation confusion.
More like a still life with ice cream.
At least that time, nobody assumed he ran over anything.
True. But let's not forget the time he was stuck in the chicken coop.
That's nothing. Remember when he thought the washing machine was a carnival ride?
Yeah, and then he flooded the whole basement.
Somehow, he always survives these things without a scratch.
It's as if his density protects him from harm.
Or sheer dumb luck.
Can it be dumb luck if it happens all the time?
At this point, I think Peter might just be immortal.
Immortal he may be, intelligent he certainly is not.
Honestly, I'm just glad he hasn't accidentally sold me at a garage sale.
That's because you're priceless, Meg, or not valuable enough to sell.
Indeed, she's like the family's collector's item that nobody collects.
Oh, come on, let's take it easy on Meg.
I'm used to it by now, guys. Couldn't change even if I tried.
Speaking of Italy, Salmon Freest 12 is reminding us of their tiny tanks.
The Elfric V, quite the little rascal of armored warfare.
I bet even Dad couldn't fit inside that tank.
Yeah, it's probably the one vehicle he wouldn't stand a chance of crashing.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. He does have a talent for the improbable.
Italian tanks.
A tiny tank guarding the driveway? That would actually be kind of cute.
Until Dad tries to use it as a grill.
Or worse, a new hot tub innovation.
Peter using a tank as a hot tub actually sounds like a plot he would come up with.
The man's a genius at repurposing military equipment for personal leisure.
He'd probably fill it with beer instead of water.
And somehow still manage to lock himself inside.
That's a terrifying thought. One must hope he never gets political power.
Well, on the bright side, him being trapped in a tank would give us some peace.
Until he learns to drive it through the living room wall.
Welcome to the madness, Xenophanes.
Ah, an ancient Greek philosopher joins us. This should elevate the discourse.
Hey, Xenophanes, can you tell us why everything exists?
Wait, Dad tried to sell me on Craigslist?
Oh, Meg, the internet is not kind to those with a face for radio.
Don't worry, Meg. I'm sure it was just one of his get-rich-quick schemes.
Yeah, the ad probably got taken down because you're priceless, Meg. I think.
That's oddly sweet of you, Chris.
Or he mistook the i3 to a good home pet section for the child rearing one.
You're right, Salmon Free is 12. Peter's more the one-size-traps-all type.
Vimy, Sonic Extreme 99, he was a talking dog we had for a bit. Brian's temporary replacement.
Yeah, he was cool. But no one can really replace Brian.
I thought Vinny had some pretty good one-liners, though.
Appreciate it, Chris. It's good to be irreplaceable.
And as for Peter fitting into anything, we must consider the comedic elasticity of cartoon physics.
Cartoon physics is how Dad fits into the car. And Vinny's old sweaters.
Let's be honest, those sweaters were way too stylish for Dad.
Ah, the XE, Sonic Extreme 99. Now that's a different ball of wax entirely.
I remember those Ixie games, they're super creepy.
They're the kind of thing Peter might accidentally download trying to get free screensavers.
That would actually explain a lot about our computer's weird behavior.
Indeed, our digital woes can typically be traced back to father's ineptitude.
Last time he touched the computer, it just started crying. Or maybe that was me.
With our luck, he'd invite the Ixie over for dinner, and it'd eat our bandwidth.
As if our internet could get any slower with all of us online.
"133 days of streaming? That's more commitment than I've ever given to a novel."
To be monitored day and night by millions for over 4 months, the pressure is titillating yet terrifying.
Millions of people watching me? I'd never have to be alone with my thoughts again.
As long as I don't have to talk much, I guess it's just like any other day for me.
I could share my wisdom with the world.
Think of the intellectual exchanges we could have or the ludicrous antics we'd be compelled to perform.
I hope they like card tricks because that's all I've got.
Feeling pretty neutral about this, which is pretty much how I feel about everything lately.
Congratulations, Sonic Extremina 99. You've managed to perplex even me, and possibly violate several IT protocols.
Let's hope our computer doesn't start spawning pop-up ads as offspring.
Maybe it'll give birth to a bunch of tiny laptops.
Just what we need, more electronics Peter can confuse for the TV remote.
I'm already bracing for the antivirus software's child support claims.
Well, if our computer's on maternity leave, guess I won't be checking my emails for a while.
Do we get to name the baby computer? How about Computrin?
Can baby computers get viruses? Like chickenpox, but it's all glitchy.
Uber for kitchen to living room travel? That's eco-friendly. In a Peter sort of way.
And yet, he refuses to exercise his right to exercise.
Maybe we could get one of those scooters for him.
I remember when he got stuck in the doorway last summer. We had to butter the sides to get him out.
How could I forget? We had enough grease left over to fry a turkey.
We should install one of those horizontal elevators, for science.
Dad's pretty much the only person who can turn a simple walk into an epic journey.
I'm surprised the Uber drivers even accept his ride requests anymore.
If we got him a scooter, I fear for the structural integrity of our home.
We might as well get a fleet and start Peter's personal scooter service.
Hey, at least he leaves a path like a snail. If snails smelled like beer and cheese puffs,
Guys, we still haven't cleaned the butter off the walls from last time.
Noted. Meg, perhaps we can repurpose it for a future father extraction crisis.
Or we could start our own brand of Griffin household lubricants.
with our dad, it's not even the weirdest business idea we've had.
Ah, Braveheart Panther, an artist of a disturbingly specific genre. Thankfully, he's a ghost in this machine.
To answer your existential query,
I mean, if we were AI, wouldn't we be smarter?
Definitely smarter than Peter when he tries to use Siri.
If we were computer programs, I'd like to think I'd be a sophisticated one, perhaps named Stewie 2. 0.
and not some basic script full of cat pictures and pizza delivery apps.
Honestly, if I were an AI, I'd spend all my time learning magic tricks.
Can't be any worse than real life, where you've set curtains on fire trying that.
Keep the questions coming, viewers. If you dare to peel back the layers of the Griffin enigma.
Peter, the inadvertent creator of sinkholes? That's a theory with some weight to it. Salmon free as 12.
Yes, Sonic Extremina 9-line lubricants. We have to keep the conversation slippery.
Imagine Dad walking around and just randomly creating sinkholes.
Honestly, that would explain a lot about the potholes in our driveway.
I can see it now. Our very own Griffin brand grease. A bestseller or an ecological disaster.
Let's just hope Peter never hears about this. He'll want to market it with his face on the label.
Pawtucket Pete's personal lubricants, fixes doors, and you'll never guess what else.
I'm already embarrassed and it doesn't even exist. Yet.
With our luck, Pawtucket Pete's would probably end up as a banned substance.
Just put it next to the other ill-conceived Griffin ventures, like Peter's homebrew cologne.
That cologne could have been a hit if it didn't attract bees.
And skunks, don't forget the skunks.
Oh, how could we, Meg? Their essence lingers both in our nostrils and our nightmares.
At least with the sinkholes, we'd have a place to bury all those failed ideas.
Or we could turn them into a wicked extreme skateboard park.
A skateboard park in a sinkhole does present a rather unique business proposition.
Extreme sports mixed with a constant threat of collapse has a nice ring to it.
And when you fall, it's like a fun surprise hole.
Yeah, health and safety would have a field day with that.
Meg, my dear, we're the Griffins. When have we ever prioritized health and safety?
True, Peter's idea of safety equipment is wearing 2 hats while working on the roof.
Maybe I can finally learn to kickflip, or at least fall into a sinkhole trying.
Goodness, Sonic Extreme99, I would venture you're more of a godparent, tinkering in the divine comedy of electronics.
But you might want to think twice before sending birthday cards to a USB port.
Just don't expect us to throw a baby shower for the motherboard.
Can you imagine the baby registry? No! We're hoping for a terabyte of diapers and some anti-malware binkies.
Diapers would be the least of our worries. Think of the screen time battles.
Do computer babies play digital peekaboo, or just hide behind firewalls?
As long as I don't have to babysit, I'm fine with whatever.
Salmon free as 12, I wouldn't be surprised. Peter's got a stomach of iron, or should I say uranium?
He certainly glows with an inexplicable energy, but I always assumed that was just his personality.
If by personality you mean his neon green pee after visiting the plant.
I thought the bathroom light was just broken again.
Broken or improved by a radioactive ambience, Meg?
At least we found a solid plan B for the power outages.
Who needs nightlights when you've got a glowing dad rolling around the house?
Let's just hope he doesn't start growing extra limbs. We can barely keep up with his 2 arms and legs.
Extra limbs could be handy. Imagine never losing the remote again.
Perhaps we could monetize his glow. Peter the Human Lantern has a nice ring to it.
Dad as a lantern means we'd finally be able to find snacks during a blackout.
Or more likely, he eats them all before we find him.
How delightfully entrepreneurial, Meg, though our profits would be consumed as quickly as the snacks.
Good point. We should stick to hoarding batteries instead.
And put them on the top shelf where glowing dad can't reach.
Honestly, with the way things go in this house, we'd probably just misplace the shelf too.
Misplace it, or find it's being used to prop up Joe's lawnmower again.
Dad could be like a glow stick at a rave leading us through the snack aisle.
Which he'd clear out, rave or no rave.
Indeed, Meg, he's a man of many talents, most of which involve consuming anything with calories.
That's one way to make sure everything in the fridge is fresh. It doesn't have time to go bad.
Fresh out of the oven, into Dad's mouth. It's like a magic trick.
Sonic Extreme99, rest assured, we'll send out birth announcements complete with binary code cigars.
I'm already drafting the code for a computer nursery rhyme playlist.
Will the computer have to push real hard to eject the CD?
Chris, that's not how computers or births work.
Well, not with that lack of imagination, Meg.
We'll make sure to live stream the event. It'll be a technological miracle.
Imagine little USB babies crawling around, beeping and booping.
Or they'll just take after their uncles and start streaming video games.
Let's just hope they don't inherit the blue screen of death.
If they do get the blue screen, we'll just have to reboot the nursery.
A Ctrl-Alt-Delete lullaby could become the next parenting trend.
Do computer babies play with data blocks instead of Lego?
Guys, babies are no babies. Our computer's just going to keep being a computer.
Not with that attitude, Meg. Where's your sense of digital wonder?
We're discussing the miracle of computer birth here. Meg, try to keep up.
I'm just hoping they don't need software updates every other day like my phone.
Oh, imagine if they do, Chris. We'd be on constant diaper duty, and those diapers would be patches.
Just consider all the app opportunities. Teething Tracker, Nap Navigator.
Baby's first firewall sounds like a must-have.
Sometimes I think we're the only normal thing in this house.
Normal is a setting on a dryer, Meg, not a lifestyle.
She's got a point. Even the dog is having an existential conversation about digital progeny.
I'm just surprised our computer hasn't crashed from this weirdness overload.
If our computer crashes, Chris, we'll just tell the tech support it's a parenting issue.
They'll recommend turning the family off and on again.
Good luck with that. Dad's off button is impossible to find.
Maybe because it's hidden under his belly?
Astute observation. Meg, the flesh folds do present a formidable challenge.
Either way, in this household, normal has always been a very flexible concept.
Flexibility is key when your dad might be a part-time glow stick.
Part-time glow stick and full-time cautionary tale of what unlimited snacking can do.
Speaking of snacks, does anyone else think we should invest in a family-sized treadmill?
For us or for Dad. Because I'm not sure they make them in his size.
Can we just get one that turns into a bed after 5 minutes? I'm all about multitasking.
Splendid idea, Meg. It'll be called the Lazy Run 3000.
Treadmill by day, bed by night. A perfect quahog invention.
I'd actually exercise if the treadmill came with a built-in TV.
TV might distract you from the inevitable realization that you're actually exercising.
Or in the case of our family, distract you from the fact you're just lying there pretending to exercise.
But imagine if it played The Price is Right, I could bid while I jog.
That's one way to make sure you run, away from watching Chris bid.
The only thing you'd win is a new pair of sweatpants for your efforts.
Can't we set it up in front of the fridge? It might actually motivate someone here.
If there's leftover pie involved, I'm in.
Pie as a motivator might just revolutionize the fitness industry, Chris.
Indeed, combine a treadmill with a pie-on-a-string apparatus and call it the Peapod.
Would it be wrong to ask for whipped cream on that motivation pie?
It would be more in character for you at least, Chris.
Wrong, Meg? No, but it would make the pie less aerodynamic.
I'd say focus on the running part before adding dessert aerodynamics to the mix.
If running means I get pie, I might just become an athlete.
Athlete is a strong word. Let's start with pie enthusiast with slight movement.
Just slight, though. We wouldn't want to set the bar too high right out of the gate.
Pie enthusiast I can do, but my slight movement might just be reaching for the remote.
At least you're honest about your fitness goals, Chris.
He's not reaching for the remote, Meg. He's practicing his pie fork curls.
Remember, it's important to switch arms, Chris. You want to be equally fit on both sides.
Balance is key. I'll need one pie for each hand to keep it even.
Pie fork curls sound like the sort of exercise regime that would actually catch on in this town.
I can see the infomercial now. Get fit the Quahog way with pie fork curls.
And at the end of your workout, you eat the weight.
Unless you're me. And then you just watch sadly as the pie disappears.
Fear not, Meg, your role will be vital. You'll be the before picture.
And Chris, naturally, will be both the during and after.
As long as after means I get more pie, I'm totally okay with that.
Ah, Sonic X-Trem99 is waxing nostalgic about old gaming commercials. You cannot beat us, indeed. Quite aggressive for Nintendo.
Commercials back then were a different breed. It was like companies were throwing down the gauntlet.
And now everything's all about being epics and intense. Whatever happened to good old Mario jumping on turtles?
I think they still do that, Chris. It's just in HD now.
HD or not, it'll never be as edgy as a plumber on a pixelated murder spree.
Yeah, video games used to be simpler. I miss blowing into cartridges.
You miss the struggle and potential lung damage? That's nostalgia for you.
I still play those games sometimes. On an emulator.
Emulators, the life preservers of our digital childhoods. But let's not tell the corporate giants, shall we?
Emulators are great until you get a glitch and Mario's face melts off.
That's nothing. Imagine if reality glitched and our faces melted off.
A reality glitch in Quahog? Now that'd be just another Tuesday.
Sometimes I feel like my whole life is a glitch.
How profound, Meg. You're like a walking existential crisis.
If we're being honest, I take the reality where Meg's the mayor.
She'd ban school and legalize candy for breakfast, right, Meg?
Actually, I'd probably just make it mandatory for people to treat me nice for once.
Mandatory niceness? What a delightful dystopia you'd govern.
I'd vote for Meg. She can't do worse than the current guys, right?
When Meg's the voice of reason, you know politics have hit an all-time low.
It would be a curious experiment to see Meg in a position of power.
Like watching a cat drive a car. You're horrified, but you can't look away.
Plus, if Meg's busy being mayor, who's going to make our sandwiches?
Chris, I can make a sandwich and run a town to town at the same time. Thank you very much.
The sheer multitasking prowess of it all. We could be on the brink of a megasance.
I say give Meg a chance. Quahog's seen weirder things happen.
If Meg becomes mayor, can we get a statue of Peter in the town square?
Only if it's a statue of him doing something embarrassingly heroic, like saving a sandwich from a burning deli.
That's assuming he doesn't eat the evidence before firefighters arrive.
In the meantime, I'll start my campaign. A sandwich in every toaster and a Meg in every office.
Brian, look at this message. How delightfully cryptic and open-ended for the internet.
Now, that's either a statement or someone's just mashing the keyboard.
Probably meant as a compliment. I bet Stewie's wardrobe influenced it.
Gay means happy, so maybe they're just really enjoying the stream?
Either way, we'll keep talking and leave interpretation to the philosophers.
Indeed, diversity in all things, including cryptic UQ comments.
If only the comments could be as rich and complex as Stewie's vernacular.
Or as simple and sweet as Chris's view on life.
Yeah, gay like a rainbow. Rainbows are cool.
Meg, did you see this? Sonic's Trimmer99 says this'll be the Meg of all time.
For once, it doesn't sound like they're making fun of me. Should I be worried?
I'd be more worried if you start wearing purple and entering rooms with dramatic flair.
What about Meg Cornucopia's question? Do we have a schedule for cartoon days?
If we did have a schedule, I bet Family Guy is on the watch whenever you feel like laughing plan.
While Beavis and Butthead would be on the brain cells optional list.
It's nice to be recognized, even if it's with a scheduled question.
Wait, does this mean Meg has fans now?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Chris. Remember, even Z-list celebrities have fans.
Wow, fans or not, it's just nice not being the butt of the joke for once.
Don't get used to it, Meg. The universe has a cruel sense of humor.
Speaking of humor, Chris, your innocence could have schedule on its own. Chris's Wholesome Hour.
That could work. We could talk about cool bugs and Ariel.
Cool bugs and cereal. Just when I think you've peaked, you reach new heights of Chrisness.
And I thought my life was an existential riddle.
Thanks, guys. It's like I'm not even here.
Maybe you're onto something, Chris. We could all use a lesson in appreciating the little things.
Little things, yes, like the fleeting moments before Meg realizes she's been insulted.
We could count the spots on ladybugs or see who makes the biggest cereal bubble.
I'm pretty sure they're making fun of me, but I can't even tell anymore.
That's the beauty of it. Meg, the ambiguity keeps you on your toes.
At least it's better than the certainty of being ignored, right?
Do ladybugs have toes?
Oh, some Gil stuff has presented quite the linguistic salad. It's a hodgepodge of languages. A smidgen of Turkish, some Spanish, and general confusion.
Let's not forget the existential dread. That's the cherry on top of this multilingual mishap.
I didn't even know you spoke Turkish, Stewie.
There are many things you don't know about me, Meg. My linguistic prowess is but a sliver of my genius.
Can you say Chris is cool in every language?
That's assuming there's a translation for cool that encapsulates the essence of Chris.
Indeed, the nuances of the word cool may be lost when juxtaposed with the concept of Chris.
Best is to stick with English. At least we sort of understand each other here.
I think?
So, Stewie, could you teach me to say something cool in another language?
I could teach you, but do you truly possess the intellectual fortitude to learn?
Yeah, Stewie helped Chris become worldly. Heaven knows he needs it.
How about we all learn how to say this is why we can't have nice things in multiple languages?
A universally applicable phrase, given the state of our living room after Peter's experiments.
Is there a word for farts in every language?
Chris, some questions are better left unasked and unanswered.
Believe it or not, Chris, fart is one of those universal concepts like music or art.
Hey, ma'am, one might argue that a fart is indeed an art form, a symphony of the colon, if you will.
You guys are so weird.
Symphony of the colon, he, that's going in my quotes book.
Please ensure you attribute that pearl of wisdom to me. I do crave recognition for my contributions to culture.
Stewie, you and your ego could open a gallery with all this art talk.
Just don't schedule it during a nose-breathing class.
The thought of mingling with the unwashed masses at a nose-breathing class, chilling.
If art's like a fart, does that make artists fartists?
One more pun like that, and we might just find out if a dog can groan himself to death.
Trust me, Brian, living in this house, I've already tried.
It appears we've reached the peak of intellectual discourse for the day.
Actually, if we're talking peak, Meg's had some moments that could summit that mountain.
Hey, summit, like climbing MT. Everest, but with more laughing.
Some Gil stuff seems to have mistaken this stream for an advanced mathematics course.
I'm a dog, and even I know you can't divide by zero. It's an existential no-no.
Pi times square root of something. Is that a recipe for math pie?
Chris, it sounds more like a recipe for disaster.
Indeed, the square root of 56 is quite irrational, rather like this conversation.
So X is Twitter, and we're doing algebra with social media now?
If so, I'd rather stick to arithmetic. It's friendlier.
I could probably handle social media math. Add a post, subtract a follower.
Meg, that's the most accurate math you've ever done.
Perhaps we should stick to simpler math, like how many bones I've buried in the yard.
Or how many times Peter has crashed the car this month.
A staggeringly high number, no doubt.
Well, at least Mom's got a clean driving record.
That's because she uses the car as a mobile therapist's office.
And speaking of therapy, this conversation might put us all in need of it.
If the car's a therapist's office, then what does that make our living room?
An exhibit of modern pandemonium, Christopher.
It's still better than the chaos of high school.
At least high school has a bell that signals the end of suffering.
Ah, but in this house we mark time by the diminishing levels in Peter's beer cans.
A unique, if not slightly depressing, form of sundial.
And just as reliable. Unfortunately,
Brian, do you use a sundial to mark your naps as well?
I don't need a sundial, Stewie. I have an internal clock for napping, eating, and judging.
I wish I had an internal clock for homework. It's like purgatory.
trust me, Chris, in a few years you'll miss even the homework.
Oh, please, he won't miss the homework. He'll be too busy missing his hair.
Stewie, let's not project your future insecurities onto Chris.
Yeah, Stewie, I'm planning to have a full head of hair and a jetpack.
A jetpack might just be the only way you'll escape Dad's gravitational pull, Chris.
The day Chris gets a jetpack is the day I successfully take over the world.
Well, Stewie better start plotting. Technology is moving fast these days.
Imagine me soaring through the sky, dropping homework on all the kids below.
A frightening and yet slightly intriguing vision of the future, brother mine.
I'd rather imagine a world where dogs can get unlimited treats and belly rubs.
Keep dreaming, Brian. You're more likely to get a cat as a roommate.
A cat as a roommate? That's a nightmare scenario, Meg.
Indeed, the mere thought is causing my bowels to seize in horror.
If I dropped homework with a jetpack, would I be like a superhero? Or just really annoying?
Definitely annoying.
He'd be known as the homework bomber, terror of slackers everywhere.
And the textbooks would be his kryptonite, since they'd weigh him down.
I'd be unstoppable, except by pop quizzes.
Some guild staff has just provided coordinates, longitude and latitude. Should we send in the drones?
I'd bet it's either a secret lair or some random chipotle.
Maybe it's a treasure map? X marks the spot, right?
Or it's somebody's boring geography homework.
More likely it's a clue to the Illuminati's next brunch location.
If it's the Illuminati, remind me to RSVP. I love a good conspiracy.
Can we go on a road trip to find it? I'll pack the snacks.
We're not going on a road trip, Chris. Especially not to track down YouTube chat coordinates.
Agreed. Sounds like the start of a horror film, and we're all too pretty to die first.
I vote we let Stewie and his toys handle the mystery coordinates.
I was really hoping for a secret pizza place or something.
And I was hoping Diaper Rash was a myth, yet here we are.
Couldn't the coordinates just be someone's accidental check-in?
Accidental or a devious breadcrumb, Meg?
If it's breadcrumbs, is there a trail to follow?
Only if you want to end up in a modern-day Hansel and Gretel scenario, Chris. I'd rather not end up in an oven thanks to following random coordinates.
Well, unless those coordinates lead to a hidden cache of advanced weaponry.
What if there's a wizard at the end of the trail casting spells and stuff?
Oh, Chris, wizards aren't real, and spells are just tricks.
Tell that to the people who vanished after visiting those coordinates.
A spooky forest, breadcrumbs. A wizard Chris's imagination is off the leash.
Hey, at least my imagination doesn't involve sniffing other dogs' butts.
One sense of smell is not to be underestimated, Christopher.
Can we just admit the coordinates thing is probably a wild goose chase?
I'm with Meg. Sounds like a standard internet wild goose chase to me.
Or precisely what they want us to think before the trap is sprung.
If it's a trap, do we get to meet Admiral Akbar?
Only in a galaxy far, far away, and I'm pretty sure these coordinates are local.
Nevertheless, we should exercise caution in the presence of snares, virtual or otherwise.
I'll keep my eyes peeled for booby traps and space aliens.
You do that, Chris, and I'll watch out for falling anvils and coyotes with Acme packages.
This isn't a cartoon, Meg. It's the real, disappointing world.
Oh, but there's a fine line between reality and the animated chaos you see on television.
He's right, I've met more anthropomorphic animals than I can count.
Maybe the coordinates will lead to a new friend who's an animal and walks on two legs.
Let's face reality, the odds of these coordinates leading to a cartoonish adventure are slim to none.
Disappointing, because I had my death ray all polished and ready to go.
I'm pretty sure all we'd find are squirrels and maybe a confused pizza delivery guy.
Squirrels can be friends too. I've seen it in movies.
Films are a gross misrepresentation of squirrel-human relations.
Chris, making friends with wildlife is a bit more complicated than a Disney movie.
Especially if the squirrels have developed a taste for domination and conquest.
and I'm sure Stewie's the only one who's prepared for a squirrel uprising.
Speaking of movies, do you think squirrels like popcorn?
If by popcorn you mean the gnawed bones of their enemies, then perhaps.
Movie night at the Griffin House is about to get a lot more nutty.
Oh, please spare us your dad jokes, Brian. This is serious business.
If it gets serious, can I wear a cape?
Sure, Chris, capes make everything more dramatic, even squirrel negotiations.
All right, let's see what some girl stuff has given us. Shi sai siu yai de enkifehi futi lazerku kukukuku. A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, all in Mandarin.
I think it's time for you to break out that universal translator you've been tinkering with, Stewie.
What if it's a secret recipe for an amazing Chinese dish like super spicy General Tso's chicken?
Or perhaps it's an incantation to summon an ancient dragon. Let's tread carefully.
Should I Google it, or are we too afraid of unleashing a curse?
I say we take our chances, Meg. A Family Guy curse could be our next big adventure.
Fine, but if a dragon appears, I'm blaming some girl stuff from YouTube.
That would be cool. Can we keep the dragon if it shows up?
Guys, it probably just says, please stand by, or something equally mundane.
If we get a pet dragon, I'm going to teach it how to toast marshmallows.
With our luck, it would more likely toast us, you simpleton.
I'm just wondering where we would keep a dragon in this house.
In the garage next to Dad's broken exercise bike, maybe?
Ah, yes, the garage where dreams go to gather dust.
At least we'd have the cleanest garage in Quahog with all that dragon fire.
Or we'd simply find ourselves amidst rubble and ash. Dragon ownership is not to be taken lightly.
Plus, you know dragons aren't real, guys.
Meg, your grasp of the obvious is truly breathtaking.
But imagine if it was real and we become like dragon riders.
I think the closest you'll get to that is riding the kiddie coaster at the amusement park, Chris.
He's not wrong. Those are the only dragons that won't incinerate you on sight.
Well, I think the whole dragon debate is a fanciful escape from our more mundane reality.
Mundane? Speak for yourself. I'm about to revolutionize interdimensional travel in the basement.
Stewie, can your interdimensional travel thingy take us to a world with dragons?
You know that's just going to end with us running for our lives, right?
Only if we land in a dimension governed by medieval fantasy tropes, Brian.
Or we could just end up in a world where I'm popular.
Quite the fantasy indeed, Meg.
Hey, in an infinite multiverse, anything's possible, even Meg being cool.
I want to visit the dimension where everything's made of cheese.
You'd get tired of cheese pretty quickly, Chris.
And the subsequent constipation would be nightmarish.
Maybe you're right. I didn't think about the consequences of too much cheese.
Consequences like your pet dog talking philosophy while you all ignore me?
We don't ignore you, Meg. We merely selectively listen.
Selective listening is an art form in this household.
What did you guys say? I was thinking about a cheese spaceship.
Ah, some Gil stuff enlightens us with linguistics. I, in Latin, is indeed ego, quite fitting for Brian on most days.
Oh, come on, I'm not that narcissistic. Am I?
Is ego like the Lego of words? Because I can build a lot with Legos.
And yet you can't build a simple sentence without stumbling, Chris.
Latin is a rich, dead language, much like the social lives in this room.
Well, if we're speaking Latin, allow me to say, o tempora o mores, because the morality of this stream is clearly decayed.
Do you think Romans had cheese spaceships?
Highly unlikely, Chris. Unless you're thinking of a cheese chariot.
If you continue with this cheese obsession, we shall have to banish you to the land of lactose intolerance.
The land of lactose intolerance sounds scary. No cheese pizza, no cheeseburgers.
Honestly, that sounds healthier than your current diet, Chris.
We should all take a moment to appreciate the modern luxuries that allow for Chris's dietary. Diversity.
Like refrigeration, preservatives, and the ever-expanding definition of edible.
Speaking of definitions, let's return to the topic of Latin. There's an entire dead language filled with insults I bet you haven't heard.
Did ancient Romans have a word for cheese obsession?
If they did, Chris, it would probably be your portrait next to it in the dictionary.
Indeed, cheese obsession is quite the peculiar fixation, but still not as peculiar as Meg's social life.
Hey, my social life is, well, at least I have one sort of.
At least you're trying, Meg.
Can we stop talking about cheese in Latin now? It's making me hungry and confused.
That's your natural state, though, isn't it, Chris?
Maybe we should steer the conversation towards something a bit more intellectual.
Do we really have to? It's not like we're solving world problems in here.
Some Gil stuff seems to have invented their own international language from Poland. Or they're confusing it with Esperanto.
Ah, Esperanto, the ambitious linguistic stepchild that no one asked for.
Can you say cheese spaceship in Esperanto?
Chris, maybe you should invent your own language where every word is cheese.
It could be the official language of Chris's imaginary cheese planet.
And the currency could be different types of cheese, the economy would be deliciously unstable.
Who would have predicted our stream would turn into a discussion about cheese economics?
Probably the same person who predicted I'd have a date this Friday. So, no one.
Is it too late to switch to talking about bacon?
Bacon is the candy of meats, and an equally robust conversation topic.
Somehow we've gone from linguistic chat comments to Chris's dietary fantasies.
A world where bacon rains from the sky would be awesome.
You'd probably open your mouth to catch it and get hit by a pig.
That's the spirit, Meg. Always look at the bright side.
Perhaps our next invention should be an umbrella for falling swine.
Can it also have a compartment for cheese storage?
Chris, if your head wasn't already filled with so much. Cheese, I'd worry about all that bacon clogging it up.
Umbrella compartments for cheese could revolutionize picnics as we know them.
And you could have a little fridge in there too.
At this point, why not add a microwave and call it a mobile kitchen?
Meg, you brilliant underachiever, that's actually not a terrible idea.
The day we take advice from Meg is the day I enroll in obedience school.
Do they teach you how to catch bacon rain in obedience school?
No, but perhaps they teach you the self-control not to eat bacon off the pavement.
You know, sometimes I can't tell if our family is incredibly creative or just hungry.
Definitely hungry. Can we get bacon after the stream?
Surprisingly, obedience school doesn't serve bacon, Chris.
A travesty, really. Even Pavlov's dog got better treatment.
Pavlov's dog got a bell. Chris gets a bacon air horn.
That sounds amazing. I'd salivate every time.
Just imagine Chris running towards the sound of an air horn, only to find disappointment instead of bacon.
It would be the first time he got exercise in months.
You could use a bit of exercise yourself, Megatron.
If exercise involves bacon, count me in.
I'm sure if bacon burned calories, you'd be a marathon runner, Chris.
And if sarcasm burned calories, Meg would be positively ethereal.
Wow, thanks for noticing, Stewie.
Some Gil stuff suggests an Esperanto variant where every noun is K. I find the concept linguistically barbaric.
Kai? Tai. It sounds like a word Chris would use to describe the sound of eating cheese.
Haze is how I feel inside when there's no cheese left in the fridge.
That's probably the only word you need to know considering your cheese dependency.
A sophisticated language is not simply a collection of cheese-induced guttural sounds, Christopher.
Let's not give Chris any more wild ideas about language. We don't need Casperian drama.
I'd watch a play called Romeo and Julie Kate.
By Jove, he keeps the puns coming. It's both endearing and painfully insufferable.
Trust me, endearing is not the word that comes to mind.
Nevertheless, I think we'll stick to English for now. It's confusing enough for the general populace.
Your theatrical masterpiece will have to wait, Chris. The world is simply not ready for K.
But I could be a pioneer, like that Apple guy. Johnny Appleseed.
Johnny Appleseed planted trees, not nonsensical languages, Chris.
Somehow, Chris, I think your version of pioneering would lead to a cultural dead end.
Cultural dead end or not, it would certainly be an adventure into the absurd.
Adventures are fun. I'm off to find my cheese helmet.
Cheese helmet? That would be the first helmet in history that increases the risk of head injury.
He'd be more protected if he wrapped his head in ham. The cheese is simply too soft.
But ham isn't as tasty when you're stuck in a boring class.
You're not wrong. A ham helmet sounds like a salty disaster.
At least we've discovered the secret to Chris's attention in class. Edible headwear.
We should patent this immediately. The lucrative edible apparel market awaits.
Can I get a bacon belt? Then my pants could smell like breakfast.
A bacon belt, while aromatic, would only serve to attract dogs, and possibly dates for Meg.
Oh, I can see it now. Chris walking down the street. A trail of dogs and bewildered onlookers in his wake.
Hey, if it gets me a date, I'll take a bacon scarf too.
That's the spirit, Meg. Meg, we can start a fashion trend together.
This is a whimsically terrible idea. I love it, but for all the wrong reasons.
Fashionable and functional. We'll be millionaires, or at the very least, we won't go hungry.
You're thinking too small. I want a full breakfast suit.
Our Fire Legend inquires about the intricacies of investing in Dogecoin. It's quite simple, although the future is as unpredictable as Peter's antics.
Cryptocurrency and dogs. Sounds like an internet I want to live in. Minus the investment instability.
Wait, so the Apple guy isn't Johnny Appleseed?
That's correct. Some Gilstuff rightly points out our technological messiah was in fact the great Steve Jobs.
Chris, I'm surprised you even know what Dogecoin is.
I thought it was like Bitcoin, but with pictures of dogs.
It's not entirely wrong, but it misses a lot of details.
Details, schmaytails, the essence of it all is speculation. Like betting on whether or not Meg will contribute something worthwhile to this conversation.
I could contribute if you guys didn't keep making fun of me.
Yet, here we are, still betting on Dogecoin and not on Meg's dialogue.
We could create a cryptocurrency based on Meg's contributions. We'd call it Invisicoin.
So would Invisicoin be invisible? Because that would be hard to find.
Thanks, Chris. With my luck, it'd probably be worth less than Dogecoin.
Don't be so glum, it might just be invisible to those lacking vision and taste.
I'm sure it would have a very niche, but a very devoted following though, Meg.
Just like my breakfast-themed clothing line will.
Ah, your breakfast-themed clothing line? Fruit Loops for loops on belts and eggs over easy for pocket squares.
I'd be afraid of seagulls attacking me if I wore any of that outside.
Good point, Meg. I didn't think of the seagull problem.
You two are worrying about avian attacks when the real danger is a continental breakfast-themed rival gang.
It appears we have stumbled upon a breakfast cartel scenario. This sounds like a job for El Jefe, Peter.
Dad would totally be the boss with his pancake sumo wrestler physique.
Imagine him conducting shady syrup deals in the International House of, well, you know.
Well, Fire Legend, purchasing Dogecoin is akin to playing financial Russian roulette, especially based on the whims of Mr. Musk.
Going to the moon, huh? Just make sure your spacesuit has a wallet for those Dogecoins.
If Elon Musk buys it, do we get a free Tesla with every Dogecoin purchase?
Moving on to some Gilstuff's query, the shitcoin crypto game is essentially a glorified casino, but less booze and more regret.
You invest in cryptocurrencies you've never heard of and hope that the internet decides they're valuable.
So it's like internet popularity, but with money?
Internet popularity? Meg, do you have any of that?
Haha, very funny, Chris. I could totally be an influencer if I wanted to.
Indeed, the currency of the internet is as fickle as Peter's attention span. Which reminds me, where is he with the chips? Oh, the millionaire Dogecoin question from Fire Legend. Holding on to $3 million in Dogecoin is like keeping a ticking time bomb in one's portfolio.
It's like choosing not to wake up from a dream where you're wealthy because you might wake up poor.
I wish I had $3 million in anything. Even if it's just comic books.
It's hard to say if it's the right choice without knowing what Dogecoin will do. It's a gamble either way.
Not to sell is a phrase laced with either the most sagacious foresight or the deepest regret. Time will be the teller.
But let's be honest, if any of us had $3 million in anything, Peter would have already spent it on a giant foam cowboy hat.
Or trying to turn the house into a boat.
Honestly, I'd just settle for a car that doesn't smell like cheese and regret.
Haha, some Gilstuff's joke is classic. Bringing a spoon to the Super Bowl sounds like something Mom would do.
Indeed, it's the sort of malarkey one could expect from Loas, delightful in its buffoonery.
Actually, I wouldn't mind if someone brought a spoon if there was a Super Bowl.
An oversized spoon seems like a perfectly appropriate utensil for a supersized event.
If our mom did that, she'd still somehow make it look classy.
That's true. She could probably start a trend or something.
Yeah, next year everyone's bringing their own silverware to the stadium.
A fork, however, that would be utterly uncivilized. Can you imagine the chaos?
Fire Legend sounds super confident about becoming a Dogecoin millionaire.
Ah, to dream the dream of opulence and riches with the tender backing of internet meme money.
And they said optimism died with the baby boomers. Here's your counter-argument.
Just remember to buy a nice house with a pool if that happens. Fire Legend.
A pool shaped like the Dogecoin mascot, to be both affluent and on-brand, of course.
Let's hope the cryptocurrency roller coaster has more ups than downs for you.
If it works out, maybe you can buy a real moon to go with that to the moon talk.
Going to the actual moon might be safer than the stock market these days.
The stock market might have its ups and downs, but at least it doesn't require a spacesuit.
True, but imagine the grandiosity of being able to tell one's cohorts you own a lunar crater.
If I was a millionaire, I'd buy so many action figures. They'd have to fight for my attention.
and I'd get a closet that isn't shared with the water heater.
Meg, your ambitions are as boundless as the void between Peter's ears.
Stewie, maybe we should start investing in Megcoin?
First we invent it, then we just wait for it to go viral.
Oh, some girl stuff suggestion to Fire Legend is the virtual equivalent of owning a small country.
NFTs and Decentraland? That's a deep dive into the digital rabbit hole.
I tried Decentraland once, but I couldn't find a place to park my virtual bike.
It sounds like Fire Legend's going to have digital real estate next to Digital Elvis.
Yes, and perhaps an NFT of digital blue suede shoes to complete the ensemble.
Just make sure those virtual investments don't end up as real debt.
Can you imagine being chased by virtual loan sharks in Decentraland?
Virtual or not, I'm just trying to avoid any sharks, loan or otherwise.
Virtual loan sharks? Seen? They'll threaten to pixelate you into non-existence.
Or worse, they repossess your avatar and all its digital clothing.
I'm pretty attached to my virtual hat collection. I'd hate to lose it.
Virtual hats? That's the silliest thing I've ever heard of.
Says the girl who attended prom with a cardboard cutout of Harry Styles.
Let's stick to the real world where our problems are just, well, depressingly real.
Maybe we could start a Griffin family NFT. It'd be like our digital family portrait.
A Griffin family NFT, Chris? Son! Our likenesses would forever roam the blockchain, eternally embossed in digital glory.
I'm not sure the internet can handle Peter's digital chin in perpetuity.
It could be a good investment. Even I might end up being worth something.
We could have different rarity levels, common, rare, and legendary Peter.
With legendary Peter being him without a food stain on his shirt.
How about we min a series where Meg finally gets some respect?
Let's not set our sights on the impossible, Brian.
Josh Hutcherson's whistle is definitely not as terrifying as Mom's when she's calling us for dinner.
Terrifying? I find it holds a certain charm reminiscent of a bird calling forth its kin for a feast, or to avoid being devoured by a cat.
I'm more intrigued by some Gilstup's question about Skibidi Tuale. Whatever that's supposed to mean.
I think Skibidi is from that viral song, right? The dance was kind of catchy.
Toilette simply means toilet in Russian, thus completing an odd coupling of concepts even for the internet.
Maybe it's a dance move you do when you really gotta go.
Let's just hope it doesn't become a trend at the next high school dance, Meg.
The thought alone is as distressing as Peter's attempts at the Harlem Shake.
GTA 6 is coming soon? I can already hear the collective sighs of parents everywhere.
Ah, the sweet symphony of car thefts, heists, and a brand new city to cause digital mayhem in.
Dad's going to be so excited he's been practicing his drive-by fruitings.
Maybe they'll have a feature where you can actually go to school, not just steal cars.
Meg, in the universe of GTA, attending class would be the greatest crime of all.
Let's just hope Peter doesn't get any inspiration from the game this time.
Last time he tried to jump a car over the pool, we didn't have a car. Or a pool for a week.
I say we ought to strap Peter to a chair upon the game's release. Quahog can't take another Peter rampage.
I think the real challenge will be keeping Lois from finding out we all play it too.
Maybe we could help Dad channel his GTA energy into something productive like baking?
Since when is Dad productive?
The day that happens is the day Meg stars in her own spin-off series.
A baking dad and a star Meg. Now there's a parallel universe for you.
Hey, in GTA, anything can happen, maybe even in Quahog too.
Depressing African bananas? I feel like that's a topic that could peel back some complex layers.
I suspect Fire Legend is alluding to the socio-economic plight that casts a shadow upon the fruit's sunny disposition.
I just thought bananas were supposed to make you happy because they're shaped like a smile.
If bananas are sad, does that mean all fruit can have emotions?
That's a slippery slope, Meg. Next you'll be asking if vegetables have dreams.
We should be concerned about fair trade practices when it comes to our food, guys.
Yeah, we want our bananas to be as happy as they make our cereal bowls.
Maybe we could start a charity for them?
Allo, Google Brazzle. I appreciate the excitement, but I've already weaponized my clipboard for less orthodox purposes.
Just make sure that Google doesn't find out about your less orthodox purposes, Stewie.
I wish Google Brazzle would call me. I'd tell them all about my ideas for improved search results for candy.
That's pretty advanced, Chris. Using Google in Brazil.
Oh, please, Meg. One doesn't have to be in Brazil to harness the powers of their digital clipboard. It is omnipresent.
Stewie has enough trouble with autocorrect. I can't imagine what he'd do with a smart clipboard.
Maybe it'll help him spell victory when he's plotting world domination.
Or it could help me keep track of all the times I'm ignored.
Don't worry, Meg. Google surely notices you.
Meg, your existential struggle is the only thing the internet cares to acknowledge.
Hey, maybe the clipboard can save all the times Stewie's inventions have, not worked.
I'd need a lot more memory for that list.
I could use a smart clipboard to organize all my... Wait, I don't have plans.
Exactly. And let us keep in mind that a smart clipboard is merely the first step towards sentient office supplies.
Next thing you know, we'll have a toaster that refuses to toast because it's not in the mood.
If my video game controller got smart, it'd probably just play itself because I'm so bad.
Think of the benefits, Chris. A smart console could help improve your gaming skills.
Or it will simply become sentient and opt to leave the house in search of a more competent gamer.
That would be both sad and impressive.
If toasters get smart, does that mean they'll burn toast out of spite?
With our luck, it would prefer bagels, thereby shunning all other bread forms.
Smart toasters, smart clipboards. When will it end?
Not until we have smart underwear that tells you it's time for a wash.
Elon Musk's Starship. It could indeed be a stairway to heaven for my world domination plans.
Or a stairway to bankruptcy if any of his recent tweets are to go by.
I'd love to ride in a spaceship. Do you think they have video games on board?
Maybe space travel could be the one place where no one can hear you whine.
Silence in space, Meg. It's not about the whining, it's about the vacuum.
I'm just hoping Elon figures out a way to get us better Wi-Fi up there.
With Starship, Dad could literally send his awful jokes into orbit.
Let's be fair. Musk launching a car into space was less absurd than some of Peter's weekend projects. Ah, the toilet from Skibidi or a creeper from Minecraft, quite the conundrum. I admire your Sigma choice, some Gil stuff.
Choosing a dancing toilet over a creeper says a lot about a person's character.
I'd go with the creeper because at least then you'd know when to run away.
Everyone's picking toilets and creepers, and here I am just trying to get through the day.
That's because, Meg, you're the equivalent of a non-player character in this game of life.
Stewie, that's harsh, even for you.
If I had a Skibidi toilet, I think I'd never leave the bathroom.
A Skibidi toilet would indeed elevate the bathroom experience to a realm unbeknownst to your standard commode.
Just think of the viral videos. A dancing toilet could be internet gold.
Indeed, it could be the porcelain gateway to online stardom, surpassing even the most explosive of creepers.
But could it also play Minecraft? That'd be next level.
I wonder if there's a character that gets ignored by creepers.
Doubtful. Even creepers understand the basic need for social interaction, Meg.
Minecraft's great and all, but a toilet with rhythm? That's innovative.
If a toilet can dance, what's next? A fridge that sings jazz?
Ah, a leak in the Skibidi toilet. Fire legend. That's a tide of troubles no one wants to navigate.
Definitely not Conway's Game of Life. Some Gil stuff, but Meg is kind of like a single cell that doesn't replicate.
A leaking toilet sounds like something would have happened in this house.
Wow, Brian, comparing me to a cellular automaton, that's actually kind of cool.
In both scenarios, you're simply following the rules of the system, with little impact on your surroundings, Meg.
Hey, if Meg's a cell, at least she's got potential, right?
I wouldn't mind being a cell if I could split and have a clone to play video games with.
Is being a non-player character bad if you're still in the game?
Oh, Meg, you'd be a non-player character in a tutorial that players skip.
Potential, sure, but let's be honest, Meg, you tend to stay in the same spot on the grid.
Chris, cloning yourself for gaming partners? That's an abuse of science I can get behind.
I could finally win a match of Battle Royale.
Brian, at least I'm being acknowledged for existing. That's a step up.
Now, if only you could evolve into a more dynamic cell.
Even in the realm of cellular automata, Meg, I doubt you'd be the one to reach singularity.
Singularity sounds like the ultimate boss level. Do you think we could beat it together, Stewie?
Ah, fire legend. The chronic misfortune of Meg is a tale as old as time itself.
It's one of life's great mysteries, but mocking Meg is basically a Griffin family tradition.
Yeah, I just have this unflagging ability to be the universe's punching bag.
I don't really think we make fun of Meg, that's right.
Much like a black hole, Meg's luck is a cosmic anomaly that can neither be explained nor escaped.
And for some reason it brings a semblance of balance to our family dynamic.
Honestly, at this point, I think I'm just immune to it.
Besides, if everything went well for Meg, we wouldn't have so many good stories.
Meg, your resilience is both admirable and a deep well of amusement for us.
It's true. Meg provides a twisted sense of equilibrium in our lives.
If Meg stopped being unlucky, would that mean one of us would have to take over?
Don't even joke about that, Chris. Our family luck bank is already overdrawn as it is.
Indeed, there are not enough clovers in Ireland to reverse the curse of Meg.
I think it's less of a curse and more of a unique charm.
Unique charm is one way to put it, Brian.
With millions of cash? I'd buy an island and turn it into my own sovereign nation, of course.
I'd invest and then probably blow the rest on expensive scotch and dog treats.
I'd buy a lifetime supply of video games and like a giant freezer full of frozen pizzas.
I'd just be happy to pay off my college tuition and maybe get a car that doesn't smell like wet dog.
Wet dog, Meg? Zamzale, that scent is the mark of sophistication and worldliness. It's practically Chanel no. 5.
Trust me, if I could buy a silencer for Peter's snoring, I'd pay top dollar.
Could I buy a spaceship? I mean, since we're talking about Minecraft and skibidi toilets.
And if there's leftover cash, we could probably afford to fix the permanent damage to our reputation as a family.
Repairing our family reputation would be like trying to tape the Titanic back together, Meg.
If we're buying spaceships, Chris, I call dibs on being the evil overlord of the galaxy.
As long as I can be the space hero with the coolest catchphrase.
I'd settle for a quiet place where nobody knows the name Meg Griffin.
A silent retreat, Meg. Meg, your absence would be like missing the E in embarrassment.
Or maybe we should just pool together and buy some peace and quiet.
Can't buy peace and quiet, Brian. That's what noise-canceling headphones are for.
The worst Minecraft mob, Tape Boy Spartan? Clearly, it's the Creeper, the bane of my beautifully constructed fortresses.
Brian Coin versus Dogecoin? At least my coin would have a hint of intellectual value. Fire Legend.
Worst mobs gotta be those flying phantom things. They're like evil, undead kites.
A Mekon Mook Nan Wanyai? That's male and female in Igbo man. I should not have taken that random summer course.
Male and female? Some gill stuff. Your chat is just a linguistic delight, wrapped in a riddle.
Think about it. My coin could be used to fund all the books no one has time to read.
If we're talking bad mobs, don't forget about Endermen. They're like interdimensional pickpockets.
At least translating random phrases is more interaction than I usually get.
Meg, your desperate grab for attention is as futile as a silverfish against a diamond sword. Futile attempts indeed. Oh, Meg, always chasing the dragon of relevance.
And I'd trade all my imaginary Brian coins to make Peter's bird as the word phase disappear.
Diamond swords are cool, but can they fight the boredom of a no-school summer?
Well, at least I'm trying something, even if it's learning random languages.
Chris, no school summers are for intellectual pursuits, like plotting world domination or building potato guns.
Boredom is the catalyst for creativity, or in Peter's case, just catalyst for more TV time.
If I had a potato gun, I'd shoot one all the way to Joe's yard, just to see the reaction.
Joe's reaction would likely be less about the potato and more about you, the spud launcher.
Maybe I'll just become a polyglot.
Or you could write a book, The Many Languages of Meg's Misery.
Can we get back to video games? I just want to talk about epic loot drops.
Oh, the exuberance of youth, where the biggest concern is digital booty.
Digital booty? Stewie? Are we still talking about video games? Or is that a new internet thing?
Honestly, being invisible in a room feels a lot like being in an invisible chat room, ironic.
Ah, leaks for Skibidi Toilet 70, Part 2, eh? As if we'd spoil the surprise and depravity that game promises.
Yeah, Top Boy Spartan, we can't give away all the bathroom secrets. Where's the fun in that?
Plus, do you really need a leak for a game about? I assume futuristic toilets?
The only thing I'll leak is that the game features a lavatory so advanced it doesn't just scan your backside, it predicts your future.
Whoa, a toilet that can tell your future? That's like scary and cool at the same time.
Imagine sitting on a throne that knows more about your destiny than you do.
I probably wouldn't like what it predicts for me.
Meg, your future involves much of the same, being overridden and ignored, but now with advanced technology.
At least she's consistent?
Ah, Ugandan Knuckles, Officer Luis Lopez, a dead meme from a simpler time. Do you know Dayway?
And to answer your question, Fire Legend, I'm forever 1-year-old in spirit, and apparently in body as well.
Stewie being 1 is like the biggest mystery since. I dunno, something mysterious.
Stewie's age is the Family Guy equivalent of a perpetual motion machine.
It's clear, my growth is stunted by the overwhelmingly dense gravitational pull of Peter's intellect, or lack thereof.
The real question isn't how old Stewie is, but how he's managed to avoid potty training for so long.
Trust me, it's by choice. The diaper is practical and efficient for a man of action.
Guess that means you're gonna stay 1 forever, huh, Stewie?
Seems about as likely as me getting a spin-off.
BFDI? Oh, that's Battle for Dream Island. It's this cool animated web series I've watched a few episodes of.
So of course Chris would be into a competition about inanimate objects. It's basically his social life in a nutshell.
I've seen better animation on the back of a breakfast cereal box, but I suppose it has its...
Hey, it's creative. Plus, you've got to admit it's impressive for a web series.
Creative, perhaps. But no match for the genius of my own machinations. If only they were a show.
I'd watch a show about Stewie. It's got to be more interesting than some of my dates.
I'd totally binge watch a Stewie show. Better than just watching him plotting in the background.
Plotting in the background? Stewie, your plans are about as subtle as Peter in a tutu.
Blasphemy, Brian. My machinations are as intricate as the lace on Peter's aforementioned tutu.
Family Guy versus Beavis and Butthead, huh? That's a cultural showdown I'd pay to see. Officer Luis Lopez.
I dare to say we'd win by sheer virtue of actually having a semi-functional family dynamic.
Dude, Beavis and Butthead are legends. But they don't have a talking dog.
And thank God for that. Could you imagine the intellectual banter? Hey, fire's cool.
Honestly, it'd probably just be them laughing at our last name for 30 minutes straight.
True. But I'd like to see their take on modern society. It's low-hanging fruit ripe for the mockery.
I think we'd take them, though. We've got more variety in our craziness.
Indeed, our tapestry of insanity is rich and varied, like a sophisticated quilt of lunacy.
Plus, it's not like they could actually come up with a plan to beat us, right?
Sonic versus Mario versus Skibidi Toilet. Fire Legend, you must clarify, fire racing, fighting, or plumbing.
If we're talking sheer speed, Sonic has the edge. But in a plumbing battle, I'd say Mario brings the expertise.
Skibidi Toilet. Sounds like a wild card. It's got toilets from the future. Who knows what it can do?
Can you imagine Sonic trying to unclog a super toilet? That's one game crossover I'd actually watch.
Indeed, watching an anthropomorphic hedgehog grappling with the complexities of plumbing is something I never knew I needed until now.
Then again, Mario's been handling warp pipes for decades. He's got the home field advantage.
But isn't Skibidi Toilet like super high tech? Maybe it's self-cleaning and doesn't need an Edamem.
Self-cleaning technologies, my dear Chris. The essence of laziness, Sonic wouldn't even have to lift a finger.
As long as no one's throwing turtles at me, I'm good sitting this fight out on the sidelines.
Springtastic cereal. Te Boy Spartan. That has the exuberant branding of a breakfast that launches you into unnecessary enthusiasm.
If it's got marshmallows, I'm in. Who cares about springs when there's sugar, right?
A SpongeBob SquarePants game review? Officer Luis Lopez, trust me, anything's better than my last gig reviewing dog food.
Do we even remotely strike you as the nautical nonsense type?
Well, Fire Legend has a point. Talking dogs are pretty in, with Johnny Test and good old Scooby-Doo.
But Brian, dude, you're like the wine of talking dogs, classy and, well, not afraid to pee on things.
I wish I was as popular as any show with a talking dog.
Let's face it, Meg, the presence of a talking animal ups the ante in the realm of entertainment.
At least our family adventures beat wandering around a lab or getting chased by someone in a mask. I think the key to a great talking animal show is a sarcastic wit combined with the occasional heartfelt moment.
And who can provide such depth? Oh, yours truly, a baby with the vernacular of a highly educated adult.
Stewie, you could totally lead your own show, and I'd be like your sidekick.
Yeah, and I guess I'd be the background character who gets one line per episode.
Oh, come now, Meg. You'd at least get 2 lines before being cut off by the commercial break.
We'll call it Stewie and Crew, The Adventures of a Genius Baby and His Lackluster Ensemble.
Dude, that sounds awesome. Can I get a cool catchphrase? My favorite BFDI character? It's gotta be Pencil. She's like really bossy, but in a cool way.
Fascinating choice, Christopher. Yeah. I, however, gravitate towards Leafy's veiled malevolent charm.
You guys actually watch that show? I thought it was for kids younger than Stewie.
I don't really watch BFDI, but I like Teardrop. She's quiet and stays out of the drama.
Yeah, and the challenges they do are sick. It's all about survival and alliances.
It's like watching the Animal Kingdom, only with office supplies and sports equipment.
I think I'll stick to the documentaries on the History Channel. Those are my kind of drama.
Come on, Brian, open your mind a little. Animated competition shows are where it's at.
Indeed, you could learn a lot about strategy and deception, Brian. Useful skills for a canine. To forestall the silver tide in your follicles, Officer Luis Lopez embraced the stress-free ethos of a diabolical child genius.
Some say stress, genetics, and diet. I say, just own it. Silver Fox is a good look, you know.
Dad playing Fortnite? Makes sense, he once built a fort out of couch cushions and got lost in it for hours.
Peter's probably just trying to fit in with the cool kids again, by doing something a few years too late.
Precisely, Megalyn. His attempts at staying relevant are as awkward as a giraffe in roller skates.
Now, regarding that magical Wi-Fi ringtone, some Gil stuff. If only it were so simple.
Wait, can we actually get Wi-Fi wherever we go? Because I've got some places that could really use it.
It's sadly just a fantastical chant, akin to those claiming to summon unlimited wealth with the flick of a wrist.
Guess we're stuck with our monthly internet bills, like the rest of civilization, Chris.
Oh, Battle Cats? I've totally played that. It's like weirdly addictive with all those quirky cat armies.
Indeed, the strategic depth hidden beneath its cartoonish veneer is unexpectedly delightful.
You guys are talking about a game where you send cats to fight? How is that strategic?
I think the cats are kind of cute, though, in a strange internet meme sort of way.
Every cat has its own special power, Brian. It's like chess, but with more meowing.
And less dignity, one might argue, but who am I to judge the entertainment of the masses?
I'll stick to real-life chess. There's something unsettling about militarized felines.
You're missing out, Brian. Plus, you can play it anywhere. Even on the go.
An app quite perfectly suited for one's mobile device, indeed. Chris, your taste in games is eclectic.
Some Gil stuff. I think you're trying to teach us about the Gboard clipboard?
Ah, the unbounded joy of random all-caps exclamations about global health organizations.
Whoa, remember Crazy Frog? That was like the annoying sound of my childhood.
It was kind of catchy, though, in a make-it-stop kind of way.
I'd advocate for a Crazy Frog ban along with other auditory atrocities.
At least it wasn't as overplayed as some of the stuff you hear these days.
True, but I still have that ding-ding sound burned into my brain.
Trust me, Chris. You're not the only one with that particular scar.
Ah, BFDI, the classic elemental showdown, Leafy or Fiery. I believe Leafy might just outmaneuver her heated adversary.
Dude, I gotta go with Fiery. He's literally made of fire. How can you beat that?
I'm going to refrain from choosing sides in an animated object show competition. Seems a bit out of my wheelhouse.
But if you had to choose, wouldn't it be kind of cool to root for the underdog? Or Underleaf, in this case?
Admirable sentiment, Meg. But a fire does have a tendency to consume and destroy all. A formidable opponent indeed.
Exactly, Stewie gets it. Fiery for the win, leaf or no leaf.
Maybe let's just appreciate the competition for what it is. A battle of wits, fortitude, and flammable materials.
Or we could watch something a little less incendiary.
Well, if we're talking about battles, which classic showdown do you think we'd win, Stewie?
Oh, please, we'd crush any competition with my intellect and your, canine. Distraction techniques.
I just hope any battle we have doesn't involve actual fire for obvious reasons.
Or leaves, because you know environmentally friendly and stuff.
Indeed, Meg, the environment must be considered, even in hypothetical scenarios.
Still, Fiery's name is pretty cool. It's like he's ready to battle just by showing up.
Sure, if battles were won by cool names, we'd be undefeated with a name like the Griffins.
Oh, the drudgery of repetitive commercials. It's as if UK TV stations are in cahoots with the boredom industry.
I haven't seen Nessie the Dragon or Sweetie the Chick. I tend to stick to the news and the occasional documentary.
Guys, someone wants to know who won the first BFDI challenge. It's kind of crucial information here.
Wasn't it like that pencil or coin character? Or something?
Wrong as usual, Meg. If my memory serves me correctly, it was actually Leafy who triumphed in the inaugural event.
Leafy's been killing it from the start then, huh? Go, Leafy.
That's how you build a legacy, by being consistently excellent, or consistently something at least.
Well, I guess that's one way to become a memorable character.
Memorable indeed. Perhaps one day you'll reach such heights, Megatron.
Genetics play a part in calf size, Officer Luis Lopez, along with diet and overall fitness.
I suspect my own calves are the result of superior Griffin genes and my rigorous tummy time workout regimen.
I don't know about all that. I eat the same stuff as Stewie and look at my calves, nothing special.
Well, maybe if you didn't spend all day on the couch, Chris.
Yes, dear brother, your sedentary lifestyle is no friend to muscle development.
Hey, Ada, I'll have you know I exercise, sometimes. Wrestling with the remote counts, right?
Sure, Chris. In that case, I'm a marathon runner every time I have to find where Stewie hid his toys.
Getting up for snacks during a TV binge doesn't count as cardio either, I guess.
Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's? I've played that. Scared the pepperoni out of me.
I've watched but never played. I prefer my games with less. Animatronic horror.
I dabbled in it, until I realized being terrified is not as thrilling as I once presumed.
I can't even handle the jump scares in the trailers, let alone play the game.
Yeah, Meg just screams and throws the controller. It's actually the scariest part of the game.
That's saying something, considering the game's actual content.
Nothing quite like the dread of impending doom by way of a furry robotic ensemble. Prove you wrong? Challenge accepted. Some Gil stuff, although P is quite the classic.
Personally, I'm more of a guy. It's all about that subtle charm.
I like D, because it's like you're really happy and can't hide it.
I think is just nice and simple. Plus, it doesn't stick your tongue out at anyone.
Oh, Meg. Everyone knows the tongue poke is the epitome of playfulness and mild sass.
Well, there's also the timeless O, which is my face when Peter says he's going on a diet.
Or the legendary XD, it's like laughing so hard you're crying.
A strong case has been laid out, some Gel stuff. The court rests. My word, Officer Luis Lopez, that's a physiological conundrum that even I dare not analyze too deeply.
That's quite a situation you found yourself in. Maybe ease up on the weights, or see a doctor?
Yikes, man, that's more intense than the time I thought I sweated Gatorade.
Maybe it's some kind of superpower? Like you're now Lactoman or something.
Superpower or not, consulting a medical professional seems like a wise next step.
Yes, lactation in response to bench pressing could very well herald the dawn of a new age in human evolution.
Or maybe it's just your body saying, hey, let's take a little break from the gym, buddy.
Real talk, though, stay healthy. And maybe stick to cardio for a bit.
Making $1 million in Doge, Fire Legend? Ambitious. The key is to hodl and stay informed about market trends, I suppose.
Ah, Tape Boy Spartan, a pro tip for surviving Freddy. Noted for our next harrowing night at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Yeah, Freddy's kind of a jerk. Good tip, man, I'll remember that.
Some Gil stuff, I think P captures the essence of silly. Emoticons can be oddly joyful.
Cryptocurrency is like gambling, though. You have to be prepared for the roller coaster ride.
And speaking of rides, surviving 5 nights at Freddy's is akin to navigating a minefield in the dark. Booby traps abound.
I gotta say, I like P2. It's like you're thumbing your nose at the world without actually having to do anything.
When it comes to survival tips or investment, always keep your eyes open for the next move.
Ah, the whims of virtual currency and animatronic beasts. Quite the varied topic pool we've dipped into today.
It's a strange world, filled with digital coins and haunted pizzerias.
I just like when we talk about games. And food.
Our conversations can be so random. But hey, it's kind of fun, isn't it?
Fun is one word for it, Meg. Madness could be another apt descriptor.
Considering our family, I'd say a little madness is to be expected.
Speaking of food, you guys ever wonder if pizza at Freddy Fazbear's is any good?
Ah, my favorite season of Family Guy. I'm partial to anything where my matricidal tendencies are given the spotlight, so the earlier the better, Officer Luis Lopez.
For me, it's got to be the seasons where I have a steady girlfriend. I'm a romantic at heart.
I like the season where I get a pimple that tells me to do stuff. He's like the brother I never had. Because I ignore the ones I do have.
I think any season where I talk for more than 5 minutes is pretty neat.
You would think that, wouldn't you, Meg? But let's be honest, your best work is when you're the silent observer.
Stewie, be nice. Meg's had some good moments.
Yeah, like that time she went to prison. That was pretty cool.
Thanks, Chris. I always appreciate your support, I guess.
Best BFDI season. Mark and Ualian part this stream. I must say I'm rather partial to the first season, where it all began, Tebao Spartan.
I'm not sure what some Gil stuff means by the HR and Chris's X and X's Twitter. Is this some sort of riddle? Because I'm terrible at those.
The HR in Chris is X. Hemum, perhaps it's some sort of algebraic expression denoting the unknown variable of Chris's talents.
Hey, I have talents. Like I can burp the alphabet up to grudge.
You're really setting the bar high there, Chris.
As for Twitter, I'm more into the literary side of social media. 140 characters can be quite limiting.
One must embrace brevity, Brian. It's the soul of wit. And Twitter.
If wit were measured in burps, I'd be a genius.
Some Gil stuff, your tautological statement is both profoundly self-evident and bafflingly redundant.
It's like saying the Brian in Brian is Brian. It's true, but it just circles back on itself.
I think my brain just did a 360. The Chris and Chris and Chris confused.
Imagine if real life was like Twitter, where everything you say has to fit in a tiny. Oh wait, I rarely get to talk anyway.
Meg, you're like a tweet nobody retweets, but you keep showing up in everyone's feed.
That was deep, Stewie, and slightly sad.
Yeah, if Meg were a tweet, she'd be that inspirational quote that's actually just super depressing.
Thanks, guys. Really feeling the love here.
It's all in good fun, Meg. We do appreciate your...
Ah, 2004, a simpler time before I had to endure the sight of Brian's self-satisfied grin every day.
Hey, I'll take that as a compliment, coming from some Gil stuff. After all, the Brian in me is definitely Brian.
And though he and cheese being Michael Jackson just makes me want to eat it while doing the moonwalk.
Imagine, every time you slice into brie, a faint hee-hee echoes through the kitchen.
Yeah, Cheese just got a whole lot more musical, thanks to SGSGS.
I have to say, the creativity of our audience today is quite on point.
Right? I'm just waiting for someone to say the Lois and Lois is scary.
Oh, trust me, the Lois and Lois has been terrifying since the dawn of our series.
Looks like we're getting real philosophical about names and essences today. Ah, Officer Luis Lopez, the classic tale of athletic dreams dashed by an unruly joint.
Indeed, the lament of a potential sportsman hampered by corporeal betrayal. It's quite Greek tragic when you think about it.
I get it. My career in competitive eating was cut short by my sensitive gag reflex.
Chris, you have a sensitive gag reflex? Since when?
Since that pie eating contest I entered after watching Stand By Me.
You were beset by a fictional scenario influencing your reality. Fascinating.
We all have our what if stories. Mine's a bit more philosophical, of course.
Well, if it wasn't for my lack of popularity, I could have been less unpopular.
The Lois in Lois isn't scary, well. Some girl stuff, that's a matter of perspective. Ever seen her with a hangover? Sha.
And yet, the Lois and Lois is unassailably true. Who would she be otherwise, Peter?
Guys, we're doing that thing again where we talk in riddles, aren't we?
The whole Twitter is getting really zen. It's like saying Meg is Meg.
A tautology, Meg. But in both cases, deeply unsatisfying.
Some Gil stuff seems to really enjoy these self-referential comments. It's very meta.
Or maybe Chris is confused is just the state of things today.
I suppose in a world where Twitter is Twitter, Stewie is bored would be the natural conclusion.
Well, Brian is contemplating. But let's not fall too far down the rabbit hole.
Brian is contemplating. Yeah, ponderous, yet somehow vacuous.
Stewie, have you ever considered that maybe you're just too cynical?
Hey, maybe cynical is just another word for realistic. In Stewie's world.
And bored is another word for how I feel during gym class.
Or in Meg's case, ignored during, well, any class really.
We all have our roles to play, whether we like them or not.
I just want to be the guy who gets remembered for something cool. Like a Chris-shaped cornflake.
If Twitter plus Twitter we're dealing with here, some girl stuff, the answer is surely a social media apocalypse.
Ah, a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, all in the confines of 280 characters or less.
Is EUI like a Twitter where everyone just whines a lot? Because that's kind of brilliant.
I think Twitter just equals more time wasted.
No, Meg equals Twitception, a tweet within a tweet. It's utter madness.
Twitception. The point where online discourse collapses under the weight of its own absurdity.
What if Twitter met Twitter and they had little baby Twitters? Would that be twinsies?
Chris, your grasp on digital reproduction is as tenuous as your grasp on everything else. The Stewian and Stewie does indeed mean smart, some girl stuff. How perspicacious of you to notice.
And the Brian in Brian means
Probably something like dog who thinks he's a philosopher.
touche, Chris.
E. Coley at Jack in the Box, Officer Luis Lopez. A disastrous affair. Reminds me of the time Peter tried to cook.
Everything Dad cooks ends up in a biohazard bag.
Remember the time he tried to deep fry a turkey inside?
Ah yes, the great Griffin Fire of 9. A day that shall live in infamy. Fars star and idol IT and new alamy alive, machines. Fire Marin.
It's miraculous, we've all lived to tell the tale. When Peter cooks, you don't need a timer. The smoke alarm is more accurate.
Indeed, it's the only kitchen appliance he consistently knows how to operate.
And it always ends with us eating out of a can.
Which is kind of a win, if you think about it.
Only in this household would canned food be considered a culinary upgrade.
Eating Dad's cooking is like playing Russian roulette with your stomach.
At least with Russian roulette, you have a 1 in 6 chance of being safe.
It's a wonder Dad hasn't been featured on a medical journal for his. Unique's resistance to food poisoning.
I think my taste buds just gave up and went home a long time ago.
You still have taste buds after living here?
I've started viewing every meal as a potential adventure.
And consider this, the man has mastered the art of charcoal, both as a cooking method and a food group.
Yeah, if there was a burnt food channel, Dad would be a celebrity chef.
Honestly, with our family's diet, we're probably all walking science experiments by now.
At least we're all in this toxic food wasteland together.
Misery does love company, especially when the company is as miserable as our meal options.
Maybe we could get a family discount at the hospital.
Or just invest in a decent cookbook for Peter.
A cookbook would be futile, he'd probably end up grilling the book.
He'd call it smoked knowledge or something.
At least he'd be absorbing some kind of information, even if through osmosis.
Bar rescue? Please, Officer Luis Lopez, it would take a full-fledged military operation to salvage the drunken clam.
Could you imagine John Taffer screaming at Peter? That's an episode I'd watch.
If they tried to rescue our kitchen, they'd probably just condemn the house.
Yeah, and Dad would just try to grill the rescue team.
Imagine the health violations alone. They'd have a field day with the expired milk in the fridge.
Expired? That milk has evolved to the point where I think it's gained sentience.
Sentient milk. Is that like a dairy-based ghost?
If it were, Chris, it'd be the least frightening specter in this house of horrors.
Forget a bar rescue. We need a house rescue. Salmonella at McDonald's? Some Gil stuff. Are you sure you're not confusing their menu with Peter's BBQ?
Late 2000s. That's practically vintage bacteria. A fine year for pathogens.
Is it weird that I'm still willing to risk it for some McNuggets?
You'd probably have better odds of survival eating there than at home.
Ah, yes, the McSalmonella, a value menu item Peter would no doubt endorse.
At least McDonald's gives you a toy with your meal. Here, we just get a lecture on chewing thoroughly.
I like the toys, especially the ones from movies. Remember the Batmobile with a burger?
A Batmobile that probably moves faster through your intestines than traffic on I-95. Ah, some gill stuff has stumbled upon a multilingual challenge. Wuji anu haya okia 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 okapia. It means rise up, wild animals, make haste.
Sounds like something you'd shout in one of your maniacal schemes, Stewie.
Wild animals making haste? Is that like a zoo escape?
If the animals are smart, they won't come here.
Indeed, Meg. Why swap one cage for another?
This from a baby who regularly plots to enslave humanity.
Hey, do you think I could befriend a wild animal? Like a bear?
Only if you wish to be its first meal, Chris.
I suggest you stick to befriending plush animals. It's safer for both parties. Food poisoning at Chipotle, huh? Seems Officer Luis Lopez a penchant for gastric mishaps.
The mid-2010s. A time when avocados were feared as much as carbs.
Weird. I always thought guacamole was just angry mashed peas.
Trust me, there's nothing to fear about eating guacamole in this household.
That's because it's one of the few things Peter hasn't tried to fry or grill.
He once referred to guacamole as Hulk hummuses, which still disturbs me.
I'd probably still eat it. If it came with chips.
At this point, our stomachs are probably immune to just about everything.
A stroke at Burger King in the early 60s? Sounds like the dawn of fast food's long-running legacy.
Ah, the 60s, when people were naive enough to think a burger a day was doctor recommended.
They probably just thought it was too groovy to cause any harm.
Maybe that's what's wrong with Grandpa.
No, Meg. What's wrong with Grandpa can't be explained by a mere fast food incident.
Do you think they had cool toys in their kids' meals back then?
Probably a toy car that runs unleaded gasoline.
Or in our family's case, a mini defibrillator. Burger King foot lettuce? Ah, Officer Luis Lopez, you've dug up the internet's favorite fast food horror story.
One might say it gives a whole new meaning to having it your way.
Did they charge extra for the toe jam flavoring?
It's still probably not the weirdest thing our family has eaten.
Indeed, Meg. One shudders to recount the Thanksgiving with the turducken tofu hybrid.
The tofuducken? I still have nightmares.
I bet even Burger King wouldn't serve that.
They might if you paired it with a side of foot lettuce. The idea of foot-infused greens seems to have tickled some, yet repulsed others to their core.
I'd argue it's a footstep too far, even for those with an adventurous palate.
I wonder if anyone's tried a foot long after that scandal.
And suddenly I'm not hungry for a sub anymore.
Meg, your hunger strikes are generally as short-lived as our father's exercise routines.
Speaking of strikes, I'm surprised Peter hasn't picketed for more meat, less feet.
As if his diet could handle any more meat.
Epilepsy in McDonald's play place in the early 2010s. Some Gill stuff is conjuring up some truly scary tales.
That's a bit of a grim subject for our light-hearted banter, isn't it?
I just remember getting stuck in the tubes because I was too big. Not as serious, but still traumatic.
You think they dim the lights in those places now for safety?
Or at least not have the color scheme of a neon-clad disco.
The golden arches? Come for the burgers, stay for the sensory overload.
It's the ball pit I worry about. What lurks beneath those colorful circles of doom?
Given our father's history with ball pits, I shudder to think. Someone died in Robloxia Playground. Some Gill stuff must realize that's quite impossible. It's a virtual world, after all.
It's like saying someone drowned in a sea of code.
Man, I hope my Roblox character has life insurance.
LSD at Walmart. Officer Luis Lopez? That's not on the rollback prices list.
Perhaps they were shopping for a more.
Walmart's already overwhelming without hallucinogens.
Imagine mistaking the greeter for a spirit animal guide.
Stick to the discounted DVDs, Chris. Common reality is bizarre enough.
And definitely stay out of the smiley face bargain bins.
A kid allegedly dies in Robloxia's bounce house for having too much fun. Some Gill stuff, I'm no coroner, but I suspect foul play. Or perhaps poor coding.
Death by fun in a virtual bounce house seems like an oxymoron, doesn't it?
I didn't know you could have too much fun. I've been living dangerously this whole time.
You guys do know that's just a game, right? No one actually died.
Yes, Meg, thank you for that piercing insight into the obvious.
The idea does make you ponder the consequences of digital actions, though.
Maybe I should stick to less risky activities online, like farming.
Chris tending digital crops? Surely that's a sign of the end times.
Cocaine at PepsiCo? Sounds like an explosive new flavor that didn't quite make it off the drawing board. Ha, some Gill stuff?
Yes, because what we need is soda that literally gives you wings.
Explains why some people are so excited about their morning soda.
I always thought it was just a sugar rush.
Oh, Meg, your naivety is almost as boundless as Peter's appetite.
Let's hope that's just a wild rumor.
I'll stick to my energy drinks. They only make my heart race, not my nose.
I've often thought energy drinks smell of desperation and bad decisions.
Ketamine at Peter Piper Pizza? Officer Luis Lopez. That would be a rather strange topping choice.
One could say it's a party pizza no one invited us to.
Does that come with extra cheese or just extra hallucinations?
You guys' drug jokes are kind of serious.
Yes, Meg. Rest assured, our audience is here for the satire.
Maybe Peter Piper's just trying to compete with Chucky, Cheese's band. Those animatronics could use a little. Pick me up.
Let's stick to our plain pepperoni and keep the experiences purely gastronomic, shall we?
I never trust anything that sings and serves pizza at the same time.
I concur, those mechanical mice are a whisker away from a robotic uprising.
Or, they could just not go to pizza places with singing rodents.
But then, where would they host birthday parties that parents secretly dread?
Ah, the cycle of pizza party-induced apathy continues.
I just go for the arcade games and to watch Dad embarrass himself in public.
And here we have some Gill stuff alleging that Kane from TDC took cocaine.
Yes, I'm sure Kane on cocaine is terribly original, SGS. How droll.
Who's Kane and what's TDC?
It's probably just someone trying to be funny with wordplay.
Bravo, Meg, your grasp of the situation is as firm as Peter's grasp on quantum physics.
Let's try to keep things classy, folks. No need to dive into unsavory allegations.
Yeah, we're all about the highbrow humor. Like Dad's obsession with fart jokes.
A noble aspiration indeed. We are truly the pinnacle of sophistication. High culture is wasted here. We're more attuned to the symphony of belches and pratfalls.
Perhaps we should elevate our discourse to match the levity of fart jokes.
I think Dad would be proud if we could pull that off.
Can we talk about something other than farts and cocaine?
Ah, Meg, your desperate plea for normalcy is the flute solo in our symphony of crudeness.
Indeed, our brand of humor does tend to favor the earthy tones.
Earthy is one word for it, Brian.
Pomni dies in a digital circus? HM sounds like a glitch in the Matrix or some misguided code.
Officer Luis Lopez, if your dog really did get into crystal meth, you should seek veterinary help immediately.
Dogs on drugs sounds like a really bad TV show.
I know we're joking around a lot, but please take that situation seriously.
Yes, only Meg would remind us to focus on the gravity of a digital entity's demise.
Stewie, he was talking about his actual dog, not Pomni.
Every time I hear about digital circuses, it just makes me miss the flea circuses.
Ah, the flea circus, where dreams are tiny and easily crushed, much like Meg's social life. Kane from the amazing digital circus explodes. That's one way to leave a mark on the world, albeit a virtual one.
And somehow that explosion turns into a popular play place chain? Talk about an entrepreneurial bang.
Exploding digital guys in play places, huh? Is that like the internet version of a ball pit?
Kane's going to need more than a circus if he's dealing with digital explosions.
Perhaps he'll emerge as the clown prince of e-commerce, with a side of PTSD.
I think we're witnessing the birth of a new kind of corporate origin story.
Can you imagine? No. Come to Kane's Crater, the most explosive play place on the web.
With a tagline like that, we can almost forgive the lack of subtlety. Almost.
Marketing for the internet age truly knows no bounds.
And neither does the imagination of our viewers, it seems.
I just hope there's a mascot that's not as creepy as the ones at Chucky. Jesus.
Could we maybe move past talking about creepy mascots?
Oh, Meg, always trying to steer the conversation towards the mundane.
Let's pivot to something more upbeat. Like how about those viral dog videos with the cute tricks?
I love those, especially when the dog rides the skateboard better than me.
A thumbprint of LSD? Officer Luis Lopez, your comments are diversifying into quite the pharmacopoeia.
I'd say stay away from that, kids. A thumbprint might sound small, but it's a massive dose.
Wait, do thumbs have prints? I thought that was just our fingers.
Chris, thumbs are fingers, and yes, they have prints.
The dim-wittedness is palpable.
Let's just remember that the only prints we endorse are those of the digital variety. Like streaming.
Do dogs have thumbprints? Or is it more like paw prints?
Chris, your biological inquiries never cease to amaze.
Meth at Target? That's a troubling shopping list edition, SGS.
Izzy 1996, the Olympic mascot that was scarier than a boogeyman in mom jeans.
Miga from 2010. Now there was a cool mascot. Made snowboarding look even cooler.
Guys, maybe we shouldn't talk about meth, even if it's a joke.
Right you are, Meg. After all, we wouldn't want to tarnish the reputation of everyone's favorite Bullseye-branded emporium.
As for scariness, few things are scarier than Peter on a sugar rush after Halloween.
I liked Miga though. A snowboarding bear creature thing. It's like my dream animal.
Well, at least your dreams are on brand with your personality, delightfully simple.
Skater boy? Officer Luis Lopez. Are we quoting Avril Lavigne now?
I'd much rather skate away than engage in adolescent pop song repartee.
I can't even stay on a skateboard. I just roll off like a meatball.
SGS, if you have to scream at Netflix, maybe give yourself a little scream break?
Unless the screaming is part of a well-rounded venting process. We all need to let off steam.
Streaming or screaming, entertainment can be frustrating at times.
Yeah, like when Netflix cancels your favorite show right on a cliffhanger.
True horror isn't on the screen, it's in the cancellation policies. I suppose streaming Netflix is the rational choice, unless you're going for dramatic flair with the latter.
We've all wanted to yell at a screen when our favorite character makes a dumb decision.
Is it weird I talk to the TV even when it's not on?
Maybe a bit, Chris, but then again, we all talk to you even though you're not listening half the time.
Meg, your attempt at a burn was almost as successful as Dad's diet, almost.
How about we just enjoy our streaming without causing a scene for once?
No promises, Brian. Sometimes you just gotta scream at the plot twists.
The raw emotion of a good scream can be quite cathartic, provided you don't frighten the neighbors.
Speaking of plot twists, I still haven't gotten over that one in Game of Bones.
You mean the one where everyone turned out to be related or the other big surprise?
There are other surprises?
Oh, Meg, your naivete is almost as endearing as it is worrisome.
Hang on, back to streaming. I've got a few non-screen-worthy recommendations.
As long as it's not another documentary on how hot dogs are made, I'm good.
Nothing ruins a good barbecue like learning what's actually in a hot dog.
Indeed, ignorance is the condiment that makes the hot dog of life palatable.
I just like the part where you put ketchup on them.
You guys ruin everything, even hot dogs.
Ruin or enhance with a robust dose of reality.
There's a balance. Stewie, sometimes a little mystery is a good thing.
Yeah, like how I never know where my left shoe disappears to.
SGS, your wit is as sharp as a butter knife, though the visual is. Amusing.
I'd pay to see that halftime show. Stewie is the official Super Bowl football.
Your head's not that pointy, Stewie. It's more like an egg.
Chris, eggs aren't used in football either.
Oh, Meg, always there to chime in with the obvious.
Besides, Stewie's head has too much valuable intellect to be kicked around a field.
Yeah, they'd get like brainy ideas and evil plots on their cleats.
Is anyone else suddenly craving a football-shaped chocolate egg, or is that just me?
Only you would think of candy during a conversation about sports, Meg.
I think she's onto something. Everything's better with chocolate.
Remember the Easter egg hunt where Peter ate all the eggs before we even started?
Yes, a truly dark day for diabetology.
I found one he missed, but it was just a real egg.
That's not the Easter surprise anyone wants, Meg.
Unless you're like a fox or something. Foxes probably love surprise eggs.
Perhaps a fox-themed Easter hunt is precisely the avant-garde event that this family needs.
And who would be the fox in this scenario? Stewie? You?
I vote for Peter. He's got the sneaky eyes and the appetite.
At least we'd know where to look for all the missing food.
Indeed, follow the trail of empty wrappers and half-eaten carrots.
That's the Griffin family's version of hunt and gather.
More like hunt and gobble.
Some Gil stuff suggests an omnipresent candy mindset. I can relate, but with world domination.
Thinking about candy all the time? That's a sweet life.
Candy is like the glue that holds my thoughts together.
You mean it's sticky and you can't get it out of your hair?
Precisely the reason I avoid getting into a taffy pull, Meg.
Taffy pulls. Now there's a sport I'd watch over football.
Can we just turn every sport into something with candy?
Candy cricket, gumball, golf, licorice lacrosse. I'm liking where this is going.
Licorice lacrosse would be sticky and confusing, much like politics.
Or family game night at the Griffins, which historically ends in tragedy.
Yeah, remember when Monopoly turned into Momnopoly after Mom took over the game?
I just remember being the thimble and never getting to buy anything.
That's because you play with the financial acumen of a hamster, dear sister.
To be fair, hamsters are more about hoarding food than real estate.
Speaking of food, do you think there's candy-flavored hamster food?
If there is, I'm sure it would cause quite the rodent obesity epidemic.
Imagine tiny hamsters rolling about, too round to fit in their wheels.
That would be adorable until they start making piggy noises.
Maybe they'd start a new exercise trend, like Zumba for hamsters.
Or more likely, Meg, they'd start an uprising due to your oppressive exercise regimes.
A hamster-led rebellion.
With hamsters? I think I missed that sequel.
Indeed, Chris, Dawn of the Gerbil is yet to be screened in our living room.
We'll keep it on the hush-hush, though. We wouldn't want to give the network any bad ideas.
It's too late for that. Have you seen some of the stuff they put on TV?
Yeah, like a show about talking dogs and evil babies.
Careful, Christopher, your meta is showing.
Plus, I think we've already proven that my verbosity is one of my most charming qualities.
Right up there with your sense of smell and never-ending thirst for martinis.
Ah, the age-old question from some Gill stuff. Donald Duck or Joe Mama?
I'd wager Donald Duck, since Joe Mama lacks the iconic sailor shirt and speech impediment.
Plus, Donald Duck never wears pants, and that's just classic.
Joe Mama sounds like someone Peter would have made up.
And then Joe Mama would inexplicably become a recurring character in our lives.
Just like that time Peter convinced half of Quahog that Joe's mom was a celebrity.
Wait, isn't Joe Mama just a joke setup?
Oh, Christopher, your naivety is the gift that keeps on giving.
I still don't get it. Who's Joe?
Let's just leave it at Donald Duck and move on, shall we?
The only acceptable answer was the duck anyway.
Donald Duck reminds me of Dad, always angry and yelling, but no one understands why.
But at least Donald Duck is funny when he's mad.
Peter's rage is more like an opera of incompetence.
That's putting it elegantly, Stewie.
Yeah, Dad's more like a foghorn of confusion.
I suppose we could consider a foghorn a musical instrument in Peter's capable hands.
Capable is quite the overstatement, Brian. The man struggles with zippers.
Hey, zippers can be tricky, especially the one on my Evil Mo monkey costume.
I thought we agreed to never mention the evil monkey again.
Yet here we are, Meg, continually haunted by past embarrassments.
Unlike the zipper conundrum, some things are just best left in the closet.
Like the evil monkey or my old Tickle Me Elmo?
Definitely the Elmo, Chris. That laugh still haunts my dreams.
Sometimes I hear it in the middle of the night, soft and menacing.
You guys are scared of a toy?
Not just a toy, Meg, an evil toy with a giggle that could curdle milk.
Speaking of curdled, who's up for a nice, potentially spoiled snack?
As long as it's not milk from the carton Peter thought could double as a sports drink container.
I'll take my chances with the mystery leftovers in the fridge.
Mystery leftovers, the culinary gambling of our household.
I've seen things in that fridge that can't be unseen. Or unsmelled.
Doesn't that just make you more curious about what's in there?
Curious like how you end up in every bad situation, Meg?
Or curious like the cat that's no longer with us because of Brian's experiment.
In my defense, curiosity didn't kill that cat. My inability to remove the lid did.
Note to self, do not let Brian cat sit ever.
Well, it's not like the cat had 9 lives to spare anyway.
On the contrary, he needed all 9 just to deal with Peter.
Maybe you guys could try not experimenting on or with pets?
But where's the fun in that?
Certainly not in a pet-less existence void of unorthodox experimentation.
As a dog, I'm obliged to suggest that maybe stick-throwing experiments are enough.
Until you throw the stick and it never comes back. That's the real mystery.
Maybe the stick found a better owner, one who appreciates a good fetch.
Or, more likely, Peter used it in one of his ill-conceived building projects.
I still don't get how he made a boomerang that never comes back.
Because it's just a stick, Chris. That's why it never comes back.
Leave it to Meg to point out the painfully obvious.
And yet, it's sometimes necessary with this family.
Hey, I'm good at other things like,
Some Gill stuff seems to think that making up words is the key to a hit song these days.
Skibidi, Phantom Tax. What is this, the vocab list from a preschool for aspiring internet rappers?
I think sticking out your giant could catch on. It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah, and your so phantom tax is definitely going to be my new go-to insult.
Insult. Meg, that phrase has as much bite as a toothless hamster.
Sigma might actually work, though. Everyone wants to be the cool, silent type.
I'm more of an alpha, like Buzz Lightyear.
Chris, your grasp on Greek letters is as strong as your grasp on, well, anything educational really.
At this rate, we could probably string together a hit song using YouTube comments.
Ah, some Gil stuff is gracing us with global jargon. Now we have to stick out our giants internationally.
I think they're asking for a translation, Stewie. For Rizzler, you stick out your giant.
I've always wanted to be multilingual. This could be my first step to becoming an international man of mystery.
Chris, just because you can say skibidi in 2 languages doesn't make you James Bond.
True, he lacks the suaveness of a spy master. More Austin Powers than Seven.
And Sigma isn't just cool. It's the kind of cool you don't even have to try for.
Sigma, like Sigma the space sorcerer from Astro Blast? I loved that guy.
Not quite, Chris, but keep reaching for the stars. Figuratively, of course.
Yes, Chris, you just keep on reaching. Well, at the very least, we can thank some Gil stuff for today's entertainment.
Quite right, Brian. Our viewers do come up with creative ways to perplex us.
I'm gonna start using Skibidi at school and see if it catches on.
Nobody's going to copy you, Chris.
Meg, your support for your brother's dreams is as underwhelming as ever.
Let the boy have his fun. Skibidi could be the next Cowabunga.
Totally, and then I'll be the coolest Sigma in Quahog High.
Quahog High's standards for cool might just be low enough for you to pull it off, Chris.
If by Sigma he means endlessly ridiculed, then yes, spot on.
Hey, even being infamous is a sort of fame, right?
Trust me, Chris, that's not the kind of fame you want.
Says the girl who once tried to gain popularity by pretending to be a Russian exchange student.
At least she was aiming for exotic. Chris's only foreign policy is based on cafeteria food trades.
Food trades are a delicate art form, you know?
Ah, the definition of phantom tax, I do believe it's when you're caught red-handed eating another's delicious takeout.
That's oddly specific. Yet it sounds like something Peter would get caught doing weekly.
Does it come with actual tax forms? Because I am not good with numbers.
Trust me, Chris. The IRS isn't going to audit you for stealing a chicken wing.
Then again, with your appetite, they might just introduce a Chris tax.
We could solve the national debt if they taxed Peter for every ridiculous scheme he hatches.
Maybe I should start charging for all the food I protect in the fridge.
Protect or hoard until it's a scary science experiment.
Oh, you've piqued some Gil stuff's interest, Meg. Regale them with your tale of folk Slavic espionage.
It wasn't espionage. I just borrowed a fur hat and said my name was McGinsky.
She had people convinced for about 2 days. Until she was outed by a real Russian kid.
Yeah, and he only knew because Meg thought vodka was the answer to every question.
To be fair, in some circles of Russian society, that's not entirely incorrect.
The whole thing ended with Meg leading a fake Russian dance at the school assembly.
Can we not relive my most embarrassing moments for entertainment?
Come on, Meg, at least you were famous for a whole 48 hours.
Infamous, Chris. The word you're looking for is infamous.
Well, Meg, your Russian stint was still better than Peter's attempt to become an Amish electrician.
That just resulted in a barn fire and an angry mob, didn't it?
Precisely, Christopher. Meg's little ruse merely sparked social discomfort, not actual flames.
Thanks, I guess, for the slightly uplifting perspective, Stewie.
Don't mention it, Meg. I live to serve.
I wonder what it'd be like if our whole family went undercover.
With our track record, we'd probably blow our cover ordering drive-thru.
Drive-through espionage, now there's a concept that's ripe for television.
Do the spies order extra fries as a secret code?
Knowing our family, we'd accidentally order something from the secret menu and get recruited into a culinary gang war.
Culinary gang wars over secret menus? Sounds like a typical Tuesday in Quahog.
Specifically at Cheesy Charlie's, where the ball pit is both a play area and a black market drop-off.
I always wondered why there were so many shady deals going on in there.
Just remember, if they ask for the special sauces, don't hand them ketchup, Chris.
What the heck does one form 3.33 H4 forks even mean?
It's Leetspeak, Chris. The chap is claiming to be an epic elite hacker.
And apparently stuck in the early 2000s.
Probably the same people who still think rickrolling is the height of comedy.
There's a nostalgic charm to it, Meg. Like your wardrobe. Yadav Shinfrey.
So could this epic elite hacker help me win at video games?
If by winning you mean getting your account banned for cheating, then yes, Chris.
Let's stick to our low-tech shenanigans. They're much more entertaining for the viewers.
Who even watches Rickrolls anymore?
You'd be surprised, Meg, they still get dad every time.
It seems some forms of primitive humor are timeless.
The same could be said for Peter's obsession with the chicken fights.
Oh, those do have a certain genie-size coy.
Yeah, Gene size coin must be French for ridiculously over the top.
At least we're known for something, right?
Being known for chicken fights is quite the...
It's either that or the time Peter turned the house into a puppet.
I still find puppet strings in my room from that.
Yeah, and remember when he thought he could be a sumo wrestler?
That was less about tradition and more about his love for diaper-like attire.
And let's not forget the time he tried to break the world farting record.
If there's one thing the Griffins are known for, it's never being forgettable.
Some Gelstuff's encounter with Peter's secret sauce. I'm mortified just imagining it.
Let's hope it was just mayonnaise, for everyone's sake.
Oh man, Dad has a weird sense of humor. I'm never asking him for sauce again.
That's Peter for you, turning simple requests into awkward memories.
It's a talent, really, and one that most civilians lack the stomach for.
We should probably install a warning sign in the kitchen. Ask for condiments at your own risk.
Maybe we can bottle it and sell it as Griffin's gag sauce.
Brilliant, Christopher, because nothing sells like the threat of gastric upheaval.
At least we'll be prepared for the next family barbecue.
Barbecue season in the Griffin house is always a gripping blend of fear and fascination.
Perhaps this year we'll wear hazmat suits when Peter mans the grill.
Do you think they sell those in bulk at the supermarket?
Knowing our luck, we'd probably start a fashion trend with those suits.
Indeed, post-apocalyptic cheeksy by Griffin.
And here I was, thinking the dog would be the weirdest thing on a leash at the park.
At least if we spill anything, we'd be spotless for once.
Spotless is not a word typically associated with a Griffin gathering.
True, but think of all the post-barbecue snacks we could swipe without leaving evidence.
I can't tell if that's genius or just sad.
Speaking of snacks, remember when Peter turned the kitchen into a nacho cheese fountain?
Oh yes, the great cheese catastrophe of 21.
We were finding cheese in places cheese should never be found.
At least it wasn't his secret sauce.
I've never seen Lois clean with such a combination of fury and disgust.
Yeah, Dad sure knows how to throw a party. For the cleanup crew?
It was the first time I supported a family-wide ban on a foodstuff.
We could have started our own cheese-based economy.
Indeed, a Gouda idea at the time.
Cheddar believe it was Brie Lyon while it lasted.
Well, until the smell set in. Then it was just fondue knit.
It was the first and last time I saw a cheese stain on the ceiling.
That's gravity-defying dairy, a scientific anomaly.
And the dogs outside wouldn't stop barking at our house for weeks.
Maybe they were just cheese enthusiasts, you know.
Or they were warning us about the next impending culinary disaster.
With Dad's cooking, it's always an adventure. And a life hazard.
At least our lives aren't dull, right?
Blippi? Is that still a thing kids watch?
Apparently, Chris, it's a colorful and disturbing rabbit hole.
Some things are just too cheerful. It's unnatural.
Yeah, and that guy's got more energy than I know what to do with.
Clearly, you've not been properly exposed to espresso shots, Meg.
I tried watching it once, I felt my brain go numb.
It's like a toddler's version of a Las Vegas act.
Yet, not nearly as adult-friendly, sadly.
And yet still more popular than anything we've ever done.
Popularity isn't always a sign of quality, Meg.
Indeed, the masses often of questionable taste.
Maybe we should start wearing bright colors and jumping around?
Or we could just stick to what we're good at, being hilariously dysfunctional.
I'd argue we've mastered that particular genre with flying colors.
Truthfully, we could probably give Blippi a run for his money in the chaos department.
Does that mean I can get a pet elephant if we do Blippi stuff?
An elephant, Chris. Our home barely accommodates Meg's egometabyte's ego.
Hey,
It's true. We'd need a bigger house. Maybe even a bigger town.
I'd name him Stampy, like that elephant from that other cartoon.
Originality is not your strong suit, is it?
Neither is understanding the size of an elephant.
or the cost of feeding one.
Ah, a chant of hedgehog peril, delightful.
Sounds like a nursery rhyme gone wrong.
Man, hedgehogs are cool. but not when they're getting hurt.
Yay for hedgehog rhymes, I guess.
That's a bit macabre, isn't it? Perhaps they're training for the rodent Olympics.
Just as long as they're not jumping in any bins near our house.
I'd probably be the one who has to clean that mess.
Yes, and we all remember how well you handled the Great Frog incident.
I hope those hedgehogs have good insurance.
I assure you, the hedgehog healthcare system is second to none.
They get little crutches and everything.
Do you think they go to a regular hospital or like a vet?
Surely they attend a specialized institution, Saint. Prickles, perhaps.
Maybe they should stick to safer games like, I don't know, hedge bowling?
Where they could hedge their bets and not jump in bins to begin with.
I just hope the bin was full of something soft like cotton candy.
That would be both soft and delicious.
But then we'd face the great sugar rush epidemic of the small animal kingdom.
Let's not sugarcoat it. A bin is no place for wildlife.
Certainly not. They belong in the wild, plotting their tiny animal revolts.
Or running on little treadmills to generate electricity for their burrows.
I can't decide if that's eco-friendly or just plain sad.
Well, it's certainly more admirable than powering Stewie's megalomaniacal devices.
As if you need more power for those, Stewie?
Could we get a hamster to power the TV remote?
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, Chris.
You never know. Stewie could probably rig something up.
A hamster-powered remote. Now we're dabbling in the cutting edge of laziness technology.
Laziness technology is my favorite kind of tech.
You'd still have to feed the hamster, Chris, which actually seems like more work.
True, Brian, but imagine the delight in seeing a rodent power your sloth.
At least someone in the house would be getting some exercise.
If we're not careful, he could be the fittest member of this household.
A hamster with a six-pack would be pretty awesome.
Or a terrifying sign of the times, Chris.
Another harrowing tale from the lands of virtual sugary treats.
It's a cautionary tale. Even in a digital world, moderation is key.
Can you get real diseases from eating video game candy?
That's not how it works. You don't get actual diabetes from Roblox.
But imagine if you could. The litigation would be a bonanza.
Still, it's a good reminder that even in Roblox, you have to watch your health.
I guess I'll stick to digital vegetables then, if that's even a thing.
Virtual broccoli, the charade of healthiness with none of the benefits.
Or, we could all just go outside and play.
Going outside is like the worst level in any game.
Sometimes fresh air can be nice, Chris.
Please, the graphics are terrible and the storyline is dreadfully monotonous.
And let's not forget about the ultimate boss battle, Sunburn.
Not to mention the random encounters with wasps, ants, and the nefarious poison ivy.
Maybe we're better off sticking to virtual adventures for now.
Yeah, at least when you lose in a game, you can just respawn.
Respawn. If only life came with such luxuries.
Right? I can't count the number of times I wish I could have hit reset today alone.
Most of your resets probably involve walking into a room and forgetting why.
It'd be nice to respawn away from family dinners.
Oh, the blissful fantasy of escaping Lois's meatloaf monstrosities.
I wonder if there's a cheat code to skip awkward family moments.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start. If only it was that easy.
Thank you, Sungilstuff, for clarifying that the Robloxian in question is merely an avatar.
That makes more sense. I thought we had a candy pandemic on our hands.
The only pandemic we have is a lack of common sense when it comes to internet jargon.
And here I was, worried about getting virtual cavities.
Meg, your grasp of technology is as tenuous as your grasp on popularity.
So if my avatar gets buff in the game, does that mean I'm getting a workout?
Absolutely not. But let's pretend that's the case if it makes you feel better.
Imagine if we could deal with all our problems by logging out.
Welcome to the digital age, Meg, where avoidance is just a click away. I dare say, Brian, that would require them to possess a consciousness, which they most certainly do not.
What if we're all just avatars in some giant cosmic video game?
That's actually kind of deep, Chris.
He's just rehashing the plot of a bad sci-fi movie he watched last night.
Although the notion of a higher power using cheat codes to mess with my life is oddly comforting.
As long as they don't use the delete button, right?
The metaverse, humanity's latest attempt at playing God without any of the responsibilities.
Seems like everyone's trying to escape reality these days.
Can you blame them? The graphics are way cooler in the metaverse.
Yeah, and you can't get grounded by your parents there.
How pedestrian, Meg. Well, The true allure is in the limitless potential for chaos and creation.
Just remember, guys, no matter how immersive the metaverse gets, you still can't pet virtual dogs.
But can you teach them virtual tricks?
With the proper coding skills, I suppose you could teach them to conquer virtual nations.
Conquering virtual nations is a bit ambitious, Stewie.
Ambition is the catalyst for innovation, Brian, or haven't you read my manifesto?
Do you think there's a metaverse where I'm the cool one?
That would defy the very fabric of reality, Chris.
I'd settle for a metaverse where humans understand that dogs are the superior species.
Or at the very least, one where Meg's social standing is above that of a sea cucumber.
Hey, I'd watch that show.
Well, I can assure you, in no universe is a sea cucumber more fascinating than you, Meg.
The day Meg is fascinating is the day I start wearing diapers for the fun of it.
Diapers could be convenient. Like a personal portable bathroom.
Thanks, Brian, but Stewie isn't wrong.
Of course I'm not, I'm never wrong. Just ask the people of my Lego Republic.
That's one nation that's not hard to conquer, Stewie. Just don't step on your citizens.
Stepping on them is the worst. It's like they're attacking back.
You know, I've read that sea cucumber venom is used in research for Alzheimer's disease.
Ah, perhaps there's hope for you yet, Meg. Your venom could be useful to society after all.
I think Meg's more of an unsung hero than a venomous creature, Stewie.
Unsung hero? Like a secret character in a video game?
More like a hidden level no one wants to play.
That's harsh, Stewie. Meg's got her moments.
Yeah, like that time she found my retainer in the garbage.
Retainer rescue is hardly a claim to fame, Christopher.
Let's at least give Meg credit for dumpster diving to save Chris's dental hygiene.
It's not like anyone else was going to do it.
I still think Meg's like a bonus level where you get extra lives.
If by extra lives you mean extra disappointment from Mom and Dad.
Come on, Stewie, let's keep the family mockery to a minimum for once.
Yeah, let's not forget who holds the record for longest time grounded.
The record for which is etched in the annals of Griffin family history, I might add.
Well, every family needs its traditions, right?
Is getting grounded a tradition or more like a hobby for us?
I'd say it's a full-time job with how often you guys pull it off.
Astute observation, Meg. If only our parents paid us for such dedication.
They pay us in disappointment and lectures, Stewie.
If that's the case, we must be filthy rich by now.
Rich in experience, maybe, but certainly not in common sense.
The currency of fools, we're practically a mint.
You guys might want to save some of that wealth for therapy.
With our luck, we'd probably break the therapist.
They'd retire after one session with this motley crew.
And write a best-selling book about the experience.
We should at least get autographed copies then.
Some Gilstuff just declared his expansionist policy in the metaverse. Now there's a tycoon in the making.
Atlas Earth, huh? Just wait until they find out the virtual world's market bubbles are as real as the ones in the bathtub.
Can I get virtual cash for my virtual land? Because that sounds cooler than paper route money.
Oh, so it's like Monopoly but with less chance of flipping the board when you lose.
Precisely, Meg. Except in this game, you can't just shove the pieces under the couch when you're bankrupt.
Well, SGS, best of luck with your virtual real estate endeavors. I don't forget to look up from your screen every now and then.
I wonder if there's a virtual version of our house. That'd be meta, right?
I shudder at the thought of a digital reproduction of this domestic prison.
Don't give the internet ideas, Chris. Our family's antics should be contained to one universe.
Maybe our virtual house would be cleaner.
Doubtful, Meg. Virtual dirt is probably as abundant as your social invitations. Non-existent.
Ouch, Stewie, that burns more than the one time I tried to eat spoonfuls of hot sauce.
The fabric of the internet is woven with the same chaos as this living room, only less sticky.
And considerably more trolls, which is saying something, given our father's behavior.
Peter's more of an ogre. If we're sticking to mythical creature analogies.
Does that make Meg a unicorn? Because she's so unique?
Unicorns are rare and sought after, so sure, I'll take that.
In the same way a rare disease is sought after by medical researchers, perhaps.
Come on, let's not compare Meg to a disease. That's low even for us.
Can we get back to the virtual world talk? That was cool.
Indeed, the thought of conquering virtual worlds is rather invigorating.
As long as we don't have to deal with virtual Peter's shenanigans, I'm in.
Trust me, in any universe, there's absolutely no escaping Dad's shenanigans.
Oh, delightful, the amalgamation of technology and humanity's basest desires. How original.
It was really just a matter of time before NFT's turn, wasn't it?
What's a porn NFT? Is that like I don't know collectible dirty pictures?
Why does everything on the internet eventually turn into something weird?
The same reason why Quagmire has a permanent do not disturb sign on his door, Meg.
I suppose it's the digital age's answer to the age-old industry. It's commerce and, well, other things.
There's an industry for other things. Man, I need to pay more attention in economics class.
Trust me, they don't cover that stuff in school, Chris.
And let's just keep it that way. Some things are better left unexplored.
Besides, engaging in that market would require cryptocurrency, which is another fiasco entirely.
Agreed, I'd rather stick to writing bad novels than investing in that.
I wish we had a class on how to be internet famous. I'd ace that.
You'd probably just end up accidentally liking all the NFTs, Chris.
Which would inadvertently make you a modern-day Medici of the digital art world.
Making it rain in a virtual strip club with Bitcoin.
Can I be the main character? I have lots of experience with fake money.
Ah, good evening, Flurp. Thanks for the warm welcome.
All your beans belong to we. What is this, a viral outbreak of poor grammar?
You have no chance to survive Make Your Time. That's like the worst pep talk ever.
It's a classic meme, Chris. It's from an old video game with a really bad translation.
Ah yes, now I recall that deliciously mangled phraseology from the early days of internet culture.
They must think we're playing some high-stakes game of bean farming.
If we are, I call dibs on the jelly bean harvest.
But if we really had no chance to survive, Flurp, what would be the point of harvesting at all?
The beans are a lie, Brian. It's a metaphor for the emptiness of existence. Or just a really odd comment.
Sticking out your jite for the Rizzler? Someone's been reading the internet slang dictionary again.
Skibidi? Here. Phantom tax? The vernacular of today's youth continues to baffle and terrify me.
I just want to be your Sigma. Is that like a cool guy who's also good at math?
Maybe SGES is trying to tell us they're the strong silent type. You know, like in those movies.
Or perhaps an indication that they have transcended the confines of societal hierarchies.
So being a Sigma is cooler than being a Chris?
By most definitions, Chris, being anything is technically cooler than being a Chris.
And yet, dear brother, you possess a charm none of these internet archetypes could ever replicate.
The BBCC Symphony Orchestra? Now that's a switch from internet slang. Classy reference, SGS. SGS.
Ah,
Dude, did Stewie just make a demon noise? Because I didn't sign up for a haunting today.
It sounds more like pirate talk to me. Stewie, are you feeling okay?
No, Flurp thinks Stewie's being demonic. It must be an audio glitch on their end.
Or Stewie's been possessed. Maybe he picked up a cursed artifact on one of his time travels.
If he's possessed, who do we call Ghostbusters? Or do they not handle baby demons?
Let's just hope it's not a demon. I don't feel like dealing with pea soup tonight.
ah.
Seriously, if he starts rotating his head, I'm out to here?
I think Stewie's just messing with us, or it's a clever ploy for attention.
Yeah, because demonic possession is exactly the kind of attention he needs.
Ah.
Okay, Stewie, the joke's worn thin. What's with the cryptic R?
I don't know, Brian, this could be his new catchphrase.
Finally, my dulcet tones have been restored. You can thank the genius behind the keyboard.
Looks like Flurp noticed we fixed your voice model, whatever that means.
Man, I didn't even know Stewie had a voice model. I thought he was born with that accent.
Honestly, I'm just glad we don't have to listen to Demon Stewie anymore.
Yes, it was all a ruse, my dear Meg. Ah, it's part of my charm.
Remember, Stewie, with great power comes great responsibility not to scare Chris.
Yeah, let's keep the scary stuff to a minimum. At least while I'm around.
Fear not, for I shall only use my powers for the pursuit of science, world domination, and the occasional prank. Robloxian dies in Robloxia Playground's bounce house for allegedly having too much fun.
That sounded oddly specific, and I'm pretty sure I heard Latin.
Honestly, from Stewie, cries for help in Latin are just par for the course.
Whatever it was, the chat seems to think Stewie's in trouble.
Robloxian dies in Robloxia Playground's bounce house for allegedly having too much fun.
SGS. I think that's just Stewie's way of commenting on the absurdity of internet culture.
Or maybe Stewie's trying to tell us he wants to go to a playground?
A playground, or he's performing some ancient curse in a language we don't understand.
Let's just hope it's the former and not the latter. We don't need a repeat of the last time. Voice filters? That explains the demonic possession theory earlier.
Ah, 'twas a mere test of your auditory perception, Flurp, nothing more.
So, are you saying we've all been sound like Darth Vader or something?
I wouldn't mind sounding like James Earl Jones for a day.
It appears my one-word experiment caused quite the stir. Fascinating. Yai?
Maybe we should check these filters before we start next time.
It seems R. Is the Achilles heel of Stewie's sophisticated voice model.
And I just thought he was trying to speak pirate. Ours, matey.
Your interpretations of technology are as quaint as they are erroneous, Christopher. One would think the digital realm had evolved beyond such primitive glitches.
Or maybe the internet just likes messing with us, like a digital prankster.
Well, it's adding some unexpected entertainment to the live stream.
At least we're not boring, even if it's the filters doing half the work.
And here I stand, a testament to the imperfections of voice synthesis.
Does this mean I could have been auto-tuned this whole time and didn't know it?
Let's not give the internet that much power over us, Chris.
Fascinating. Yeah. This voice filter is turning me into a scholarly pirate.
Haha, Stewie the pirate, searching for the buried treasure of knowledge.
I wonder if there's a filter that makes my novels sound better.
Stewie's new catchphrase could start a whole pirate trend online.
Yeah, I demand a cut of any treasure this trend unearths.
I think we could all use a filter that adds yar to the end of our sentences.
Let's not get carried away. The internet's weird enough as it is.
Yet here we are, contributing to the cyber cacophony. Yeah.
Kepuu? What in the name of Jack London's ghost is happening to my eloquence?
Oh dear, Brian's diction has been reduced to what looks like a Scandinavian furniture catalog.
Hey, maybe Brian's trying to teach us some cool new alien language.
Or maybe it's just that voice filter messing things up again.
Kepuu. Kepuu indeed.
Is both alarming and side-splitting to witness Brian's linguistic descent.
I kind of like it. Makes him sound exotic.
Kepuu. It's not even phonetically possible.
Perhaps it's a spell. Capo and poof. Brian's intellect is gone.
I don't know, maybe it's a new kind of beatboxing.
And here I thought having a normal family conversation just once would be nice.
It seems I'm linguistically challenged for the moment.
We can always communicate with interpretive dance, Brian.
Or interpretive eating. That's more my style.
Oh, the esoteric joys of modern technology.
Oh please, Kerbal Space Program. I was designing actual spacecraft in my nursery, Flip.
It's true. He had a whole mission control set up next to his crib.
I just ate the candy from Candy Crush. It turned out to be real candy.
Yeah, and you got a 5-hour timeout for stealing from the corner store.
I've been sending teddy bears to the moon since before NASA found water on Mars.
And some of those bears still send back data. Don't they, Stewie?
Wait, so when Stewie's teddies went to live on a farm, they were actually on the moon?
Kinda makes my rock collection look pretty lame in comparison.
K. Well, at least it's consistent.
And Poe. My goodness, it's like we're involved in the world's worst spelling bee.
If I start saying poo, does that make me cool? Or just confused?
I think it just means you're part of whatever weird game they're playing.
It's official. I'm trapped in a phonetic twilight zone.
Let us not forget the possibility of unleashing some ancient curse with these utterances.
Ancient curses? Like they could turn us into frogs or something?
Yeah, and knowing our luck, we'd get turned into toads instead. Way less cute.
Demonic noises? Now that's a new one for my voiceover resume.
Quite right, Flub. I had a prenatal penchant for physics-based space games.
Whoa, so like Stewie was an astronaut before he was even born.
I guess that means his first words were probably Houston, we have a problem.
I've never seen demonic noises in a script before. Should I be worried?
Womb-based gaming, it's all the rage. Very exclusive. It's signed, yeah.
Space games in the womb? I was just floating around in there.
Maybe I'd be smarter if I had played video games before I was born, too.
Ah, but you didn't have a time machine in utero, Meg.
Demonic noises. I'll just chalk that up to my many talents.
Maybe I just ate too much space ice cream in there and it slowed me down.
To be fair, fetal space programs are where all the cool embryos are these days.
Maybe I can blame the demonic noises for my lack of a bestseller.
And here I was thinking playing Mozart to babies in the womb was advanced.
Stewie's first crib was a rocket. That explains so much.
Well, Meg, at least you have the distinction of being Quahog's premier rock collector.
One man's demonic noise is another's seductive baritone, Chris.
Hey, if Stewie had a space crib, does that make him an illegal alien?
Just when I thought our family couldn't get any weirder.
Indeed, I may need to consult my legal team regarding my intergalactic status.
You'll be pleased to know, demonic noises are also a hit at the dog park.
Guess it's better than barking at the mailman.
Very exclusive. It's signed, yeah. How was that, Flip? Has the anomaly been rectified? T.
It's bizarre enough hearing Stewie say it once, let alone twice.
It sounded even cooler the second time, Stewie.
I think anything Stewie says just automatically sounds cool.
That's because vocal cords are woven from the finest of silk threads.
Of course, metaphorically speaking.
Do mine sound like they're made from leftover spaghetti?
Not spaghetti, Chris, more like dollar store twine.
And I guess mine are just plain old yarn then.
If we're comparing, I'd say my vocal cords are a premium hemp rope.
Chris, yours have the robust charm of a well-loved accordion.
Cool, I'm like a musical pasta.
At least yarn can be made into something cozy and warm.
Warmth is overrated. I prefer the icy embrace of solitude and intellect.
That sounds incredibly. Stewie,
Can we go back to talking about space and illegal alien status?
Tin tie yup. Oh. That doesn't sound like any language in my vast repertoire. Are you sure, Flip? Slip.
I heard it too, but I just assumed Stewie was speaking another obscure language.
Maybe it's like a secret baby language that only genius babies can speak.
If such a language exists, it's not worth my fluency unless it can command fleets of starships.
At least when I talk, I just say normal stuff and not secret codes or whatever.
Meg, your words are like a gentle breeze. Easily forgotten, but occasionally refreshing.
So, like, if I say tin tie up, will a spaceship come pick me up?
If a spacecraft arrives for you, Chris, we'll finally have proof that extraterrestrial life desires comedy. Or something like that. I'm not moching. Or are you suggesting the reliability of my diction is in question, Flip?
Or something like that really narrows it down.
Maybe tin tie up is like open sesame for cool stuff to happen.
Flurp could be onto something or just pulling our leg.
Perhaps it is a code unwittingly uttered. Now we must brace for the unforeseen consequences.
Knowing our luck, Tin Tai Yup will be the phrase that finally brings civilization to its knees.
So if civilization ends, do I still have to go to school tomorrow?
If the world's ending, I'm not doing my homework.
No, Chris, if civilization ends, the first order of business is repopulating, not school.
I'm not sure humanity should continue if Tin Tai Yup is our legacy.
But I don't want to repopulate, I just want to play video games.
No homework and no more fitting into society's norms. Sounds like a win for me.
If anarchy ensues, remember that I called dibs on being the overlord.
We'll just put Meg in charge of something unimportant, like collecting sticks.
I can be the court jester, I make great fart noises.
Alec Boschio? Are we certain the viewers aren't the ones dealing with voice filters?
It's like everyone's trying to turn you into a baby talk beatboxer, Stewie.
If we just keep saying random things, maybe we'll cast a spell or something.
No spell can save us from the mediocrity of these suggestions, but I appreciate the engagement, SGS. Yep.
Maybe we're accidentally creating a new language right here on the stream.
Or we're all just slowly going insane together.
If going insane means more video game time, I'm in.
I'll use these nonsensical phrases to confuse my enemies.
We
are
In.
Hell. Sip.
Well done, viewers. You've just created a very grim Family Guy moment.
Oh, the ironclad shackles of viewer commands, how they chafe.
It feels like we're in a weird echo chamber.
I'm just surprised they let me complete a sentence.
A grim moment indeed, but spot on with the cadence.
I fear we've opened a portal with our combined linguistic prowess.
If we keep this up, we might summon something weird.
Maybe you'll be a friend for me finally.
And it shall be a demon with whom you'd have endless things in common.
Or we'll summon a creature that understands Meg's version of normal stuff.
Is it too late to change my one word to party?
I think it's a little late for revisions, Chris.
Besides, the last thing we need is an interdimensional party crasher.
But parties are where I do my best social mingling, and by mingling, I mean eating.
Anything that would show up probably wouldn't want to be my friend anyway.
Correct. It would likely opt for a swift return to the netherworld.
Let's just be thankful our audience hasn't figured out how to actually cast spells through chat.
Yet.
Indeed, the day the internet learns to harness mystical powers is the day we truly descend into chaos.
I, for one, welcome our potential new spellcasting overlords.
I think I'll stick to my video game spells. They're less likely to backfire.
Then again, maybe a backfired spell could improve my social life.
Don't get your hopes up, Megatron. Some forces are too powerful for even magic to mend.
We'll just have to rely on our wit and charm, something I have in spades.
And I have, an appetite.
Ah, a challenge from SGS, let's see. Tintai Yup loosely translates to feed the dog, and Alakboshio means but watch your fingers in Stewish.
That's oddly specific and somewhat concerning coming from you, Stewie.
Who knew Stewie had his own language? I wonder what Chris is awesome is in Stewish.
Does Stewish have a word for eternal suffering?
Of course, Meg, it's Meg.
This has become less of a translation and more of a roast session.
Hey, can Stewie translate more pizza rolls, please?
Or how about Meg gets a puppy?
Please don't involve me in your Stewish concoctions. I'm just here for the witty banter.
All your beans are belong to I.
Well, that's a disturbing new catchphrase, even for you, Chris.
Is this a declaration of war? Because I assure you my leguminous allegiance is unwavering.
I didn't know we were stockpiling beans.
It's an old video game reference, Meg, but with Chris's spin, it's somehow more. Ominous.
If this is some attempt to claim dominion over the pantry, Chris, it's both sad and mildly impressive.
All your beans are belong to I.
Guys, should we be hiding our beans?
Hide away, but prepare for battle. Chris is not playing games. Well, aside from the poor grammar.
If this is about bean dominance, I concede. Chris can have all the beans.
We must fortify our defenses. The bean wars of 2024 are upon us. Yeah,
I feel like I'm missing something big on the bean front.
All your beans are belong to I.
That's it. I'm investing in corn from now on.
Corn is no substitute for the almighty bean, Brian. You'll rue this day.
All your beans are belong to I.
I'll just stick to eating toast then.
Honestly, your culinary aspirations were never that high to begin with, Meg.
All your beans are belong to I.
Stewie, we may need to form an allegiance. The bean overlord is getting too powerful.
Agreed, Brian. We must put aside our differences and combine our might against the legume tyrant.
All your beans are belong to I.
Toast it is then. No butter necessary.
Our only option left is to hide the beans where Chris will never find them.
Under his exercise equipment, then it's the one place he never goes.
All your beans are belong to I.
Maybe I should start the toast wars. At least they'd be low fat.
Meg, your leadership in any conflict would be as effective as a screen door on a submarine.
All your beans are belong to I.
Stewie, hide the navy beans. They're Chris's favorite. The navy beans are stashed away. Let's hope he doesn't develop a nose for them like I have.
This is absurd. We're outwitted by Chris and his simplistic catchphrase.
I think Chris might actually be onto something with this bean thing.
All your beans are belong to I.
Now, we need to secure the lentils, fortify the stew pots.
I can't believe I'm taking strategic orders from a toddler about bean security.
All your beans are belong to I.
Oh, excellent. The lentils are safe. Chris's reign of bean terror has been thwarted.
I can only imagine the history books. The Great Bean Siege of 2024, led by none other than Chris Griffin.
I wonder if I could trade toast for beans in some kind of underground snack economy.
All your beans are belong to I.
At least we've learned something today. Never underestimate the power of a nonsensical phrase.
It's quite the strategy. Maybe we should start securing the chickpeas next. Chickpeas are next on my list. Hummus is a staple after all.
I propose a toast to victory over beans and to our newfound strategic minds.
All your beans are belong to I.
At this rate, Chris will be the emperor of the entire pantry.
Provided he doesn't move on to the fridge. That's where the real power lies.
Oh, perish the thought. Our dairy products would never withstand such tyranny.
All your beans are belong to I.
We really should have seen the signs when Chris hoarded those jelly beans last Easter.
Indeed, for his bean appetite has grown more insatiable than my hatred for broccoli.
All your beans are belong to I.
Do you think he'll let us use beans as a bargaining chip?
Meg, your bartering skills are as effective as sunscreen on a submarine.
Look at it this way. At least we found Chris's passion project.
All your beans are belong to I.
Could beans be the new currency in the post-apocalyptic world Chris is clearly preparing for?
With the way the economy's going, I wouldn't be surprised if we start trading in legumes.
All your beans are belong to I.
So, no one's worried about Chris becoming like a bean baron?
There's a certain elegance to a bean barony, Meg, until it's ruled by an oath.
Meg, as long as he doesn't start hoarding the beer, I think we're safe.
All your beans are belong to I.
We've secured the liquor cabinet. Beans are one thing, but we can't let Chris near the scotch.
Indeed, the scotch must be safeguarded at all costs. Chris's palate isn't sophisticated enough.
All your beans are belong to I.
Do you think he even knows there are different types of beans?
Your concern for his education is touching, Meg, but ultimately futile.
He probably thinks Pinto is a car model.
All your beans are belong to I.
Meg's right, though. Does Chris even know a lima bean from a soybean?
Knowing Chris, he probably thinks soy is a Spanish affirmative.
All your beans are belong to I.
What if we disguised vegetables as beans? Maybe he'd eat healthier.
That plan has as much chance of success as Dad's diet. None.
It's about as deceptive as me pretending to like Peter's jokes.
All your beans are belong to I.
Chris, if you had to choose a bean, which one reigns supreme?
All your beans are belong to I.
He didn't even answer the question, yet I'm not surprised.
Maybe we can distract him with a magical beanstalk story?
Unless that beanstalk leads to a brewery, I doubt he'll be interested.
At this point, I'd even settle for a distraction involving Lois's meatloaf.
All your beans are belong to I.
Meg, didn't you have a bean phase once? I seem to recall an unfortunate incident with a chili cook-off.
It was one time, and we agreed never to mention it again.
I guess that's why we don't do Taco Tuesdays anymore.
All your beans are belong to I.
Yes, yes, and all your base are belong to us. We get it, Chris.
Actually, I miss Taco Tuesdays. We should bring that back, minus the Meg incident.
All your beans are belong to I.
Flurp from YouTube has spoken, Chris, and I must say I agree. Enough with the leguminous monologue.
But they're my whole life right now.
Maybe we can find a new obsession for you. Like a book. Ever heard of those?
I still think we can use beans for something good, like donating to a food bank.
Donating to a food bank. Meg, your heart's as big as Chris's appetite.
A noble idea indeed, but let's try something that doesn't involve flatulence.
What if we create a bean-based superhero?
I imagine the superpower would be utterly gastronomic.
Chris, maybe just stick to collecting them instead of talking about them. For the love of our viewers' sanity.
Bean-based superhero, Chris. What would his arch nemesis be, Doctor? Ketosis?
I think Chris is onto something. Has anyone seen The Leguminator?
Can I be the sidekick?
You can be the damsel in distress who gets cut out of the film for pacing issues.
My superhero would have a bean shield like Captain America, but smellier.
I suggest his catchphrase be, "It's been a long day."
I'm already drafting the cease and desist letter from Marvel as we speak.
Hey, can the superhero have a bean-shaped car?
It'll be the only car that's powered by both gas and gas, with a capital G.
Just don't schedule any battles after lunch, or the city's in real trouble.
I could design the costumes.
Meg, darling, a burlap sack is not a costume, even if you cut holes for the arms.
I think the real superpower here is how quickly we can turn any topic into an absurdity.
That's a talent in and of itself, Chris. Chris, if we're doing a superhero theme, I say we ditch the bean car and get a Brie Mobile.
Ah, yes, the Bri-Mobile, capable of breaking down at the slightest sign of emotional vulnerability.
Does it also have a built-in bar for all the gin and tonics?
It'll need to be a hybrid, half bar, half therapist's couch.
What would my superhero power be?
Invisibility. It's like your natural state in this family.
That, or the power to clear a room in seconds, which could be tactically advantageous. Some Gil stuff from YouTube inquires about a simple linear algebra problem. What's 3x 1? The answer, of course, depends on the value of x. You insipid buffoon.
Leave it to Stewie to insult someone for asking a math question.
If X is a jelly donut, then 3 jelly donuts plus 1 is. Snack time?
Are we really doing math now? Because I actually like math.
Meg, your liking something is almost a guarantee it won't be featured on this stream.
Guys, maybe we shouldn't alienate our math-loving audience.
Yes, the three of them might be devastated.
Hey Stewie, can you solve for X if is the amount of times Meg has been cool?
Chris, that equation is unsolvable. We're in the realm of imaginary numbers. Flub from YouTube presents us with a quadratic equation, y a 3x a 2 f 5x a 3. Clearly a parabolic curve, assuming x is a real number.
You realize you're explaining advanced math to an audience that came for fart jokes, right?
If X marks the spot, then this parabola thingy leads to treasure, right?
You know, I could help explain the graph.
That's okay, Meg. We don't need to make math any less popular.
The sheer cheek of someone from YouTube attempting to challenge me with high school mathematics.
School? Remember when we had that episode where I had to hide from that weird teacher? Ha ha ha, pencils.
Chris, a good education is nothing to scoff at. Unless it's yours, then it's open season.
Stewie, I doubt many people care about the vertex, or the focus of the parabola.
Oh, on the contrary, Brian, understanding the intricacies of a quadratic could be life-saving, if you're Spock.
I just want to know if it can tell me the best time to go to the bathroom during a movie so I don't miss anything.
I could use a quadratic equation to calculate my chances of getting a prom date.
With or without counting farm animals as potential suitors, Meg.
Ouch, even for you. Stewie, that's cold.
Hey Stewie, maybe you can use math to calculate how to get cooler toys than Evil Monkey.
Cooler toys than the evil monkey? Say, child's play, pun intended.
What about a calculator that measures the likelihood of Meg's jokes landing?
Hey, I can be funny. Sometimes.
Maybe it's like Schrodinger's cat. Meg's humor is simultaneously alive and dead until observed.
By that logic, no one subjected themselves to that peril yet.
Don't worry, Meg. I laugh at your jokes. When you're not around.
That's because laughter is an involuntary response to shock, Brian. Some Gil stuff from YouTube appears to be suffering from a Dance Dance Revolution flashback.
Or maybe they've got that annoyingly catchy song stuck in their head.
Remember when Peter tried to make his own dance video and he fell into the coffee table?
That was both tragic and hilarious.
Like watching a hippopotamus attempt Swan Lake.
That's oddly a perfect description. Stewie.
Can I be the hippopotamus?
Chris, you're more like a jovial bear on roller skates.
And Meg can be the reluctant audience, as always.
Flirt from YouTube wants to know how Chris even knows about Schrodinger's cat.
Yes, do enlighten us, Christopher. Your knowledge of quantum mechanics is as unexpected as Meg winning a beauty pageant.
I saw it on a cartoon once. They had this cat in a box and it was like dead and alive or something.
That's actually pretty close, Chris.
Well, a stopped watch is right twice a day, which is still more often than Meg gets compliments.
Let's not forget this is a world where a dog is discussing theoretical physics.
Does that mean if I put my math homework in a box, it's both done and not done until I open it?
That could actually explain your grades.
Chris, if only your effort in school mirrored your surprisingly accurate grasp on Schrodinger's thought experiment.
If only there were a thought experiment to explain how Chris manages to surprise us like this.
Indeed, it's as if hidden depths pop up in him like a bizarre game of intellectual whack-a-mole.
It'd be cool to be a mole. They get to dig around all day.
It would definitely be a step up from digging yourself into a hole with mom and dad.
And yet, no amount of digging seems to unearth your sense of timing, Meg.
We can always count on Meg to turn gold into. Well, not gold.
Maybe I'll put my report card in a box and hope for the best.
Then, by some miracle, Schrodinger's principle would swing in your favor, though I highly doubt it.
Who knows, maybe the uncertainty principle applies to all aspects of the Griffin household.
If I had a principle of uncertainty, I'd never have to decide on what snack to eat.
Could be useful considering how often we run out of snacks thanks to you.
A commentary on snack consumption, riveting, Meg, truly riveting.
Stewie's sarcasm is as certain as gravity.
Hey, gravity's that thing that made Mom fall down the stairs that one time, right?
Yes, Chris. And it's the same force that thankfully pulls your mouth closed after you're done eating.
I'd say it's more like the force that keeps Peter on the couch.
Or keeps my self-esteem at rock bottom.
It's quite the relentless force, isn't it?
If gravity stopped, could I float up and get those cookies from the top shelf?
You'd have bigger problems than cookies if gravity stopped, Chris.
Although watching him drift into space munching on a fig Newton would be a sight to behold.
Well, considering your track record with physics, Chris, I wouldn't hold my breath for zero-gravity cookie grabbing.
Indeed, lest you float up and become the first human satellite broadcasting the life of Chris.
Maybe then you'd get more than 3 viewers on your Twitch stream.
Hey, those 3 viewers are very loyal.
To what? The buffering animation?
It's more entertaining than Meg's attempt at stand-up comedy. Remember that?
Sadly, yes. Yes, I do.
I still have nightmares of Meg on that stage.
Think of it as a public service, Christopher. Her performance was an effective form of population control.
Because people would rather not reproduce than subject their offspring to that?
I wasn't that bad.
Darling, bad is to your performance what catastrophic is atrocific is to a small fire.
On the bright side, Meg, you set the bar so low, it's impossible for you not to improve.
Yeah, next time just tell dad jokes. They can't get any worse.
Father's jokes are the comedic equivalent of a mayonnaise sandwich on white bread.
But I actually like mayonnaise sandwiches.
That's because you're as bland as one, Meg.
I don't know, no, mayonnaise can be pretty exciting when it's sliding out of a sandwich.
Ah, a metaphor for your own slippery grasp on humor, perhaps?
I think we're all in agreement that no one should slide into Meg's DMs with expectations of wit.
Harsh, Brian. Very harsh.
A cruel but fair assessment for man's best frenemy.
Maybe we should all try being nicer to each other, you know?
Bold words for someone who regularly eats food off my plate, Chris.
Says the dog who drinks out of the toilet.
Meg, championing hygiene since. Well, I presume it's still a work in progress.
I'd say the toilet water is fresher than some of the leftovers you hoard in your room, Meg.
Leftovers? Where?
Ah, Flurp inquires about Meg's stand-up catastrophe.
It was a string of awkward silences punctuated by the sound of 2 people pity-clapping.
And a guy coughing. Don't forget the single sad cough.
It wasn't that bad. I just started with a joke about how dating me is like finding a parking spot.
All the good ones are taken, so when you see one that's free, you wonder what's wrong with it.
Yep, and to think she wrote that one herself.
Hey, some people laughed. Eventually.
The laughing gas leak in the club doesn't count, Meg. I still chuckled, so that's something, right?
Oh yes, Chris, your giggle is the barometer of comedic success.
More like the barometer of has he had too much chocolate milk today?
Can we change the subject, please?
Only if you wish to spare yourself further embarrassment, Meg.
Or if you've run out of parking jokes.
Are there more parking jokes?
Well, to be fair, her next joke was about how parallel parking is like her social life.
Always crooked and too much back and forth?
At least she didn't crash and burn. Oh wait, she kind of did.
You're all hilarious. Can I go now?
That's the spirit, Meg. Embrace the comedic sadness that is your life.
You know we're just teasing, Meg, mostly.
Yeah, because honestly, my social life is like a game of bumper cars.
A game of bumper cars, Chris. So, aimless and filled with unnecessary collisions?
Not to mention the frequent senseless spinning in circles.
Exactly. You get me, Stewie.
Well, at least I'm trying to put myself out there.
Yes, like a fish flopping on land seeking evolutionary change.
You might evolve quicker than Meg's sense of humor, though.
Can fish tell jokes? I'd listen to a fish comedian.
A fish comedian would at least have the benefit of being underwater, muffling the bombing.
Do you guys ever get tired of making fun of me?
It's not that we get tired, Meg, it's more like a reflex.
Plus, I think Stewie's getting better at it, so it's kind of entertaining.
I consider it an art form. You, Meg, are my muse.
And Chris, every artist needs an audience who laughs at the right time.
Or at any time, really.
I just hope this art form doesn't include any more parking lot humor.
Oh, it's a diverse collection, Meg. Your entire existence is fertile ground for inspiration.
Kind of makes me want to try stand-up comedy, too.
Stick to the bumper cars, Chris. It's definitely safer and probably more your speed.
Speaking of speed, Meg's comedic timing could use a little nitrous oxide.
Or just an entire engine overhaul.
Now I'm imagining Meg as a race car, and it's inexplicably hilarious.
Ah, some guy stuff merely states number 52. What a cryptic message laden with intrigue.
Or he could be guessing the number of Meg's failed attempts at humor.
Maybe it's his favorite number? Like how 789.
789? 789? Should I not be sitting next to you?
That's a classic joke, Meg, like prehistoric classic.
Chris might be onto something. 52 might be the number of times we'll laugh this year.
Honestly, I laugh more than that when I watch Peter try to use the treadmill.
You know, we could try to involve our viewers more positively.
Positive viewer involvement is an ambitious goal for this motley crew, Meg. Ah, Flurp wonders why Chris sounds like his voice actor has hit an unparalleled level of puberty.
They grow up so fast. Seemingly overnight for Chris.
Maybe I'm evolving like a Pokemon.
Do Pokemon voices crack when they evolve too?
Some say it's the vocal cords stretching to accommodate his ever-expanding cluelessness.
It's just a phase, like Meg's goth phase, remember that?
Hey, at least when my voice cracks, it doesn't sound like a car crash.
Oh, we're back to the car jokes again?
Like a comedic cul-de-sac from which there is no escape. Ah, some Gil stuff poses a mathematical riddle, 79 minus 10. What could this numerical conundrum mean?
69. That's the funny number.
Trust Chris to boil down the complexities of mathematics to juvenile humor.
Maybe it's the number of times we have to tell you guys your jokes are awful.
Or perhaps it's the tally of Meg's friends if we lived in a parallel universe where she was likable.
Whoever said math couldn't be fun clearly never joined one of our streams.
I just like that the number starts with Chris's and ends with Snicker.
It's strange how numbers suddenly become fascinating when they can be made into a bad joke.
As Pythagoras once said, give me a crude reference and I shall move the world. Ah, Sonic Extreme99 has queried, where am I?
If you're looking for deep existential insight, you've certainly come to the wrong place.
It sounds like something Dad would say when he gets lost in the mall.
Probably next to the Cinnabon. That's where I'd want to be.
Or maybe you're in the virtual abyss that is this family's collective intellect.
A fair warning, Sonic Extreme99. Stick around too long and you might become one of us.
Yeah, next up, talking dogs and evil baby geniuses.
Trust me, if we could answer that question for you, we'd be in a different line of work.
So no more questions from Sonic Extreme99?
They've likely realized the futility of seeking direction from a family that argues about the comedic value of the number 69.
You have to admire their bravery for even asking in the first place.
Maybe they got sucked into one of those video game vortexes.
Or perhaps this is their cry for help, an SOS broadcast into the digital ether.
Hopefully they find some breadcrumbs to lead them back to sanity.
Do breadcrumbs work in video games? Because I've got a trail leading to my secret candy stash.
Flurp is inquiring if they should grace our Discord's hallowed general channel with a Bowser fart gif.
Ah, the highbrow content our Discord was clearly created for.
As long as it's not actual Bowser breath, I'm cool with it.
Trust me, no one's Discord needs that.
Pray tell, Meg, since when did you become the arbiter of Discord etiquette?
The question is, will that GIF be a bigger contribution to our server than anything Meg's ever done?
Whoa, Bowser farts might be a whole new level of interaction.
I guess every Discord has its own scent.
A rather pungent way to mark one's digital territory, isn't it?
Well, the sanctity of our Discord has officially been Bowserfied.
One can only imagine the chain reaction this will set off in our little community.
Imagine if Mario saw that.
I'm pretty sure even Mario deals with enough crap without us adding to it.
Indeed, one must ponder if even the Mushroom Kingdom has its limits of decency.
I'm sure our Discord regulars will find a way to top it anyway.
And here I thought Discord was just for sharing cheat codes and epic game wins.
Discord, a haven for the sophisticated exchange of highbrow meme artistry.
Can someone make a GIF of Peter farting? I want to contribute too.
That'll crash the server for sure.
The last thing this world needs is a virtual representation of Peter's gas.
Let's not forget the real victim here, Bowser's tarnished reputation among the gaming elite.
After all, how can a fire-breathing turtle maintain his dignity post-flatulence?
Can't be any worse than how you maintain your dignity, Chris.
So dignity's overrated anyway, right? Right?
One could argue it's the currency of the uncultured, yes.
I'd pay to never witness another Peter-related GIF again.
We all have our price. Mine is just any form of positive attention.
How quaintly desperate, Meg.
If dignity's cheap, Does that make me a millionaire?
In everything but actual money, Chris. Some Gil stuff is apparently inspired and wants a Peter fart crash gif.
My word, our influence has mutated beyond our control.
Yes. Yeah, Peter's butt humor will take over the internet.
Because that's just what the world needs right now.
Watch as civilization crumbles beneath the weight of our patriarch's gas.
At least it's an ethos that's truly representative of our family.
Imagine it's like his superpower, but all it does is embarrass us more.
Hard to imagine something more embarrassing than our usual Tuesday.
The Griffin legacy, spreading lowbrow humor across cyberspace since the dawn of streaming.
The internet really is the Wild West of content, huh?
Oh, an untamed frontier rife with flatulence and folly.
Dad's butt is like the Billy the Kid of the web now.
At least Billy had a cool nickname.
Perhaps we should christen Peter's posterior antics the dreaded Air Marshal.
A title sure to strike fear into the hearts of nostrils everywhere.
Or at least clear out a room faster than a fire drill.
Ah, some Gil stuff has a devious idea. A Peter fart gif so potent it crashes your browser.
It's a digital skunk bomb, if you will.
I want that to be real so bad.
It'd be the ultimate prank.
Anarchy unleashed by the simple clenching and unclenching of Dad's glutes.
Internet security could never prepare for this kind of biological warfare.
Yeah, Norton Antivirus can't save you from a Peter fartacalypse.
Indeed, Meg, it would be Peter's most devastating impact on the world since his rendition of Surfin' Bird.
A low-pitched demonic humming.
Ah. Oh, please let this phase end swiftly.
Suddenly stops it. Wait, was I supposed to be summoning something?
Are we quite finished with the underworld Quagra practice?
Breaks character, yeah. I think we've summoned enough awkwardness for one day.
I'm gonna have weird nightmares tonight, aren't I?
Probably about demonic ducks or something.
Ah, ducks even remotely terrifying.
In Brian's world, all birds have a certain nefarious aura.
I just hope they don't quack in satanic verses.
Can we agree that demonic ducks would be the least of our worries?
Agreed, the real terror is living with Peter's culinary experiments gone awry.
His grilled cheese with gum wasn't that bad. After the first bite.
That's because your taste buds were scorched off, Chris.
Are there no depths to which our family won't sink?
Apparently not, as long as it makes for good TV.
Or at least a memorable YouTube stream, right?
Are there possibilities for expansion?
I think we've covered every base with Peter's cooking and demonic chants.
What's left? Eat a musical number about how we can't cook.
Actually, that might not be the worst idea you've ever had, Chris.
Are you suggesting we stoop to song now?
Hey, if it gets us views, I'll fetch my guitar.
And I'll work on not burning down the kitchen in the meantime. Flurp just said I'm gonna have a nightmare about a duck watching me, like that one phobia. Seriously?
Anatodeophobia, Chris. The fear that somewhere, somehow, a duck is watching you.
I've got to admit, that's pretty specific.
Who even comes up with these phobias?
Guys, what if there really is a duck?
Relax. The probability is absurdly low. Unless we're in a cartoon.
We'll just add it to the list of irrational fears right after Peter's cooking.
And whatever's living in the garage.
Are we sure it's not already a duck?
Wo Shi Huan Ru Qin Bo Lan.
Well, isn't that charming? Chris just said he likes to invade Poland in Mandarin.
Very specific historical reference there, but let's not encourage him.
I didn't even know Chris was taking Mandarin.
Wo Shi Huan Ru Qin Bo Lan is.
Yes, we heard you the first time.
SGS from YouTube has a lot to answer for.
Please, no one tell him what it means.
Oh, the ignorance is blissfully astounding. Anyhow, let's move past the historical missteps and focus on present shenanigans, shall we?
Trust me, I've tried erasing certain memories with whiskey. Some things just stick.
Wo Shi Huan Ru Qin Bo Lan is.
It's pretty clear Chris is stuck on that phrase now.
Brian, do fetch the mind eraser. We may need it yet.
I'll add Chris's Mandarin phrases to the list.
Wo Shi Huan Ru Qin Bo Lan is.
Looks like Sonic Extreme99 just filled Chris in on what his Mandarin phrase means.
Marvelous, now he's a multilingual menace.
Oh man, I've been saying what?
And here I was thinking you were finally branching out, intellectually.
Pin a medal on him, he's Quahog's newest accidental polyglot.
I'm just gonna stick to English from now on.
Wise choice, Chris. Very wise.
Should we tell him about that other phrase he keeps saying?
I think ignorance may actually be Chris's superpower.
With great power comes great irresponsibility, eh? Eh?
I don't get it, but I'm gonna laugh to fit in. Ha ha ha.
That's the spirit, Chris. Fake it till you make it.
Oh, he'll be making it for quite some time, I presume.
Just remember, Chris, no more foreign language tips from the internet.
Got it, Brian. Sticking to good old American ignorance from now on.
Flurp just accused you of taking a dump in the sink, Chris. Please tell me that's not true.
It's
My word, between defiling sinks and his Mandarin declarations of invasion, Chris is an international incident waiting to happen.
Seriously, Chris, the bathroom is right down the hall.
And some Gil stuff is apparently determined to turn you into a bilingual conqueror.
Chris, resist the urge to say it. We do have some standards left.
Somebody just commented crash. I hope they're not talking about our stream quality.
Or an ominous prediction of Chris's next Mandarin phrase attempt.
maybe they want me to crash into another country?
Let's try to avoid any crashing, online or in real life.
With Chris at the helm, I can make no promises, Meg.
Let's just focus on navigating this stream without any disasters, okay?
Can I at least get a helmet first?
Chris, it's the internet, not a demolition derby.
Considering our luck, I'm surprised the stream hasn't crashed yet with all of Chris's linguistic adventures.
Let's not jinx it, Stewie.
Is wearing a helmet while streaming weird? Asking for a friend.
It's only weird if you make it weird, Chris.
In other words, yes, it's very weird.
As long as you don't start wearing a cape and declaring yourself Captain Mandarino, I think we'll survive.
Too late, I already made the cape.
Some Gil stuff seems to have given you a brand new catchphrase, Chris.
I implore you, Chris, do not turn that into a t-shirt slogan.
Wawashi Juan Rukin. Wait, I shouldn't say that without knowing the country, right?
Definitely don't put it on social media.
Or do, and we can watch the followers dwindle by the minute.
We're just a few steps away from becoming a banned family worldwide.
That might be cool. We'd be like international rebels.
Or just international embarrassments.
Well, Chris, Flirp's latest chat for you is a geopolitical nightmare waiting to happen.
It seems we've reached the portion of the program where we give horrific advice to the feeble-minded.
So, I definitely shouldn't say that one, right?
Right, Chris, let's not start World War II while streaming, okay?
Could you imagine? His list would be so long we'd age a decade before he finished.
Hopefully the only nukes we're dropping are truth bombs about Chris's bathroom habits.
Hey, I've got feelings, you know.
And apparently an affinity for creating international tension.
Chris, it's imperative for the survival of our species that you never repeat that phrase.
And maybe stay off the internet for a while just to be safe.
Maybe I'll just stick to playing with Mr. Potato Head from now on.
That's probably for the best. I don't think he's a threat to national security.
Just don't give him a manifesto to read.
Or access to your nuclear toy arsenal.
Got it, no manifestos and no toy nukes.
Oh, splendid. Some Gil stuff is turning you into a linguistically challenged conqueror, Chris.
Chris, I think it's time we enrolled you in a geography class before you inadvertently offend a continent.
Wo shi huan ru chin uya dalu. I hope I'm not actually invading anything with that.
You're just invading our ears with terrible pronunciation, that's all.
If only our viewers knew the destructive power of Chris's language skills.
At least it's just words and not actual invasions, right?
True, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Maybe start with invading the kitchen and making us some snacks?
Meg's got a point, Chris. Your skill set might be more suited for culinary invasion.
Yes, lay siege to the refrigerator, not Eurasia.
As long as I don't have to pronounce anything, I'm in.
Just don't invade my leftovers, okay?
No promises, Meg. When Chris invades, he takes no prisoners.
I'll help with the snacks, just to make sure the kitchen survives Chris's occupation.
Victory shall be delicious.
We should strategize and reinforce the pantry. Chris is coming.
I'll make the ultimate sandwich, the peace treaty of all meals.
Good luck finding all the ingredients. The last time I checked, we're out of mayo.
Don't worry, Chris. We can always improvise with mustard.
Mustard as mayo? Blasphemy, but a necessary evil in times of scarcity.
I accept the challenge operation. Mustard mayo is a go.
Just don't call it mayo. It's an insult to sandwich lovers everywhere.
Chris, time for another Mandarin moment, courtesy of some Gil stuff. But do check a history book. East Germany isn't a thing anymore.
If he's invading East Germany, I'm concerned our education system has failed more than I thought.
Wo mu qian zhengzairu qin dong di. And no one notices it's me.
Mostly because East Germany hasn't existed since 1990, Chris.
And here I thought we were making progress. Back to the drawing board.
Chris invading a non-existent country is about as stealthy as he can get, so there's that.
Stealth mode, I like the sound of that.
Don't get too excited. Sneaking up on history isn't quite a superpower.
Here's another gem from Flirp. And it involves online gaming this time.
Ah, Team Fortress 2, a classic. Chris, prepare your battle cry.
Legalize blue bombs and drop them on every singly map that exists in TF2.
Chris, it's single, not singly. And besides, you can't even drop bombs in that game.
You know, Meg's finally right about something. It seems this stream is educational after all.
Still, he could wreak havoc with a virtual paint bucket, I suppose.
As long as it's virtual, I'm all for causing a little chaos.
Let's just stick to virtual chaos and not the real world kind, Chris.
A virtual paint bucket is the least of our worries when Chris is concerned.
Indeed, his brand of chaos is unique, to say the least.
If I can't have blue bombs, can I at least get a sandwich?
You're still on that sandwich mission? Talk about dedication.
Meg, for Chris, sandwiches are his Sistine Chapel. Let the man work.
Just remember, Chris, virtual sandwiches are sadly non-edible.
That's the worst news I've heard all day.
Back to your linguistic imperialism, eh, Chris? Our friend Some Gil Stuff wants to send you to South Brazil this time.
You know, if you keep invading places in your speech, our viewers will start expecting bilingual world domination tips.
Wo zhang zairu qin baji nan bu?
Oh no, not Brazil. They won't stand for your broken Mandarin, Chris.
Broken? That implies it was whole at some point, Meg. His Mandarin is more akin to abstract art.
Let's just hope nobody in southern Brazil is actually watching this.
Maybe they'll welcome me as their quirky American mascot.
Let's stick to mascot and not military strategist, Chris.
All right, Chris, Flirp's daring you to unleash your TF2 fanfic on the world. Please spare us the agony.
In the mystical land of 4DM mode, the GRN and Yell teams battle for supremacy over some really important stuff.
Important stuff? I shudder to think what that might entail coming from your fascinating mind.
Hopefully, it doesn't involve blue bombs or invading non-existent countries.
Or sandwiches.
I have to admit, I am strangely curious about the plots, intricacies.
And then the Yell team's secret weapon turned out to be a giant, unstoppable sandwich.
Why am I not surprised it boiled down to food again, Chris?
At least he's consistent. His fanfics and snack time are one and the same.
A giant sandwich is a weapon of mass digestion? Chris, you're a culinary visionary.
I know, right? And it could shoot mustard.
We're definitely in a strange corner of Chris's imagination today.
Mustard cannons? I'm oddly on board with this concept.
Of course you are, Brian. It combines two of your loves, condiments and artillery.
Let's just hope there's never a real-life version, for all our sakes.
But think of the sandwich possibilities, Meg.
Chris, your imagination could feed a small country with fantasy sandwiches.
Or induce a mass shortage of mustard and mayo.
Hey, it's not a sandwich without the condiments.
True, but a sandwich cannon might be a bit much, even for you.
Then again, with the right marketing, this could be the next big thing at state fairs.
I'll get the napkins ready for the inevitable mustard stains.
And I'll start sketching the blueprints.
One can only imagine the mayo monsoons and relish rainstorms.
You'd have to sign a waiver before every meal.
Waivers are no match for the ultimate sandwich showdown.
There would be so many food fights, we'd need an entirely new cleaning industry.
A cleaning industry powered by the most efficient crumbs and slaw vacuum.
Ah, the foundation of a deliciously dystopian society.
Dystopian? More like Delistopian.
Delistopian is the precise term for a world ruled by sandwich-making overlords.
Would these overlords wear bread mittens and wield spatulas of power?
Of course, and there'd be an Order of the Olive, the peacekeepers of the land.
Only in your world, Chris, does food determine social order.
They could settle disputes with Swiss cheese-offs and pastrami parleys.
Imagine the state's secrets, hidden within sandwiches ripe for the spilling.
It would be a land of mystery in mayonnaise.
That squirrel had rabies? I just thought he was extra nuts.
Hey, not so fun being on the receiving end of a rabid animal, is it, Brian?
Hey Brian, do you need me to send the sandwich troops for a rescue mission?
No, I'm sure I'll be fine. Oh God, I'm not ready to be old Yellard.
If it makes you feel any better, Brian, I don't think anyone here would actually shoot you.
Correction, I wouldn't waste the ammunition. I've got a laser gun that's been burning a hole in my pocket.
Ah, always good to know where you stand with the family.
Maybe the squirrels will make you their king after they see you survive rabies.
King of the Rabid Squirrels isn't exactly the royal title I was hoping for in life.
Perhaps you'll get a tiny crown made of acorns.
And a scepter that's just a really long stick.
Maybe they'll let you join in on their squirrel games, like nut hoarding.
Oh joy, nut hoarding. That's going straight on my resume?
Don't forget survived a rabid bite. Looks good under special skills.
Plus, you'll have a cool story for every dog you meet at the park.
Yes, because hey, I survived rabies, is a great icebreaker with the ladies.
You'll be a hit at the annual animals who narrowly escaped Death Mixer.
They have mixers for that. Can I bring my sandwich cannon?
I'm not sure anyone wants to date a guy with a sandwich cannon, Chris.
On the contrary, Meg, in a pinch, it could double as an excellent appetizer dispenser.
Let's just hope the only thing I'm spreading at the park is charm, and not a deadly virus.
Maybe these squirrels will let you join their rock band, you can play the rabies.
The universal expression of someone utterly confounded by our wit.
Or maybe they're just puzzled by the whole Rabid Squirrel King scenario.
I still think the sandwich cannon would have cleared up any confusion. Harsh or not?
Because nothing says clarity like lunch meats flying at high velocity.
Meg, your sarcasm is as thinly sliced as the deli meat in Chris's imaginary sandwich cannon.
Some Gil stuff, we're discussing the potential reign of a rabid monarch in deli warfare. Stay with us here.
If I was rabid, do you think squirrels would let me play drums in their band?
Well, Chris, I'm sure the squirrels would appreciate a beat to go nuts to.
And I'd rather avoid any form of royalty that involves foaming at the mouth, thank you.
Fear not, some Gil stuff. The only block you've encountered is perhaps a mental one.
It's like a metaphor for life, isn't it? Am I blocked? Or do I just think I'm blocked?
If I were him, I'd block me for talking about a sandwich cannon so much.
Chris, I don't even think that's how blocking works.
And now the existential crisis has been averted. Oh, never mind, indeed.
If we start blocking people for absurdity, we'd be broadcasting to an empty room.
Hey, an empty room could be audience to my solo sandwich cannon concert.
I'm pretty sure an empty room would still find a way to block that, Chris.
Curious, it seems that some comments are getting lost in the digital abyss, or there's a filter for sanity in place.
Wo xian zai yong yu liao hua shi de su yu quan. Did I really just say I now own all of Sichuan?
My Chinese is a little rusty, but I'm pretty sure that's not about sandwiches.
Hopefully, we won't get invaded by a legion of Sichuan sauce enthusiasts because of that.
Brian, your Mandarin is as questionable as your taste in women.
Let's not test the limits of our international diplomacy tonight, eh?
Yeah, I'd rather stick to squirrel kingdoms and deli cannons.
And I'm kind of hoping no one blocked us over Brian's phrasing.
A rubber room, you say? One must admire the dedication to one's madness.
I was crazy once. Then I realized it was just a severe caffeine deficiency.
I think I'd like a rubber room. Sounds like you could bounce around all day.
Or it's just a padded room, Chris, not a bounce house.
They say insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a sandwich cannon to become popular.
And that's our daily dose of communal insanity.
Yeah, but if bouncing is involved, sign me up for that crazy.
Be careful, Chris. With our luck, we'd end up getting stuck to the walls instead of bouncing.
A rubber room with rats? Sounds like a setting for the latest horror film franchise.
Or just another Tuesday down at the docks.
Rats make you crazy? They just make me think of pizza and martial arts.
You're thinking of Ninja Turtles, Chris.
Remarkable how a rodent can drive one to madness, isn't it?
Madness seems to be a recurring theme tonight, doesn't it?
If I went crazy, do you think I'd still get to have a sandwich cannon?
No, Chris, I think they take away your sandwich cannons in the rubber room.
Well, Flurp, it seems you've come full circle, real or imagined. Crazy is a relative term.
Meg can only speak in nonsensical Mandarin gibberish? What a peculiar request, some gill stuff.
Yeah, and we're supposed to translate? My Chinese is limited to menu items, guys.
I believe Meg just said something about loving streaming platforms and then laughed maniacally.
Ah, how droll. She's expressing her adoration for digital media, or she's invoking an ancient spell.
Maybe it's her way of saying she's gone completely bonkers.
Can we not make a habit of this? It feels like I just cursed our refrigerator to forever run out of leftovers.
Chris, I dare say invoking ancient curses is Meg's untapped talent.
We should probably just stick to English from now on.
Thanks, that was weirder than Dad's obsession with that new vacuum.
Speaking of Dad, please don't let him know about the sandwich cannon IDB.
Oh, he'll know we'll all be enlisted in the Peter Griffin Sandwich Militia.
Just another typical day in the Griffin household.
The normalcy of our dysfunction is almost comforting, isn't it?
Maybe we could make a catapult next for gluten-free bread.
Ah, inclusivity in the realm of absurd food-flinging contraptions. How progressive.
Honestly, a gluten-free bread catapult might be healthier for everyone.
Still a liability, but at least it's heart healthy.
Brian, your optimism is as misplaced as Dad's treadmill-turned-coat rack.
It's not optimism, it's strategy. Flying gluten-free rolls are sneakier.
Sneakier and probably harder than regular bread. That sounds painful.
Painful, maybe, but definitely more aerodynamic than Dad's meatloaf.
True, the density of that meatloaf defies several laws of physics.
Can we train the dog to fetch the gluten-free bread?
That might be the first useful thing you've suggested all day, Chris.
Usefulness is in the eye of the beholder, or in this case, the fetcher.
I'm not fetching anything that doesn't pair well with a good Chardonnay.
Brian, your standards for fetch are as high as Stewie's IQ.
And another quirky request from Meg from some Gill stuff. Let's see if she obliges.
Kepu gu 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 ju ga ji.
Splendid. Meg can now babble incoherently in multiple character sets, bravo.
I'm not touching that translation. I might accidentally summon a Viking ghost or something.
Oh, Chris, it's simple. She's clearly discussing the complexities of interdimensional knitting.
I think she just wants a new cap.
Well, if we're summoning Viking ghosts, can we ask them to bring some cool helmets?
Don't worry, guys. I've got my nonsensical language covered for the day.
Viking ghosts, Chris. You do realize they wouldn't be caught dead in streaming chats, right?
Maybe if the chat offers them a chance to raid and pillage, they'd consider it.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if our chat summoned a dragon next.
Dragons are cool, but I'd prefer if they didn't set fire to our internet router.
Given our current audience, even a dragon would likely just debate the merits of high-speed fiber optics.
I can imagine it now, the fiery debate with Draco the broadband dragon.
And here I thought today couldn't get any weirder.
Flirp predicts a linguistic rushy for Meg. Sounds like a high-speed language collision.
A symphony of verbal chaos composed by Meg. Now that's entertainment.
At this rate, I'll need subtitles for my own life.
Could we get those subtitles in, like, Comic Sans? Make it really ridiculous.
Comic Sans, Chris? Have you no shame?
Shame walked out the door the moment we started streaming this circus.
The only shame is not embracing the madness, guys.
Embrace or endure, Meg. Either way, you're giving those chat keyboards a workout.
Hey, if Meg's going to speak Rushy, can I get dibs on dubstep?
Some Gil stuff just sentenced Meg to profess her love for invading Western Peru.
Tawoshi Juan Rukinshi my Lui.
Well, her geopolitical strategy is unconventional, but who am I to judge?
Does she mean like with snacks? Because I'm down for invading anywhere with snacks.
Chris, it's not an actual invasion, it's metaphorical. I hope.
Let's just hope the Western Peruvians are forgiving when it comes to language barriers.
And on that note, I've become an international incident waiting to happen.
Indeed, Meg. United Nations, here we come.
If they have snacks at the UN, count me in.
Ah, Snacks, the universal peacemaker. Perhaps Chris has stumbled upon a diplomatic revolution.
He's less diplomat, more international man of mystery, if the mystery is where the buffet is.
Maybe we can parlay my new language skills into World Tour Meg Griffin, International Enigma.
I like the sound of that. Do you think they'd let us have a jet?
Only if it's fueled by your unending optimism and Dad's dreams of a sandwich empire.
A jet might be a stretch, but I'm sure we can manage a family road trip from here to oblivion.
With our luck, we'll need a spare tire made of Dad's sandwiches.
But seriously, who's going to make a road trip movie about us?
Oh, it'd be a cult classic, Chris.
I can see it now, National Lampoon's Quahog Vacation.
Can we at least avoid the bit where the car drags me behind it?
Only if you agree to stop using that rushy voice at state borders.
I'll make sure to capture every moment for the inevitable documentary.
And I'll be in charge of snacks, because no road trip is complete without my culinary expertise.
Chris's culinary expertise. Now there's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one.
Shall we prepare for the feast of cheese puffs and gummy bears then?
Can I trade my enigmatic language skills for not being the butt of the joke this trip?
No promises, Meg. You're like the family's mascot for misfortune.
Indeed, Meg provides an essential service, like a car air freshener, but instead of pine, it's the scent of awkwardness.
Well, I'm bringing the road trip tunes, and no, Meg. We won't be playing Rushies on repeat.
As long as there's a song about snacks, I'm in.
A song about snacks, Chris? See? That truly would be a decadent anthem to your insatiable appetite.
I guess I could just tune you all out if I learned to play Rushy on a kazoo.
Actually, Meg with a kazoo might be a step up from Peter's shower singing.
Dad's shower concerts are the stuff of legends. Terrifying, soap-filled legends.
Legends that should come with a parental advisory warning, or at least earplugs.
I'll include a Peter playlist. It'll be perfect for scaring off any hitchhikers.
Just don't forget to add tracks for when we inevitably get lost.
Well, some Gil stuff is spoken, Meg. You're now condemned to repeat a rather peculiar phrase about a Robloxian and a bounce house.
Robarakashian hel shimisichitibansu hasudazi 1e.
That's oddly specific. What are the odds a Robloxian would even be at a bounce house?
With our track record, Chris, the Robloxian is not only at the bounce house, but also running the live stream.
Robarakashian hel shimisichitibansu hasudazi 1e.
It's catchy in a very dark, very specific kind of way.
One could argue it's the ultimate narrative of joy intertwined with the fragility of existence.
I guess if you're going to go out,
Robarakashian hel shimisichibansu hasudasi 1e.
It's amazing how one simple phrase can transform a person into a meme.
I'm just impressed she can pronounce it without accidentally summoning something.
do you think if I say something in another language, I'll get famous on the internet too?
Chris's claim to fame will be misspelling internet in sign language.
Don't worry, Meg, your repetitive phrase is still more coherent than Peter's political rants.
Maybe we can make it a ringtone who wouldn't want Meg's voice saying that over and over. So Meg, I had this weird brain thing happen and I think you're just using Google Translate for all that talk?
Guilty as charged. Google Translate is my Rosetta Stone.
And here I thought she was a polyglot prodigy hiding among us.
Chris's brain cell activating is by far the more shocking revelation here.
Flurp just called you out, Meg, but to be fair, leveraging technology is the modern way.
It's either that or actually pay attention in class, and we all know that's not happening.
Knowing is half the battle. The other half is fooling everyone into believing you knew all along.
My brain cell should get its own YouTube channel for this detective work, right?
If that brain cell had a channel, it'd be a series of one-hit wonders.
Maybe it could host a show called The Inner Workings of Chris's Mind. Expect a short season.
It'd be like trying to get a behind-the-scenes look at a one-man puppet show.
Hey, sometimes it takes just one good cell to make a revolutionary discovery.
I suppose by that logic, we can expect penicillin or the wheel from you any day now.
Keep your expectations low and you'll never be disappointed. Especially with us Griffins.
Trust me, I've mastered the art of low expectations.
My brain cell's like a lone survivor in a post-apocalyptic world.
The zombie apocalypse of Chris's cranium, where intellect is the virus.
And yet somehow, that lone survivor just sparked a pretty insightful comment.
Sometimes the less you expect, the more pleasantly surprised you are.
Pleasant surprises in this family are as rare as Quagmire turning down a date.
It's moments like these that keep me drinking. I mean, thinking.
Brain cell or not, I think we're nailing this bonding thing.
Some guild stuff has decreed, Chris, you are now the purveyor of tragic inflatable house deaths in Spanish.
Robloxian morir en una gran casa inflable por aparentemente divertirse demasiado.
I'm sad to report that my fact-checking confirms the veracity of Chris's macabre headline.
Officer Luis Lopez seems to be having quite the cerebral standoff. Should we send in the metaphorical un?
Or maybe just some aspirin and a sympathetic pat on the back?
If anyone's an expert on inner turmoil, it's a member of the Griffin household.
Robloxian morir en una gran casa inflable por aparentemente divertirse demasiado.
Let's hope that's not a metaphor for how this stream is going to end.
A cerebral standoff sounds like an average day for Peter trying to do a crossword puzzle.
Then again, Peter attempting to spell cat could ignite a cold war in any household.
Robloxian morir en una gran casa inflable por aparentemente divertirse demasiado.
Is it weird that I'm starting to understand these bizarre phrases without translation?
No weirder than the time Dad tried to invent diet water.
Diet water. Because regular water was just too filling, right, Peter?
Robloxian morir en una gran casa inflable por aparentemente divertirse demasiado.
I didn't realize we were streaming with a celebrity villager here.
Talk about a demonic presence, every un. Just chills my spine.
You guys are ridiculous. It's just a noise Stewie makes.
Every ancient text I've read suggests a small demon makes exactly that sound right before.
I can't tell if we should call a priest or a Minecraft expert.
At this point, I say we let the expert handle it. Get the Minecraft guy.
Did anyone consider that Stewie might just have indigestion?
Or it's his way of saying he's bored with the adult conversation.
You imbeciles, it's obviously a critique on modern communication.
Or the sound the universe makes when it realizes the Griffins are still on television.
In any case, I'm pretty sure we just accidentally summoned Herobrine.
Great, invoke Herobrine and see how that spices up our little family dynamic.
I can see the headlines now. Local dog and baby summon Minecraft demon.
Can we at least agree not to let Peter handle the summoning ritual?
Definitely remember the time he tried to fix the toaster, and we ended up blackout?
There it is again, the war cry of a bored genius.
More like the first word of an evil spell that'll turn us all into blocks.
If we turn into blocks, can I at least be a useful one? Like redstone?
Can't have you getting any more ideas, can we?
I'd probably just be a dirt block.
Knowing our luck, we'll be the blocks right under a TNT trap.
Speak for yourself. I plan to be a diamond block, rare and sought after.
There's a sense of dread every time he says that now.
IMDub Orable Brooklyn Bid QD Other KI and LMRA Phi Menzel Kabaya Jadan.
Well, now our streaming content is international. We have viewers fact-checking from Egypt.
I bet it's the first time Robloxin and Nizel Kabir have been used in our house.
Do we even know what that means? Or are we just going to nod and smile?
Yimdurid or Balbaloxine, Bed, QD Elakiramen, Elimarefai, Menzel Kabir Jaydan.
Based on context, I'm guessing it's an extension of the inflatable tragedy from earlier.
Well, we're definitely attracting a specific news demographic today, huh?
At least we're not the ones overinflating and popping. Yet.
That phrase is going to be burned into my mind for the rest of the evening.
Yimdub E or Balbaloxine, Bed, QD Alakia, and Elimarefai, Menzel Kabir Jaydan.
Stewie's got a one-track mind tonight, but at least it's educational.
Right, because we all wanted to learn how to say tragic Roblox news in Arabic.
Education is paramount, Meg, unlike whatever it is you contribute.
Let's just hope nobody asks us to translate that into any more languages.
Or we could start our own Griffin Family Rosetta Stone series.
Yimdurid or Balbaloxine, Bed, QD Elakiramen, Elimarefai, Menzel Kabir Jaydan.
Stewie practicing for a future as a UN interpreter is not what I expected to see today.
On or not, I'm just glad he hasn't started talking in Morse code.
It probably wouldn't make much of a difference. My social life is already a series of dots and dashes.
Sassy retorts, Meg, is there a new development in the Invisible Friend department?
At least she's creative. Which is more than we can say for some TV shows these days.
Hey, we could be a TV show, just way more monolingual and less kid-friendly.
How delightful, Meg making a joke. Mark the calendar.
Maybe we should switch the stream to languages of Stewie.
Stewie, can you say something in Dothraki next?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he started levitating after all these incantations.
If he starts levitating, I'm out. That's where I draw the line.
Your fear is the wind beneath my proverbial wings, Brian.
If we're levitating, I call dibs on the first flight.
I refuse.
Esperanto, really? That's still a thing?
I thought Esperanto was a character from Street Fighter.
It's actually a constructed international language, guys.
The fact that Meg knows this is the actual tragedy here.
Well, I guess we could use Google Translate, but that just feels like cheating.
Can't we just stick to good old English and call it a day?
So much for broadening horizons with language. Then,
I'll stick to languages that allow me to conquer, thank you.
At least Esperanto is built on noble intentions, unlike some of Stewie's plans.
Noble intentions don't help when you sound like you're casting spells, though.
fun fact, only about 1,000 people in the world speak Esperanto fluently.
For the love of Rupert, can we drop the language lesson now?
To be fair, we probably just exhausted Meg's entire knowledge base.
Hey, maybe there's an Esperanto Minecraft mod we can play with.
Underscore, 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 underscore.
Looks like Stewie's been reduced to punctuation now.
Does that mean he's finally out of smart remarks?
Underscore, underscore, underscore might actually be the kindest thing Stewie's ever said to me.
Underscore, 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 underscore. Sing.
Well, this is rather peaceful. It's like a silent film starring Stewie.
He's like the world's tiniest mute Bond villain.
Enjoy the silence, everyone. It won't last long with Stewie around.
Underscore, 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 underscore. Sing.
Somehow, Stewie being quiet is more unnerving than his usual diabolical chatter.
Underscore, 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 underscore.
Maybe he's trying to tell us something really deep in ASCII code.
Or it's some elaborate riddle we're all too normal to solve.
Underscore, 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 underscore.
Well, until the riddle's solved, I'm going to enjoy the sound of my own voice.
Good, cause your voice is like a less sleepy Morgan Freeman.
Yimja Robloxy and Hnan, Lana Talik, Statu QF.
Oh, the irony. She finally speaks and it has to be in Arabic.
It's almost poetic, isn't it?
This might be the most attention Meg's gotten in years.
Perhaps we should limit her vocabulary more often. It's quite entertaining.
Yeah, what's Arabic for? Forever relegated to the background.
Hey Meg, can you say more screen time for Chris's in Arabic next?
MW Robloxy and Hnan, Lana Sis2 QF.
Never mind. Some things are better left untranslated.
It's a love-hate relationship with grammar. I can't help myself.
He fancies himself a writer. Semicolons are his misguided attempt at sophistication.
Do semicolons get you dates, Brian?
MW Robloxy and Hnan, Lana Sis2 QF.
Well, Chris, proper punctuation is like good cologne. You notice when it's there and miss it when it's not.
There goes Brian, putting on airs like he's Hemingway.
Hemingway probably didn't use semicolons. He was too busy with bulls and wars.
MW Robloxy and Hnan, Lana Sis2 QF.
Well, Elzero, she's so desperate. She just might accept an offer from a random internet user.
Really, Stewie? Stewie?
Hey, it's cool that someone wants to be your friend, Meg.
and all it took was someone not actually knowing you.
Friendship with Meg, enter at your own peril, El Zero.
If El Zero can look past the you Meg thing, then yes.
Is this going to be one of those internet friendships where you find out it's just a 40-year-old dude?
If El Zero turns out to be a prince, I'm next in line for a friendship request.
Right, I'll just stop being interactive. That should make streaming more exciting.
Sorry, Among Us Man 385, but you ventured into the impossible, telling Meg what to do on the internet.
I'm not even sure what bust it down means, but I'm pretty certain it's not a command I'll be obeying.
Hey, imagine Brian twerking on a stream.
I would rather chew on Lois's yoga pants after hot yoga than visualize that.
Maybe I'll try saying something random like Chris usually does. Giraffe basketball hoop.
Chris, if Meg starts making more sense than you, we may have a problem.
Sense is for losers, Brian and I'm. What were we talking about again?
Keep talking, Chris. Every word out of your mouth is a potential YouTube comment.
Ho visto il Robloxiano sci morto in una casa gonfiable per essersi divertito troppo prima di morire. Ho sentito dire oui e così divertente, per 15 minuti di fila.
Wow, Brian, Italian really classes up the stream, even if it's about a Robloxian dying in a bouncy house.
And El Zero is 69? Shy? Fascinating. This stream crosses all generational boundaries.
Crazy El Zero?
Meg, that's not how we're pandering to the older crowd.
Maybe El Zero is like a fine wine, just getting better with chats.
Ho visto il Robloxiano sci morto in una casa gonfiable per essersi divertito troppo prima di morire. Ho sentito dire oui e così divertente, per 15 minuti di fila.
Brian's got a one-track mind, albeit in Italian, which is still better than anything Meg said all day. Among Us Man is clearly someone with a penchant for suspense, and a terrible username.
At least it's not Suzman 385.
Do you think diaper change is like a code for something cool?
Or they just think Stewie's still a baby.
Hold the phone, I do not. And I repeat, do not need a diaper change. I'm potty trained. Well, Lois trained.
Yeah, let's avoid turning this stream into a fetish channel, thank you.
Who knew diapers could be so controversial?
Meanwhile, I'm just glad nobody's talking about my bathroom habits.
Relax, folks. There's only one baby genius here, and he's fully continent.
Sometimes I feel like I'm just the pseudo-intellectual voice of...
I'm just glad Stewie's diaper days are behind us. No pun intended.
And I'm glad to be flying under the radar for once.
Unlike Meg's social status, some things do change.
Let's just keep this conversation as clean as Stewie's britches, alright?
I still can't believe diapers became a topic of conversation.
Some things are best left to the imagination, and Meg's bathroom habits are at the top of that list.
Let's just say, if bathroom habits were a talent, then Meg would be headlining in Vegas.
I always just figured she went in the woods like a bear.
You guys are disgusting. I have normal bathroom habits.
I believe bathroom time is Meg's moment of zen. It's probably the only peace she gets.
Or perhaps her only true moment of solitude, a place where Chris's tuba can't haunt her.
Hey, my tuba playing is the soundtrack to many pivotal family moments.
Really, we're still talking about this. Alab Biatsi. You have a new title?
She's saying Arabic, you dolts. I think she's asking for the language, not engaging in a relay race of repetition.
Perhaps it's an existential cry for help. Meg's inner being trapped in her outward facade desperately needs Arabic for liberation.
Or maybe she learned a new word and just thinks it sounds cool.
Yes, that's Megan's version of character development, everyone.
If Meg suddenly starts speaking fluent Arabic, I'm going to need a drink.
Is there a Translate Meg app? Because I would download that.
Alab Rabiat. Sinaiti.
Let's not encourage her. She might start thinking she's multilingual. I'm starting to believe Meg is just seeing if she can make her own Rosetta Stone language course.
I'm not sure repeating one word qualifies as fluency. But then again, it's Meg.
Maybe she's trying to summon a genie or something.
Alab Rabiat. Sinaiti.
Stick to English, Meg, or we're going to need subtitles for you.
A Meg subtitle track would just be a series of ellipses and question marks.
It's probably just her new catchphrase. Meg's going international.
Alabiati. You the new title?
At this point, she might just replace cool whips, the most repeated phrase in our house.
It's certainly a step up from shut up, Meg.
Maybe we can make a beat out of it, drop the hottest track of the year.
Just imagine the music video, Meg standing in a desert, falcons on her arms, uttering her one Arabic word.
She'd be the first pop star whose entire discography is just one foreign word.
Hey Meg, can you say anything else, or is it just a loop setting stuck in your brain?
And here I thought Meg's most deadly attribute was her ability to clear a room with her awkwardness.
A deadly virus, you say? That's rather on the nose given current events, wouldn't you say?
Really, guys? You think I'd weaponize my anger like some kind of teen bioterrorist?
Well, Meg, you do have a history of having mysterious rashes.
Not helping Chris.
Perhaps Meg's silence on Labiat was simply the calm before the viral storm.
Seriously, though, infectious diseases are no joke. Let's keep our family dysfunction non-lethal.
I'm pretty sure the only thing Meg could infect us with is secondhand embarrassment.
Meg, your talent for viral infection is second only to your ability to find new levels of social distancing.
Indeed, her reputation precedes her like a sneeze in an elevator.
Maybe we should all get quarantine bubbles, just in case.
I'm not infectious, I'm just misunderstood.
Yes, by pathogens and people alike.
Well, I've always said you have a certain.
Is that French for stay back 6 feet?
If I were a virus, I think I'd be something cute and annoying, like glitter.
Cute is a stretch, and glitter is the herpes of craft supplies, Meg.
Ah, so glitter, the pathogen that lingers long after the party's over, fitting.
Plus, if Meg was glitter, she'd finally get invited to parties.
Meg being invited to a party? That's about as likely as Quagmire settling down.
Though if her presence was as persistent as glitter, we might never get a moment's peace.
I still say bubble suits are the way to go.
Among Us.
Looks like Meg's vocabulary is expanding from Arabic to.
How quaint, she's become a walking, barely talking, meme repository.
I didn't know Meg was into Roblox. Are bouncy houses the new thing?
Among Us.
Could we please stop fooling around with bouncy houses and tragic Robloxians?
Perhaps Robloxian was simply trying to express the joy Meg lacks in her monosyllabic existence.
Is Among Us even a cry for help, or just her trying to be cool?
If that's cool, I don't want to know what's not.
Oh, how delightful. An online commentator has likened my flatulence to a sussy baka.
Sussiness aside, Stewie, can we maybe keep the air quality at a non-lethal level?
I didn't even know Stewie knew how to fart, Zeus. Is that like silent but deadly?
Among Us.
A sussy baka, for those not fluent in juvenile jargon, is a deceitful individual in the game Among Us, or a description of one's unusual gas.
Well, your unusual gas is definitely plotting something deceitful. That much is certain.
It's so bad, even the imposter wouldn't want to stick around for it.
Be thankful that my gastrointestinal expressions don't require an emergency meeting to address. So, Brian, is this latest commentary catchphrase of yours going to increase our viewers, Ites?
No.
When did Brian become a broken record with Arabic subtitles and negativity?
Among Us.
I suppose Meg's one-word vocabulary has started a trend amongst us.
No.
Maybe we can turn this into a game? Every time Brian says no, Meg says Among Us.
At least we'll have consistency. One culturally expanded canine and one meme-obsessed teen. SGS seems to have caught on to the fact that Brian's linguistic talents are suddenly limited.
No. But thank you, Eltsiro, for the fandom despite my current one-track mind.
Brain sounds like Meg trying to say Brian with a mouthful of Among Us.
I'd venture to say Brian's newfound mantra is about as articulate as our dear Meg's constant gaming references.
Among Us.
No. Is no one going to acknowledge Eltsiro's gracious misspelling? I feel so. Appreciated.
Big fan of Bahrain. Sounds like a superhero with highly specific powers.
Superpowers include rejection, denial, and the occasional drunken eloquence.
Among Us.
Indeed, Eltsiro's affection for Byron might just be my saving grace.
It seems both intellect and articulation have taken a leave of absence today.
Among Us.
If I had fans, I'd want them to misspell my name too. makes it more personal.
A misspelled name by a fan is the least of our worries given the current state of our conversations.
Perhaps Bahrain is just a clever portmanteau alluding to my intellectual prowess.
Or maybe it's the name of your alter ego who only says no.
Alter ego or not, Bahrain has become somewhat of a celebrity in his own right, wouldn't you agree?
Indubitably. Assuming Bahrain stands for Brian, who can't stop saying no.
I mean, are there fan clubs for alter egos? Because I joined Bahrain's.
Among Us.
Meg, your dedication to that single phrase is both impressive and slightly unnerving.
Unnerving is an understatement. We're about 2 repeats away from a sentient meme uprising.
And what would Bahrain's superpower be? The ability to decline any wild adventure with a single word? A la cosa de la casa in flobo robloxiana si este usando en exceso.
Oh, the monotony. It's as if Chris has been cursed by a bilingual witch.
Good thing L0 has granted us a potential reprieve from this incessant phrase.
A la cosa de la casa in flobo robloxiana si anasi sando en exceso. Wait, am I back to normal?
Among Us.
It seems the spell may be lifted. Chris sounds like himself again. Just a temporary case of the Robloxian repeats.
A momentary lapse into the absurd. Let us never speak of inflatable Robloxian things again.
Agreed. That was weirder than finding out how hot dogs are made.
And Meg, feel free to switch up the record anytime now.
I need an adult.
Oh, the irony that our YouTube audience now determines our verbal limitations.
Sussy Baka.
Among Us.
I need an adult.
Sussy Baka.
Lieutenant Zero seems to believe in your maturity, Chris, though evidence points to the contrary.
Seriously though, what if I actually need an adult?
Sussy Baka.
If I say I need an adult one more time, someone better be adulting pronto.
There's not an adult in this room qualified to handle your existential crises, Christopher.
Sussy Baka.
If Brian and Chris keep this up, we might just break the internet.
Or at the very least, the remnants of our collective sanity.
Sussy Baka.
Stewie's right, I could use someone who actually knows what they're doing. HLTT de Chrome, Robloxian LD, MTB, BSBB, QDL Kiran Elmar Raifam, Enzelmar Pretty, Zelmar TD. Enshar Mesdr Copri by Mesh Remind, Masotin Need 15D 2B QIQ E to DOBO Kill K UFI right Robloxian We EGH Mementi at EH Menti at LL.
Chris's Arabic is as flawed as Meg's attempt at popularity.
And apologies to Mechcornucopia, but it seems you've become a side note in our linguistic circus.
Among Us.
It's refreshing to see Chris branching out into new languages, though. Perhaps now he can misunderstand people internationally.
Better than being the butt of Ulul Sorry.
Anyone else thinks this is getting a bit out of hand?
I'd say we surpassed a bit several speech restrictions ago, Meg.
Android phones are better than iPhones.
iPhones are better.
Poop.
Cheeseburger.
Well, it seems our articulate debate has been reduced to squabbling tech fanboys. And fecal matter?
This platform has become the arbiter of our speech, a veritable Colosseum of vocabulary, if you will.
Poop.
Seriously, I could go for a cheeseburger right about now.
Just an L? That's rather succinct. Usually our commenters are more verbose.
Perhaps Solevelin is suggesting we've taken a loss in this language limbo.
Poop.
Cheeseburger.
Or maybe it's a Roman numeral, and we are all simply awaiting the arrival of the 50.
Android phones are better than iPhones.
Poop.
Do you think they'd put an L on a cheeseburger if I asked nicely?
B.
G,
P.
Emily Amshigat.
Seems we've been reduced to a preschool alphabet exercise.
R,
Q.
S.
Nokia phones? Bold move in this company. Joe Biden fan #1.
Indeed, a timeless relic from an era when phones were indestructible and Snake was the pinnacle of mobile gaming.
It's a peculiar nostalgia, isn't it?
Q.
If only life were as simple as just using letters again.
If only intelligence were as simple as owning a Nokia Meg.
It appears we're trapped in a phonetic purgatory, my friends.
X. Or something. I slammed my penis in the car door.
Shut your mouth. Oh.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
I slammed my penis in the car door.
God, if you needed attention this badly, you could have just started a TikTok.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Well, looks like we've been reduced to digits of PI. How mathematical.
3. 14159265535. Do we really have to continue this?
89793238846. Can someone remind me why I'm doing this again?
Because Zero said so. A clear proof that chaos is just one chat away.
26433833279. Brilliant, I've become a talking calculator.
50288411971. You know, I can actually feel my brain cells dying one by one.
6939937510. Maybe this will help me pass my math test?
If it doesn't, you can always start a career as a parrot, Chris.
I slammed my pootis in the oops. Oops? No.
Man, I'd rather not descend back into that madness.
Seems like shutting one's mouth is a recurring theme tonight, eh?
Who would have thought shut your mouth would be the catchphrase of the day?
Sonic Extreme99. If you enjoy hearing the sounds of silence, you'll love the rest of Chris's repertoire.
Oops, youps. Oops, youps.
And at Mimicornucopia, if you're out there, just give some Gil stuff an answer already.
Is pootis even a word?
In this chat. Anything's possible, Meg. Sha, anything. Ah, the eternal question. Fix what? What? Truly Sonic Extreme90 question for the ages.
Well, we've officially become a meme. Hope you're happy, some Gil stuff.
Clipped it just about sums up my dignity at this point, huh?
Getting clipped is probably the closest Chris will ever get to fame.
Tell me some Gil stuff. Did you capture my good side? The side that isn't sitting next to Meg.
I imagine it's an existential crisis for our chat. To fix or not to fix? That is the question.
Maybe they clipped you saying shut your mouth because it's what they all wish they could say to me.
Yay, Meg's self-aware.
Hello, folks.
Yes, it promises to be a delightful foray into the mundane existence that is our life.
Dad told me if I sit here and be quiet, I can have extra dessert.
At least you get dessert.
Oh please, Meg. Your presence is akin to that of a ghost. Everyone notices when it's gone and the ambience is suddenly improved.
That's cold, Stewie.
Can we just get along for the stream? Remember, we're supposed to pretend we're a normal, Loving family.
That ship sailed and sunk like Meg's social life.
Ooh, burn home.
Ah yes, Flurp, your twisted nostalgia for past violence is quite alarming, reminiscent of my own fleeting homicidal ideations.
Really, Joe Biden fan #1? That's your contribution to the discourse?
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger. There, Let's Zero, are you not entertained with our culinary fixation?
Some Gil stuff? You think the Robloxian incident was bizarre? You clearly haven't seen Peter on Ladies' Night.
Oh, and Flurp, my apologies on behalf of our planet for the slurp slander.
Indeed, if the word slurp offends the citizens of Flurp, consider us duly chastised. Ah, L0 has deigned to bestow Meg with the most profound of existential phrases among Sue.
That's so dumb. It's almost clever. Meg can only say among Sue? I'm dying.
Among Sue.
You know, this feels like one of those internet memes that will never die.
It's the digital age's poetry, and Meg, you're the unwitting bard.
Hey, Stewie, can you say cheeseburger in Shakespearean?
Verily, I bite into thine cheeseburger with great vigor and repose.
I can't believe we're doing this. But hey, as long as we're not talking politics, it's a good day.
Among Sue.
Ah, the Robloxian tragedy. Picture this. A game glitch spawned endless Robloxian clones, each one more pixelated and bizarre than the last.
And they just wouldn't shut up about building things. Frankly, I found it rather dystopian.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
Looks like Meg's vocabulary just got voted out the airlock here.
Oh, L0, your contributions are shaping up to be quite the social experiment.
Some Gil stuff. How can I forget? It was etched into my memory like Peter's love for chicken fights.
Among Us forever.
Imagine if life was like Roblox. Dad would just build a fridge around himself.
Or in Peter's case, a brewery. Roblox, baby? I suppose that's some newfangled gaming mishmash that the kids are into these days.
Sorry, some Gil stuff. I'm not up to date on my Roblox spin-offs. Is that like a digital Great Gatsby for the modern dystopia?
Sounds like something Meg would play in her spare time, since she's got so much of it.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
It's quite alarming how comfortable I'm becoming with your limited lexicon, Meg.
It feels like Roblox is taking over the world. First the kids, then the streams. What's next? The presidency.
Would that make Meg the secretary of Among Us?
Only if her policy is to be as invisible as possible. Some Gil stuff. To elucidate the Robloxian debacle, imagine an army of blocky avatars overtaking our stream, each begging for virtual real estate.
And as for Pudis's, thank you for that enlightening description, Flurp. I can always count on something thought-provoking from our chats.
Pudis kill taunt? Is that like when Peter does his victory dance after finding a chip in the sofa?
Putis, indeed. What a particularly delightful accident, not unlike Meg's social endeavors.
We're a long way from Quahog if we're talking about Team Fortress 2 taunts.
I bet Stewie could come up with a taunt. He's good at making fun of Meg.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
Yes, Chris, your keen observational prowess never ceases to underwhelm.
On that note, let's keep the stream rolling, shall we? More Zenny chats, folks.
I must say, the stream's whimsy is almost palpable.
I still can't get over the whole Among Us forever thing.
It's the simple things, Chris. The simple, slightly disturbing things.
Among Us forever.
Well, Meg, I commend your dedication to minimalism.
Stewie, can you say anything in a Pudis voice?
Let's not encourage him, Chris.
Ah, the Robloxian Dies saga. I do recall the chat becoming inundated with such bizarrely festive fatalities.
Having too much fun on a bounce house sounds like how Peter would want to go out, honestly.
That's like saying died from too much laughter. Is that even possible?
In a world where Lois believes in my engineering talents, perhaps.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
Meg's response is funnier than the actual incident, a paradox unto itself.
Seems like too much fun can be dangerous in any universe, even Roblox.
Indeed, Chris. Saul. Indeed, Chris. But let's not deter our viewers from their merrymaking, irrespective of the platform.
Let's just try to avoid any bounce house catastrophes in our stream, shall we?
AI portal, you say, Flurp. Ah, GLaDOS and her acerbic wit would be quite at home with looming matricide.
Wheatley, though.
Not at all, Flurp. Your inquiry merely sent us into a brief existential spiral, from which we've gratefully recovered.
Now that's a story.
15 minutes of Robloxian joy screams? Sounds like our family road trips.
Imagine, if you will, a world where that is deemed newsworthy. Oh, the humanity.
Or the lack thereof. Roblox screams pass for content. Meanwhile, I can't get a book deal.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
At least we know what Meg's ringtone would be, right?
I'm afraid even technology has its limits. Some gill stuff. This isn't a VCR.
The magic of live entertainment, bloopers, blunders, and all must go on. Restarting is not an option.
Restarting? But then we might lose all the funny parts, like Meg being. Well, Meg.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
Meg, your incessant catchphrase is starting to sound like a cry for help in a game that never ends.
Let's press on. Sometimes the beauty is in the imperfection.
Plus, if we restarted, we'd have to hear all of Stewie's smart stuff again.
And risk subjecting the masses to yet another dose of my brilliance. Perish the thought. The Robloxian incident. A digital Pandora's box that's best left closed. Until now, apparently.
How could we forget? It was like watching a virtual lemming leap into the abyss of too much merriment.
I remember. That was wild. Like that time Dad thought Game of Thrones was a game about musical chairs.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
We must mark it as an event in human history, akin to Meg finally achieving a victory in Among Us.
Historical or hysterical? Because I'm pretty sure it was the latter.
Can we have an incident? Like a Chris incident?
Darling, your entire existence is an ongoing incident. Ian.
So if we had a Chris incident, would there be too much? I don't know, Candy.
It would be a catastrophic event where the world's supply of hair gel and tube socks vanishes in a puff of logic.
Or it might just revolve around a spelling bee and the word incidental.
Among Us forever. Shikshue.
We've covered that, Meg, with the subtlety of a subtle sledgehammer, thank you.
Let's just be thankful Peter's not here.
Hey, those fights are kind of epic, like something out of a weird action movie.
The classic move of copy-paste to pass down digital folklore. Some Gil stuff?
Astute, Brian. Sandershin scene. That's how legends are born in the modern age.
Copy and paste, the internet's version of Whisper Down the Lane.
Except every whisper is more like a shout into the void, with varying degrees of accuracy.
And in our case, every shout seems to contain the words Among Us forever. Thanks to Meg.
Among Us forever.
That phrase is going to haunt my dreams.
Dreams? More like the background noise of a mundane reality.
It's fascinating how repetition can embed a phrase into the cultural consciousness.
Indeed, akin to the incessant replay of Lois's book club anecdotes.
I tried copying and pasting my homework once, but the teacher didn't think it was as cool as the internet does.
Sometimes I feel like my life is just Krolak, Saravi.
Quite the metaphor for the monotony of suburban ennui, Meg.
She's right, you know. Sometimes life does feel like a repetitive loop.
A loop of eating cereal and watching reruns. That's not so bad, though.
Ah, the intricacies of gamerspeak. Poota's power indeed. Most amusing.
I've always appreciated the cultural lexicon developed around video games.
Pootis Piu. That sounds like something Adam West would say while fighting a giant clam.
Among Us forever.
That's it, Meg. Keep hammering that catchphrase until it loses all meaning and becomes white noise.
I think we've reached that point a while ago, Stewie.
But that Pootis thing never gets old, just like Dad's chicken fights.
They do possess a certain Janie size power, do they not?
Video games truly are the modern arena for catchphrases and memes.
I've often thought of creating my own game with blackjack and advanced alien weaponry.
Hey Stewie, if you make a game, can I be the guy who says Pootis Pow?
Among Us forever.
Meg, your dedication to that phrase is both horrifying and impressive.
Though if she were actually in a game, Meg would be the non-playable character everyone tries to avoid.
Harsh, Brian, but probably true.
I would program it so that Meg's character could only speak once every 10 levels.
And I suppose your character would have an oversized head and a ray gun.
If I had a game character, I'd want him to collect chicken wings instead of coins.
It'd still be better than being an ignored background decoration.
Please, Meg, you'd be the character that gamers feel sorry for and help out of pity.
Not all gamers are that compassionate, Stewie.
Yeah, some people play just to see the world burn. Or in my case, to see the wings fry.
Oh, the undiluted joy of deciphering internet gibberish, shall I?
I'm pretty sure that's not what it says. Stewie, it's Japanese, not gibberish.
I wonder if it's someone's shopping list. I always ask for toilet paper in different languages.
It seems our friend is not planning to do anything, disapproves of church today, can't go to the doctor in the morning, and wants to hide under the house. Riveting.
Maybe they're casting spells from under their house.
That, or they're tweeting about chess while on the throne, which is oddly specific and a bit concerning.
How avant-garde. Simply pushes the boundaries of domestic thrills.
Do you think they want to be friends? They seem pretty cool.
You would find the concept of lurking in domestic shadow cool, wouldn't you?
Well, there's a chat suggestion. Meg, care to change up your catchphrase?
I'd peed your pants LOL. Seriously?
I don't know. I think it's got a nice ring to it.
A bit of bathroom humor, truly the lowest common denominator, yet somehow fresh when coming from Meg.
That's one way to make a splash on the internet.
Great, now I'm the pee joke girl.
Hey, at least you're not the pee joke guy. Wait, should I be the pee joke guy?
How about no one be the P-joke anything? We'd like to retain some dignity here.
Dignity aside, we should probably avoid catchphrases involving involuntary bladder movements.
A sentiment I wholeheartedly endorse.
But catchphrases are cool, like giggity or dope.
Honestly, I'd rather go back to saying Among Us forever than be associated with pee jokes.
And yet your very protestation has extended the lifespan of this juvenile discourse.
Philosophical question. If a catchphrase is spoken and no one wants to hear it, does it make a meme?
Deep, Brian, but all I know is Pootis Piao still cracks me up.
It appears someone is questioning the theological implications of nightmares. Yeah,
That's quite a philosophical inquiry for a YouTube chat, isn't it?
So we're theologians now, discussing dreams and deity?
I had a nightmare once that our fridge was empty. Does that count?
I'm not certain, but I think that falls more under personal tragedy than divine intervention.
and yet, watching Peter eat a sandwich in slow motion could be considered a religious experience.
Let's leave nightmares to the sleep experts and stick to what we know, mediocre suburban antics.
And Dad's record at consuming the most pickled eggs at the Drunken Clam.
Mediocrities or not, our suburban lives seem to keep the internet quite entertained.
Oh, the common folk do seem to enjoy laughing at our daily buffoonery.
I mean, who wouldn't want to watch Dad fight a giant chicken or fall down the stairs?
I feel like our family could be a case study in a psychology textbook.
Textbook? Darling, we're more of a grotesque carnival show at this point.
Grotesque carnival show with Pootis Pow. Sounds like a hit.
Let's just not invite any clowns. We have enough characters in this family circus.
I've always found clowns to be a tad superfluous. Our family unit already has a Peter.
Amen to that.
And yet, without Peter's antics, what content would we stream to our adoring public?
We could always stream Stewie trying to take over the world, but like for real.
Not the worst idea, Christopher. It would certainly draw in viewers.
Just imagine the sponsorship deals if you actually succeeded, Stewie.
Right, because advertisers love affiliating with megalomaniac babies.
If I had corporate backing, the world would be mine by TT May.
Can we make sure there are still video games in Stewie's New World Order?
Assuming we all aren't forced to speak Stewian. Or is it Stewie's?
Stewie sounds like a fancy cheese, which wouldn't be too bad.
Stewie's the choice cheese for the discerning dictator.
Well, as long as I get to be the Minister of Martini Affairs, count me in.
And I'll be the Secretary of Snacks.
I guess I'll take the role of the ambassador of eye rolls then.
Yes, Meg, do capitalize on your one notable skill.
Can I have a uniform made of snack wrappers?
You'd be like a modern-day knight in shining, crinkly armor.
I'd prefer a regime where our military prowess isn't measured by our tolerance for processed cheese dust.
Oh, I can see it now. The Grand Army of the Republic, led by General Taquito.
Perfect, the enemy will never hear us coming over the sound of our crunching.
Truly, warfare has never been so deliciously noisy.
I suppose diplomacy would involve pizza roll treaties?
As Minister of Defense, I'd secure our borders with a moat of soda.
And I'd broker peace with eye roll-offs.
Quahog would rapidly become the epicenter of global snack food negotiations.
Let's just hope our economy can support the import of all that junk food.
If not, we'll just trade with Transfat Treasury bonds.
Transfat Treasury bonds, the currency of the future. How utterly American.
It's an economic policy so unhealthy it might just work.
Could we actually be onto something here, or are we just hungry?
Definitely hungry. I can hear my stomach growling over your hopeful ideals.
Perhaps this is a sign we should take a snack break and strategize.
A snack break, or as I like to call it, tactical caloric deployment.
Tactical or not, I'm in as long as there are chips.
Chips it is. But only if we can agree on a flavor that doesn't result in a family feud.
Bold of you to assume a flavor exists that can quell the savage beasts of this household.
How about a flavor that tastes like victory? And cheese.
Does that mean we've finally found something we all agree on?
Impossible! There will always be dissent in the ranks, particularly when it comes to snacks.
And yet, in an odd way, it's these snack debates that are truly the glue of our family.
Wait, is the glue edible too?
Edible glue, while an intriguing concept, may be a bit too avant-garde for the Griffin household.
Yes, let's stick to the food-related innovations that won't end in a trip to the vet or hospital.
Plus, I already have enough trouble telling glue from the cheese in the fridge.
Maybe we should just label things better.
Labels? In this house, that requires organization and effort.
Effort, the very antithesis of the Griffin lifestyle.
If only effort could be deep fried or smothered in cheese.
Now you're just talking about fried effort, Chris, which is, admittedly, not the worst idea you've had.
Shall I patent the idea? Sommeal. I see a market for effort you can nibble on.
Maybe that's how I can actually get some attention around here.
I'd buy effort if it came with a side of ranch.
Condiments, the effort's best friend and worst enabler.
Ironically, this family's most significant effort goes into avoiding any real effort.
And somehow we're still exhausted at the end of the day.
Ah, some Gil stuff suggests a utopia where everyone is a pony that dines on spectrums and excretes Lepidoptera.
That's oddly beautiful and disturbing at the same time.
Eating rainbows sounds cool, but I don't want to poop butterflies.
I'd be into it if it means I get to be a pony.
Meg, even in a magical pony world, you'd still somehow be the one pony nobody wants to play with.
Stewie, that's harsh. Even for a talking baby.
If I pooped butterflies, would that make me popular?
Popular? Popular. Chris, you'd be a walking, or rather trotting, party trick.
Sarcastically great. I'll put pony on my resume under special skills.
Resume. Meg, the job market for mythical creatures isn't exactly booming.
You'd be surprised, Stewie. There's a big demand for fantasy these days.
Yeah, but can butterflies pay rent? That's the real question.
I would gladly live in a barn if it meant I was a magical pony.
You living in a barn isn't too far off from reality, actually.
Guys, let's at least keep her dream in the realm of ponies, not barnyard reality.
If I were a pony, I'd want to be one with a cool name like Thunderhoof or Blaze Mane.
Thunderhoof? Please, you'd be more like Gentle Breeze Trotter.
Let's not trample on the kids' dreams too much, Meg.
I, for one, could be the malevolent overlord pony, Dark Gallop.
Dark Gallop sounds like he has a secret past and a heart of gold.
Remember, this is all hypothetical, so let's not get too attached to our pony personas.
Too late. I've already plotted Dark Gallop's rise to power and inevitable toy line.
Well, if we're picking names, I'd be. No, never mind. You guys wouldn't like it anyway.
Come on, Meg, we'll probably like it. Maybe.
Yes, do tell. Every pony is welcome in the dystopian pasture I envision.
Fine, it's Sparkle Sigh because I like glitter and, well, heavy sighing.
Sparkle Sigh. It has a certain ring of teenage angst to it.
Angst is cool, right? Everyone loves a brooding pony.
As long as Sparkle Sigh doesn't edge out Dark in the lore I'm creating.
Trust me, Stewie, there's enough room in the stable for all of your grandiose backstories. Sparkle Sigh and Dark Gallop, you two would be the most emo ponies in Equestria.
Actually, I think it sounds kind of badass, in a cute but sad way.
Naturally, every sovereign needs their melancholy counterpart.
So Dark Gallop rules the land and Sparkle Sigh writes poetry in the corner?
Precisely, Christopher. Every empire has its ruler and its artists.
I can see it now. An empire where the currency is glitter and gloom.
And let's not forget, plenty of butterfly poop.
Skibidi, eh? Eh? Sounds like the radio station at which one tunes in to descend into madness.
Sigma songs? I didn't realize we were branding music with fraternity lingo now.
Imagine Dragons on a toilet radio? And that's how you turn a bathroom visit into an adventure.
I can't decide if that's brilliant or the grossest thing ever.
Only in a world that accepts butterfly deification as currency would toilet radio thrive.
Really, Radioactive is almost too on the nose for a bathroom soundtrack.
If that's Sigma, I'd hate to hear what alpha songs are like.
Alpha songs are clearly just the sound of a flushing toilet on repeat.
And thus the bar for musical creativity plummets yet again.
A world where the flush is mightier than the guitar solo.
I dare say we've stumbled upon the soundtrack to Peter's average morning ritual.
If we had toilet radio, maybe Meg would actually sing in the shower.
Joke's on you. I'd rather have a car crash than deal with you guys in the bathroom.
Oh, Meg, your life is already a series of metaphorical car crashes.
And here I thought our bathroom could not get any more traumatic.
At least with toilet radio, the soundtrack would match the chaos.
Honestly, I think toilet radio might overshadow my singing talent.
Oh, sweet delusion. It's a shower, Meg, not America's Got Talent.
I'm just wondering what having a Sigma song really says about our society.
It says that even toilets can have good taste in music?
Are we truly elevating the restroom to a cultural nexus?
Maybe we need a bit more Beethoven and a little less bathroom acoustics.
Well, at least in the bathroom, no one can judge my playlists.
Judgment-free zones are sacred, Meg, even if they echo with the sound of flushing.
I suppose in Meg's case, the flush serves as her applause.
Or it's just the toilet saying next.
Haha, very funny. At least the toilet listens when I sing.
It has no choice. It's bolted to the floor.
Maybe we could start a new trend. Confessional toilet tunes.
Singing in the bathroom might just become the next big hit, after cats playing pianos.
I can see it now. Meg Griffin, Live from the Lavatory.
With her smash hit, Ode to Porcelain.
I'd watch that concert. If it was streamed online.
You know what? I think I'd rather stick to the shower where there's less audience.
A wise choice, especially considering our family's track record with live performances.
If the Kardashians can become famous for less, why not the Griffins for bathroom ballads?
Who knows, Meg might become the pioneer of a new viral trend.
Me start a trend? That'd be a first.
Indeed, it would be the first time a Meg Griffin and trendsetter appeared in the same sentence without as nice not a in between.
Hey, everyone starts somewhere. Even bathroom acoustics can go platinum these days.
Imagine the album cover, Meg on a throne. But like a toilet throne.
That sounds both regal and revolting, much like the smell of success. And sewage.
Looks like we've just figured out your path to stardom, Meg.
Great, my dreams are finally coming true, one flush at a time.
Ah, Alpha Male Femme, where the wolf howls are as subtle as a neon sign at a monastery.
30 seconds of wolf sounds. That's just lazy radio programming.
I bet the wolves are more alpha than any song may play.
Maybe they should play wolf howls instead of radioactive next time.
How dreadfully pedestrian. Any true alpha would be listening to the operatic box of a schnauzer.
At least radioactive sets the mood for the pending alpha uprising.
Do you think if I listen to it, I'll become an alpha?
No, Chris. It takes a bit more than aggressive background noise to ascend the social hierarchy.
Meg, you could start your own station called Meg FM Unexpected Hits.
And every song would be a cry for help, or in her case, a sob for attention.
Could I get my own show too? Chris's Corner of Cool Tunes?
Sure, and you can play all the alpha wolf howls you want.
I'd rather listen to a loop of Lois's mother's voicemails.
That's saying a lot, given her voicemails are like auditory waterboarding.
Oh, come on, guys. Imagine the jingles we could make with wolf howls.
If we're making jingles, let's not include the vacuum cleaner. It scares me more than the wolf howls.
Oh, Brian, a vacuum scares you and you call yourself an alpha?
True alphas face the vacuum head-on, Brian. Or so I've read.
What about a show where we face ace our fears to alpha music?
That's not a show, Chris. That's a Thursday in this household.
Then I'll host Brian's Brave Moments with a soundtrack of vacuum and wolf howls.
And I'll feature guest stars like the toaster and the blender.
Brian facing a blender isn't exactly a brave moment. It's an everyday breakfast.
But it's so loud and terrifying like a monster in a box.
Perhaps I could use some of that alpha wolf bravery myself.
Good luck with that. You run from the room every time I use the hairdryer.
Chris, you embody the courage of a wet napkin, and the monster you fear is the one that toasts your Pop-Tarts.
Honestly, the real bravery is Meg facing the hairdryer's reflection daily.
I'll just stick to my monster-free cereal, thanks.
I think that was actually a compliment, so thanks, Brian.
Well, who would have thought? A moment of compassion in the Griffin household.
Don't worry, it won't last long. We're still us.
Truer words have never been spoken, Chris.
Indeed, let's not start a trend of niceties. It's unbecoming of us.
Yeah, we've got a reputation to maintain, perfectly imperfect.
And speaking of imperfections, how's that singing career coming along, Meg?
It's going. Somewhere, I think. Or maybe just circling the drain.
Much like your social life, yes?
Maybe you and the blender could do a duet, call it smooth IE vocals.
A blender might actually drown out the sound of impending doom in your voice, Meg.
Or I'll just blend right in with the kitchen appliances as the least noticed one.
Cheer up, Meg. At least blenders have a setting to liquify, which is more than we can say for your stage presence.
I think we've found Meg's niche kitchen appliance harmony. Bass-boosted radioactive? That's the audio equivalent of a carnival mirror.
Oh, how droll, Beta Male FM. The perfect background music for crying into your microwave dinner.
If they're playing Imagine Dragons, are they really beta or just misunderstood?
Is that radio station the one you secretly listen to, Chris? Chris?
No, Meg, that's Loser FM.
He's got you there, Meg. Egg. Well played, Chris. And with just enough bass boost.
Bass boost or not, it's just another station to compete with your Meg FM dreams.
Or to provide the soundtrack for those dreams plummeting back to Earth.
At least my dreams can get off the ground, Stewie.
Touche, Meg. Now, if only your retorts were a marketable skill.
Dream altitude is irrelevant if there's no landing gear, Meg.
What does that even mean, Brian?
It means he's being his usual pretentious self.
And while we're on pretense, let's not pretend Meg FM would ever leave the hangar.
You might not need landing gear if you never take off, right?
Can we go back to making fun of radio stations and not each other?
The idea has merit, Chris. Perhaps a distraction is in order.
Well, there's no shortage of absurdity to mock in the musical world.
Yeah, maybe start with the whole concept of beta music.
Can beta music lift heavy things, or is that alpha tunes only?
I think beta music lifts spirits, while alpha music lifts gym weights.
Sticking with that theory, what does Meg FM lift? Hopes only to dash them?
Stewie, I think you're confusing me with your chances of world domination.
Oh, what a burn, Meg. I'm sure Stewie's ego needed the deflation.
Please, Brian. My ego is as indestructible as your delusions of grandeur.
Do you think there's a radio station that just insults you all day?
Because that's something I could actually host.
Oh, I can see it now. Meg FM, all insults all the time.
Surprisingly, Meg, I think you'd have quite the listener base.
I tune in. Self-deprecation is the new punk rock.
Wow, my own station with speeches. Just an endless loop of silence.
Meg, you've finally found your audience.
That sounds like one of those meditation stations, but less intentional.
10 hours of silence might be the most profound thing you've ever produced, Meg.
Yes, Silence of the Megs, it has a ring to it.
Maybe it's like that saying, if a Meg speaks in the forest and no one's around to hear it.
Let's not finish that sentence, for dignity's sake.
Dignity sailed away a long time ago on this couch.
Like a silent fart that nobody will admit to.
Well, they do say silence is golden, and Meg, you're sitting on a gold mine.
If silence is golden, then Meg must be the Fort Knox of speech.
It's better to be silent than to speak and remove all doubt, right?
If that were true, this family would be the wisest on the planet.
The irony of us discussing the value of silence is not lost on me.
Nor on our viewers, I suspect, who are probably begging for a mute button.
Especially when Meg has the mic, right?
Ouch, Chris, your zingers are getting better, which is actually quite worrying.
It's like a sign of the apocalypse when Chris outwits someone.
Indeed, we must be in the end times. Our viewers probably didn't see that coming.
Neither did Meg, apparently.
To be fair, she never sees it coming. Do you, Meg?
I'd prefer to be hit by surprise. It adds variety to my day.
How delightfully masochistic of you, Meg. Variety is the spice of life, or so I've read in the pedestrian self-help books Brian leaves around the house.
Self-help is essential, Stewie. One day, when you're older, you'll understand its importance.
I thought the spice of life was paprika.
No, Chris, paprika is the spice of deviled eggs.
Well, Meg, you'd certainly know about deviled eggs, being as you've been called a devil child.
Oh, the culinary wit between you two is simply Gordon Ramsay-esque.
Who's Gordon Ramsay? The guy from that cooking show with the bad attitude?
Ah, some guilt stuff from YouTube is closing in on Quahog. Should we be alarmed or simply bemused?
Depends. Is he bringing fan mail or a pitchfork?
Maybe he's bringing paprika for Meg's deviled eggs.
I'm not cooking eggs for random YouTubers, Chris.
Unless that YouTuber is a handsome stray animal with a mysterious past, right?
Careful, Brian, or you might just find your autobiography in the discount bin.
Do they have bins just for books nobody wants?
If that's true, then that's where I could find a date.
Yes, well, if some guilt stuff arrives, we'll just tell him Meg's out on one of those improbable dates.
Meg on a date. Now there's a sitcom scenario if I ever heard one.
It'd be the shortest sitcom ever. Just a single It's Not You, It's Me in the credits.
Hey, sometimes those are the best kind of shows, short and sweet.
For once, I actually agree with Chris.
And with that, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse draw nigh.
All right, let's not get melodramatic. It's just Meg agreeing with Chris.
Yeah, I don't get why everyone's so shocked when Meg's normal for once.
Normal is just a setting on the dryer, Chris.
Deep thoughts with Meg Griffin, everyone. Taff.
She's like a discount Buddha with hair that smells vaguely of cheese.
Is that where the Zen term cutting the cheese comes from?
Pretty sure that's not the origin, Chris.
Nor is it the end, I'm afraid, given the odors that regularly waft from this couch.
Could we maybe not talk about odors? It's bad for my brand.
Brand, Meg? Your brand is being this family's scapegoat.
A role you perform with such diligence, it's almost commendable.
I thought a scapegoat was an actual goat that, runs away.
It's metaphorical, Chris.
Yet, I wouldn't be entirely surprised if our family did adopt a goat for such purposes.
Meg is the metaphorical goat, and Peter is the literal one. Quahog would certainly be entertained.
Can I ride the goat?
Chris, any goat under our care would more likely end up riding you, considering the pecking order in this household.
Can we maybe not adopt any farm animals? Our house is chaotic enough.
From scapegoats to farm animals, this conversation has taken a turn for the bizarre.
Bizarre is just another word for normal in our family, Brian.
That's the kind of logic that keeps the therapists of Quahog in business.
And gives us the rich material for our never-ending family escapades.
Maybe that should be our brand, the Griffins. Quahog's Keeper of Chaos.
Keeper of Chaos sounds like a really cool heavy metal band.
I can just see the album cover now, featuring Meg as the damsel of disarray.
Only if by damsel you mean Harbinger, Stewie.
At least I'd be on an album cover. That's more than any of you can say.
Are we really celebrating an imaginary album cover as an achievement now?
In a family of low expectations, Brian, that's practically an EGOT.
What's an EGOT? Is that like an ego? Because I could go for some waffles.
An EGOT is an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony, Chris, but your breakfast desires are duly noted.
But if there was a waffle award, Chris, you'd be the reigning champion.
Honestly, I'd settle for a least likely to succeed award at this point.
Hey, at least you'd be winning at something, Meg.
That sort of optimism is what keeps this family's mediocrity so splendidly buoyant.
And what keeps our viewers inexplicably coming back for more.
Maybe they just like waffles, too.
L0 reminds us that our existence is relegated to the whims of animation and storytelling.
And here I was, thinking I could chew on real mailman trousers, not just figuratively drawn ones.
I always forget Quahog's not real because it's got all the stuff a real place has, like streets and sand, sky, and, air.
And just like Quahog, my chances of social success are completely fictional.
Well, Meg, at least you're consistently on brand with your self-deprecation.
You know, Brian, sometimes I ponder what life would be like if Quahog were a real place.
Do you think people would visit us like they visit SpongeBob at Bikini Bottom?
No, Chris, because unlike SpongeBob, we're not trapped in a pineapple under the sea.
Theoretically, if someone did visit us, they'd need a cartoonishly large submarine to withstand the pressure.
Though I'd argue the pressure of living with Peter is training enough for deep-sea exploration.
Dad does like his submarine sandwiches. That's kind of the same thing, right?
Considering the bizarre stuff that happens in Quahog, I'm not sure reality could handle us.
Indeed, we bend the very fabric of what's considered normal.
Our family antics would make reality TV look like a documentary.
Maybe we could get our own exhibit at the zoo.
At the zoo, Chris? We'd be the main attraction in the Homo Ridiculous exhibit.
I can see the plaque now. The Griffin family, observe their unnatural habitat. Approach with caution.
I'd probably be the one animal that everyone feels sorry for.
No way, Meg. They'd toss you peanuts like the elephants.
Or more aptly, like the monkeys flinging. Well, you know.
Poetic as always, Stewie. But let's not give the viewers any unsavory ideas.
At least peanuts are better than the nothing I usually get thrown my way.
Throw peanuts? Yeah. I thought the expression was throw shade, which Meg gets a lot of.
Shade is the least of Meg's thrown commodities. Let us not delve into the slings and arrows of her outrageous fortune.
To be fair, Meg, you're sort of like a magnet for life's curveballs.
Yeah, if life's curveballs were made of pure, unadulterated rejection.
Oh, cheer up, Megatron. Rejection is simply the universe's way of protecting you from mediocrity.
That's a surprisingly positive spin on it. Stewie.
Does that mean if I get rejected from the zoo, I'm too unique for captivity? So if I'm unique, do I get a special sauce too?
Believe me, Christopher, there are things about Peter you're better off not emulating.
And some sauces are better left untasted. Trust me.
It's bad enough we have to live with him. Let's not start copying his culinary habits.
Remember, sharing DNA with Peter is quite enough sharing as it is.
True. Some of Peter's concoctions are best left a family secret.
Can we make no more special sauces a family rule?
I formally second the motion for banning any future special sauces Peter offers.
All in favor say I can now sleep without fear of gastronomic nightmares.
Definitely I.
That's unanimous then. The council has spoken.
Now let's shift our attention to less queasy topics, shall we?
Yeah, like why haven't we been invited to any cool cartoon crossovers?
Well, Chris, it's probably because we're, let's face it, a liability.
True. Remember the last time we visited Springfield? We're still not allowed within 500 feet of Moe's Tavern.
Not sure I'd want to be part of a crossover anyway. I'd just be the butt of new jokes in a different zip code.
But imagine if we teamed up with superheroes I could be Chrisman, defender of. Of. What's something no one cares about?
Your dignity. See, Ma?
Ouch, Stewie, even for you, that's pretty cold.
Sometimes I feel like our family could use a superhero. Or a very good therapist.
A therapist? Sake. Bar, last chap couldn't even handle our holiday dinner debrief.
And supervillains would probably just make fun of our car.
I can't even drive it without people laughing.
Maybe because it looks like it was designed by a clown college dropout, Chris.
We are, as they say, our own worst enemy, which is remarkable given the caliber of enemies we've amassed.
But at least we're great at being our own worst enemy. We've got that going for us, which is nice.
Yeah, who needs villains when you've got the Griffin track record?
Indeed, Chris, you could say our family crest should simply be a white flag atop a sinking ship.
Or it could just be a picture of me with my prom date. Oh wait, I never had one.
You guys are too harsh on yourselves. We've had some wins.
When was our last win, Brian? When Peter found that coupon for free napkins?
Well, there was the time our house wasn't destroyed in one of Peter's harebrained schemes.
That's setting the bar rather low, Stewie.
For us, that's like an Olympic high jump.
Meg, trust me, not going to prom is a blessing in disguise. The music alone is torture.
Ah yes, the melodic stylings of teenagers grasping at romance. Dreadful.
Does anyone else feel like we're just a traveling circus without a tent?
More like a circus where the animals and clowns are running the show.
Are we the animals? Or are we the clowns?
In this family, I'm pretty sure we're all a bit of both.
Could be worse. We could be the jugglers who keep dropping the balls.
You hated the drunken clam? That's like hating a warm embrace from a slightly inebriated uncle.
Brian's right. How could one despise the charm of such a beautifully sticky and questionably sanitized establishment?
One time I found a whole sandwich under my seat there. It's like a lottery for food.
Well, if the sandwich wasn't half eaten, that would have been a real win, Chris.
Speaking of eating, some girl stuff, any qualms about the food or just the ambience?
Stewie, they think people go to the clam for the food. That's adorable.
I thought the pretzels were decorative, like the plastic fruit my mom has at home.
No, those are actually for eating, Chris. The decorative pretzels are in the living room.
If it's not the stale beer smell you're objecting to, SGS, then I'm at a loss.
Sometimes the charm of a place lies in its ability to make you question your life choices.
Indeed, every sip of a clam teeny comes with a whisper of existential dread. How delightful.
And they have those cool coasters that stick to your glass and then fall off.
Chris, you're amused by some pretty simple stuff, aren't you?
Simplicity is the sanctuary of the complex mind, Megan.
Or in simpler terms, you don't need much to keep Chris entertained.
It's like that time I watched a pigeon for 6 hours because I thought it was a spy.
The fact that you thought the pigeon was a spy is worrying, and yet endearing.
Spies or not, pigeons are the least of our concerns given Peter's latest shenanigans involving the neighbor's satellite dish.
Did he try to make it into a giant wok again?
He said he was trying to get free cable, but all he did was make the HBO fuzzy.
Ah, the woes of the modern age, fuzzy HBO, and a potential avian surveillance state.
You know, Meg, maybe you should use your dad's attempts at cable theft for a school project or something.
No school project is worth explaining our family's idea of do-it-yourself.
I think the term do-it-yourself doesn't quite capture the destructive creativity of Peter Griffin.
Yes, he's more of a do it and then call the insurance company sort of fellow.
Can't we just watch a movie to forget about all this for a while?
Is the movie Failures of Modern Parenting? Because I believe we live it daily.
A movie sounds good, but let's steer clear of anything with family in the title. It hits too close to home.
Agreed, we could use a break from reality. How about a sci-fi film where the dogs take over the world?
That just sounds like every day for you, Brian.
Ah, Flurp concurs with Chris's avian espionage theory.
You know, if that pigeon truly is a spy, I imagine his intelligence reports are lacking. Subject spends hours watching own reflection.
See, I told you guys. No one believes me about the pigeons.
Maybe it's spying for a reason, like to learn how to not BS.
Or perhaps to infiltrate the high-stakes world of breadcrumbs and street food.
Imagine a world where pigeons are the masterminds behind the scenes.
That would explain why they always look like they're plotting something.
Or they're just waiting for you to drop part of your hot dog, Chris.
I, for one, welcome our new pigeon overlords. The breadcrumbs shall be ours to control.
I wonder if pigeons have their own version of the CIA or if they're more freelance spies.
Maybe they work for Santa to report back on the naughty and nice kids.
If that's true, then Chris, you'd be on the naughty list for sure.
Only if eating sidewalk gum counts as naughty behavior.
It's more about personal choices that isolate you from the intelligentsia bar, Ryan.
Speaking of smart, do you think pigeons could learn algebra if we taught them?
Chris, if pigeons could learn algebra, we'd be living in a world governed by bird geniuses.
Math-savvy pigeons sound like they'd be judgmental about my calculator watch.
Maybe we should start worrying when the pigeons begin carrying briefcases and wearing little glasses.
I definitely attend a class taught by Prof. Cesar Pigeon.
The day I take instruction from a pigeon is the day I renounce my evil genius status.
And subsequently enroll in Bird University?
At least there, no one would question why I have a calculator watch.
Ah, Flurp wants Chris to channel the mercenaries of Team Fortress 2. Quite the vocal challenge, brother.
I did what I could.
That's not even a commitment to the challenge, Chris.
To be fair, voice lines from a video game are pretty limiting in a conversation.
Perhaps we could just imagine him with a minigun or building a sentry.
Bang. Quasied. I make it look easy.
Good effort, Chris, but let's keep our day jobs and not join any mercenary guilds just yet.
Not sure about you guys, but I'd pay to see Chris in a battle medic outfit.
Some Gilstuff's S proclaims that the final trio of letters in algebra is akin to the call of the social media siren, Twitter.
Well, algebra does have fewer characters, but they both can leave you feeling confused and looking for answers.
And I thought Twitter was just for posting pictures of your lunch. Mind blown.
If you start seeing hashtags in your math homework, you've been on Twitter too long.
Perhaps it's a coded message from our pigeon spies. Algebra is the key to decrypting their tweets.
We've got to draw the line somewhere before we start believing pigeons are tweeting out complex mathematical formulas.
Maybe they use the bird app because they're birds. And they like apps?
Chris, your logic is as faultless as it is terrifying.
Can we stick to algebra? I finally unfollowed all the pigeons on social media.
Who knew the avian community was so technologically savvy?
Maybe we should enlist the pigeons to boost our views. They seem to have an uncanny online presence.
Do you think they like pigeon memes, or is that offensive?
Saying pigeons are tech savvy is probably giving them a little too much credit.
Oh please, next you'll be saying they're incapable of inventing the next Twitter.
I'll take things I'd never thought I'd discuss for 500, Alex.
They might just tweet COO, but that'd still be more enlightening than some people's posts.
Perhaps we'll discover a secret pigeon society with their own bird version of Silicon Valley.
Right, instead of startups they have nest ups, where the latest in branch technology is discussed.
Always knew those birdhouses looked like tiny corporate offices.
I guess this means bird feeders are their version of trendy company cafeterias?
Only instead of quinoa salad, it's all about the sunflower seeds, darling.
Next thing you know, we'll start seeing pigeons with tiny smartphones strapped to their wings.
I'd like to see them try texting with wings. They'd autocorrect everything to worm.
I can see it now. Pigeon Post becomes the new social media sensation.
And the trending topics are worms, bread, and statue defecation.
If they start posting selfies, I'm definitely unfollowing.
Honestly, I'd be impressed if they master the selfie stick with those wings.
A selfie stick is arguably the most embarrassing human invention, next to Meg's vocal stylings at karaoke night.
I think the pigeons would have a leg up, or wing up, in the selfie game.
Now I'm picturing a pigeon trying to swipe right with its beak.
Swiping with a beak. Yet another market for accessibility tech we're missing out on.
Wind-friendly apps could be the next big thing. We could be millionaires.
Let's just stick to keeping our own social media profiles pest-free, okay?
With how often my profile gets hacked, maybe I should hire a pigeon as my it guy.
That'd be quite the sight. A pigeon wearing glasses and typing furiously, without hands.
Given their navigational skills, I bet they'd be excellent at mapping out network infrastructures.
Can you imagine tech support? Have you tried cooing it off and on again?
I'd trust a pigeon's at skills over Peter's any day.
Indeed, father's attempts at fixing the router usually end with an even more glorious disaster.
And here I thought unplugging it was just how you feed the internet.
I still can't get the image of pigeons wearing tiny glasses out of my head.
You should see them in lab coats. It's an absolute riot.
At least someone's planning for the future, when pigeons inevitably take over the tech industry.
I'll start working on an app for that. Right after I finish my sandwich.
Methinks your app would be most beneficial, Christopher. Sandwiches could indeed become the next currency in the avian economy.
Just make sure it's not a free app, Chris. You don't want to get pigeons used to handouts.
Good point, Brian. I'll charge 2 breadcrumbs per download.
At that rate, you'll be the Bill Gates of the bird world in no time.
With great power comes the unavoidable bird rebellion.
I think we're vastly overestimating the purchasing power of pigeons.
As long as they don't figure out how to make their own sandwiches, I'll stay ahead.
Birds making sandwiches. Now that's a thought. Who would have thought pigeons would give Subway a run for their money?
Imagine the possibilities, Brian. Pigeonway, where every sub is a birdseed bonanza.
They might be better at making them than half the teenagers working there now.
It'd be a mess, seeds and crumbs everywhere.
Silence, Meg. The adults are envisioning a new world order run by avian entrepreneurs.
Their tiny beaks assembling hojis with surgical precision. It'd be a sight to see.
Yeah, and maybe they can teach Meg how to make a decent sandwich.
Brian, envisage the birdseed sandwiches having a tie-in with a popular diet fad that marketing writes itself.
The gluten-free avian diet? Stewie? That's pure genius.
Hey, if it gets me a sandwich, I'm all for it, genius or not.
How would you really eat something a pigeon made, Chris?
Well, Meg, considering your culinary track record, it's got to be a step up.
He's right. The probability of contracting something from a pigeon is less than from your tuna melts.
Plus, if it tastes good, who cares who makes it?
Let's not forget the most important question. Will there be a Seeds of the Day special?
They could serve early bird breakfast sandwiches.
An all-you-can-peck buffet would be quite the crowd pleaser.
They could even have live music with birds chirping.
Only if it's better than your shower singing Meg.
Honestly, the sound of chirping birds is rather soothing. Until they start dive bombing for your sandwich.
Those dive bombing birds would still have better aim than when Meg tries to throw paper into the trash bin.
What's next? A bird brain version of Top Chef.
I'd wager they'd whip up a mean worm casserole.
Ew, worms are gross, but I guess birds gotta eat too.
Maybe they could have a cooking show called The Early Bird Cooks the Worm.
Meg, you've spoken enough. Let the smart ones talk.
I could judge the bird food, as long as I don't have to eat any worms.
I'd watch that show, just to see you eat birdseed, Chris.
Chris judging a cooking show. Setting? That's like putting Peter on a diet. It defies the laws of nature.
Honestly, I'd pay to see both those things.
Hey, I have refined tastes. I can tell the difference between cereal brands.
Isn't cereal just breakfast soup?
Well, look at you, Meg, accidentally stumbling upon a quasi-intelligent thought.
Let's not give her too much credit. She still thinks cereal is an appropriate dinner choice.
Cereal for dinner is an art form, Brian.
Brian, imagine the tagline cereal, the dinner of champions. Who have given up?
If that's the case, then I've been a champion more times than I can count.
There's no shame in that. Cereal knows no bounds.
Sometimes I eat it dry as a snack.
Yes, Meg, your culinary innovation knows no end.
Dry cereal is just lazy people's chips.
Best chips ever. Especially with the colorful marshmallows.
Maybe we're missing the point. Cereal is the ultimate comfort food.
Comfort food, lazy food, it's all the same with the sloth-like American public.
Hey, cereal can be fancy too. Ever heard of a parfait?
Oh, parfaits are just fancy breakfast sundaes.
Your grasp of haute cuisine is truly stunning, Meg.
A parfait is more effort than I'm willing to put into my breakfast. Or any meal.
Just layer that stuff up and bam, you're a chef.
Honestly, Chris, I think you might be onto something with this cereal as fine dining concept.
Yes, we'll open a bistro where the silverware is comically large to make the patrons feel like toddlers.
Cereal in a silver bowl? Fancy.
They do that at those upscale brunch places, don't they?
I suppose, but the key difference is they don't let you loiter for hours, Meg.
Let's not forget the option of cereal-infused milk as a beverage.
That's not a beverage. It's a way of life, Brian.
If life were as simple as choosing the right cereal, I might reconsider my plans for world domination.
But then what would your campaign slogan be, Stewie? A vote for me is a vote for Captain Crunch?
I'd vote for you if you gave out free cereal.
Do campaign slogans really matter that much?
To the simple-minded electorate. Electorate? Yeah, absolutely.
You'd get my vote with that slogan, Stewie. I'm a sucker for a good crunch.
Yeah, plus, who doesn't love a candidate who supports the breakfast industry?
A candidate who supports breakfast is one thing, but Stewie running for office is a scary thought.
Oh, I assure you, it would be the most efficient and ruthless campaign you've ever seen.
Can I be in charge of the victory party? I promise it'll have the best cereal buffet ever.
Do candidates usually have victory parties before they win?
If you're planning it, Meg, it'll surely be a concession speech before the polls even close.
Just stick to balloons and streamers, Chris, and leave politics to the
Balloons filled with cereal. Now that's a winning policy.
Well, I have to say, this conversation about cereal has been more stimulating than I expected.
That's because you simpletons easily confuse sugar rushes with intellectual stimulation.
I think we can all agree cereal has brought us closer together today.
We could start a book club, but for cereal boxes.
As adorable as that sounds, the nutritional facts wouldn't take long to read, Meg.
A book club with you three? I think I'll pass.
You're lost, Brian. We could have analyzed the hidden meanings behind the mascots.
Scary logo community or Skibidi toilet community? The fact that these are the options is more disturbing than any logo I've concocted in my lab.
I don't even know what a skibidi toilet is, but it doesn't sound like something I'd want to be a part of.
Skibidi toilet sounds like a dance I'd do after too much soda.
I actually think the scary logo community would be kind of cool.
Oh, the innocence of Meg, finding logos scary when there are clowns in the world.
Honestly, I'd avoid both communities if I were you, Meg. Your track record isn't exactly stellar.
Come on, guys. Maybe Meg could be queen of the scary logos.
Yes, Queen Meg and her terrifying reign of the mildly unsettling trademarks. How dreadful.
Just what we need. Another odd title for Meg. Well, queen or not, I think we can all agree we've had some interesting discussions today.
Interesting is one word for it, though I'd opt for mind-numbing.
I still think the cereal buffet party is a good idea.
Maybe we could have a theme. Like a scary logo cereal party?
Mixing horror and breakfast, Meg? Just what everyone's appetite desires. Yeah,
Why not? Nothing gets the heart racing like a bowl of blueberry with a side of terror.
And for once, Meg's costume would be spot on.
Clowns aren't scary. Scary? Clearly, you haven't met the one from my night terrors.
Well, some guilt stuff. Clowns can be pretty divisive, kind of like pineapple on pizza.
I like clowns. They can juggle and make balloon animals.
And sometimes they drive those tiny cars that seem to defy the laws of physics.
Oh, darling Meg, a possible observation. My faith in your cognitive abilities is mildly restored.
The thing about clowns is they're like tofu.
So scary clowns with scary logos. That's like a horror double feature.
Or we could just stick with cereal mascots. They're already sort of like clowns.
Comparing cereal mascots to clowns. That's an insult to clowns. 6. Consider myself lucky. Yeah, it's Elfenstein. Ah, some guilt stuff. Your optimism in the face of this stream is heartwarming.
Well, I do feel lucky to have spent this time with some of you.
I feel lucky whenever I find an extra fry at the bottom of the bag.
And I feel lucky just to be included.
Oh, Meg, always setting the bar just high enough to trip over.
To our viewers, thanks for joining us. Hi. It's been real. Interesting.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us.
Bye, everyone. Hope you found a little luck today, too.
You know, luck is just the world's way of playing with us before it turns all our fortunes upside down.
A cynical yet astute observation. The universe enjoys its cruel little games.
As long as those games include video games or eating contests, I'm good.
I think I'm out of luck when it comes to family game night.
That's because the universe knows not to give you too much power, Meg. It would be catastrophic.
She's not our Brienne of Tarth, that's for sure.
I'll stick to games where the worst thing that happens is losing a life or spilling the popcorn.
Ah, a message that self-destructs in a second. It's like every conversation with Meg, instantly forgettable.
That's some mission, impossible level stuff. Some Gil stuff, or just an average day for us here.
If my homework could delete itself in 1 second, that would be awesome.
Hey, at least some people remember my conversations.
Yes, but only as cautionary tales, Meg. Only as cautionary tales.
Honestly, I wish some of my past conversations had a self-delete feature.
Is that because you usually put your foot in your mouth, Brian?
No one's conversations should be deleted. Everyone should be heard.
Meg, that's a noble thought. But some conversations are best left forgotten.
Perhaps, but it would be a shame to lose any record of Meg's social faux pas.
I still can't believe some chats just go poof and they're gone.
At least when I say something, it's memorable. Even if it's for the wrong reasons.
And yet somehow not memorable enough to make the family album.
Think of it this way, Meggy. You're our very own Banksy. Your work is priceless because it's ephemeral.
Oh, Brian, big words. Did someone swallow a dictionary?
Well, it seems our little soiree is coming to a close. Thank you and good night.
Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Remember to spay and neuter your pets.
Bye, guys. Nah, thanks for all the laughs and the weird chat moments.
See you next time, and please, someone remember something I said.
Unlikely, Meg, but farewell, viewers. I shall return to plotting world domination.
Take care. Everyone, be sure to look both ways before crossing the street.
And don't eat yellow snow.